5 a.m. The House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, motion 243 in the name of Mrs. Redmond. Instruction to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities.
Resuming debate on the amendment of Mr. Lessard.
When we last considered this item, the Honourable Member for Barrie had 7 minutes left, and he has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And certainly it's good to be back to speak about this today. I know during the break week that the riding week we just had that I heard many times from constituents how important and how much they treasure the CPP and the CPPD benefit. And it's important to note that a significant number of CPPD recipients also receive benefits from other sources. CPP disability therefore makes up one part of a broad and complex income system for persons with disabilities, which include private long-term disability insurance, workers' compensation, employment insurance sickness benefits, and provincial social assistance. The Standing Committee may wish to take this into account when undertaking their study of CPPD benefits. Calculation of the CPP disability benefit is legislated in the Canada Pension Plan. Any changes to these rates would require provincial approval. Let us now turn to some of the accomplishments of the CPPD. The Government of Canada promotes an inclusive society, one that allows people with disabilities to participate in the workforce and in their communities throughout their life transitions. For this reason, the CPPD provides support for beneficiaries who are trying to return to work. Since early 2005, beneficiaries have had a new financial safety net that they can count on when trying to return to regular employment: automatic reinstatement of CPPD benefits. Automatic reinstatement helps CPP clients take a chance on returning to the workforce. Before this provision came into effect, clients weren't sure whether they would re-qualify for benefits if it turned out they could not continue working. Automatic reinstatement reduces this uncertainty by providing extended entitlements to clients whose CPPD benefits are stopped because they begin working on a regular basis. It provides a 2-year period during which their disability recurs and prevents them from staying at work. They can ask to have their benefit payments restarted using a simple process. And there is no limit on the number of times a client can use this provision, a particularly good support for persons with episodic disabilities. A survey of clients who use this provision shows that change is doing what it was intended to do and is doing a good job. A substantial majority, 75%, felt the automatic reinstatement would influence their future return to work plans, and a third of these clients indicated that the provision offers security and improves self-confidence in planning a return to work. Almost 80% were completely or mostly satisfied with all facets of the process, including ease of use. The government is also committed to client service, as demonstrated by Service Canada on behalf of CPPD. As an example, it makes it easier for CPPD applicants. Telephone contact is maintained throughout the application process. And when a decision is reached, a personalized letter is sent to each applicant explaining the decision in simple language. In addition, Service Canada has made other improvements to the delivery of services to Canadians. Clients are now offered the convenience of a one-stop personalized service. They have the choice to communicate via telephone or in person. Communication with clients and stakeholders, of course, is an important part of the commitment to client service. CPPD beneficiaries receive an annual newsletter, Staying in Touch, that contains useful information on federal programs and services in such areas as student assistance, tax credits, and benefits for seniors. Mr. Speaker, our government strives to uphold this commitment to Canadians for accountability, for transparency. We believe the Canada Pension Plan exemplifies both. This is an accomplishment we are proud of. The accountability and transparency is demonstrated by the fact that every 3 years the federal, provincial, and territorial ministers of finance review the CPP to ensure that it remains financially sound and to make any necessary adjustments. The triennial review also allows us to ensure that CPP evolves, along with the changing needs of Canadians. I would like to return to the issue currently before the House and highlight an initiative that complements the motion. A comprehensive evaluation of the CPP disability has recently been initiated that will focus on the extent to which the overall objectives and outcomes of the program are being met. This important study will take place over the next 18 months, and I am sure the evaluators will want to review the study that is the subject of the current motion as additional input. The evaluation goes beyond the scope of the study to look at all aspects of program management, client outcomes, interaction with other disability programs, and documenting best practices. We want to ensure CPPD is meeting all the current and future needs of Canadians without jeopardizing the affordability and financial sustainability of the CPP in the years ahead. The two sources of important information the study proposed in this motion and the more comprehensive CPPD evaluation should give us a better picture of those Canadians who receive CPPD benefit and how it helps them. In other words, Mr. Speaker, our government is confident that there are valuable lessons to be learned from these studies. We therefore welcome this opportunity to support this motion, to conduct a study of the level of funding provided by the CPPD benefit. We believe it will help our government to achieve its commitment to Canadians to ensure the Canada Pension Plan disability benefit continues to be there for current and future generations when they need it most. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Debate. Débat.
Debate.
Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development. The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to speak today on this important motion. And I would like to start by restating my support and the support of Canada's new government for Motion 243, which was presented by the Honourable Member of Kitchener Centre. The proposed study will contribute to Human Resources and Social Development Canada's practice of continuously monitoring and assessing the Canada Pension Plan to ensure that it meets the needs of Canadians both today and in the future. I know this study will provide valuable information on the extent to which the Canada Pension Plan Disability Program is meeting its objectives. This is important information, and that's why. Mr. Speaker, I feel quite strongly that this study should be completed as soon as possible and not delayed until November. It is important to note that parliamentarians are also considering later this week possible changes to Bill C-278, which deals with another important program for persons with disabilities, EI sickness benefits, and I feel strongly that the Human Resources study of at the level of financial support offered by Canada Pension Disability needs to happen now. This information to be gleaned from this study of Canada Pension CPP disability should be considered before proceeding to discuss possible changes to EI sickness benefits. All too often in this place, honourable members want to act before the facts are in. They want to propose changes to programs before they even know there is a problem or not, and the political speeches begin before studies are undertaken. This issue is far too important to play politics with, and I feel that every member of this House can agree with that. This is an important issue, one that deserves to be examined right away. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat, this is important information, and we need it as soon as possible. Not in November. There are bills before Parliament that require information that can be learned from studying this program, and these bills will not wait until fall. I think there's some confusion here as to what the CPP disability program is and what it is supposed to do. Therefore, I think it'd be good to have a cursory examination of this program so that we can clear the air on a few important points before we begin to discuss changes in earnest. It is important that the members, and in fact all Canadians, understand that this program is about and how it works. Let me start by saying the CPP disability program is the largest long-term disability insurance program in Canada. Currently, some 300,000 Canadians and 90,000 of their dependent children receive about $3.3 billion in payments. The CPP program on a whole is recognized the world around as one of the best public pension systems in the world, and this government has acted to make it even better. The CPP disability program was designed to replace a portion of earnings for those who have to leave the workforce due to a severe and prolonged mental or physical disability. This program was not intended to function as a general needs-based income program. There are other levels of support offered by all levels of government that fulfill that role. It's supposed to provide, and its purpose is to provide protection against the loss of employment income and to supplement other disability and family income. So, how does it work? There are contributory and medical eligibility requirements for the disability benefit, as laid out in the Canada Pension Plan. First, applicants must have made CPP contributions in 4 of the last 6 years. This requirement of recent contributions to the CPP is designed to address the objective of replacing a portion of employment income. While this government feels that this issue is worthy of immediate study, that is not to say that the government has not acted to make changes to this program. I'm sure all members know that, and as part of Bill C-36, currently under review in the Senate, a proposed amendment seeks to make it easier to qualify for CPP disability benefits for long-term CPP contributors, those with 25 or more years of contributions, by requiring contributions in only 3 of the last 6 years. Second, as stipulated in the legislation, only those with a severe and prolonged mental or physical disability are eligible to receive disability benefits. This requirement refers to a disability that prevents an applicant from working regularly at any substantially gainful occupation, not just their most recent jobs. As you can see from the specific eligibility requirements, not all Canadians with a work-limiting disability will be eligible to receive a benefit. CPP disability is intended for some of the most vulnerable Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity today to address an important and often misunderstood point. I understand from recent comments made in the House that some are under the impression that all applicants for CPP disability benefits are automatically denied, and only through appealing this decision do they eventually receive CPP disability benefits. This is simply not true, and it is a perfect example of some of the misunderstandings surrounding this program that we, on this side of the House, feel should be examined immediately. If the honourable members on the other side of the aisle feel this is true, then they should also want to study this immediately and not shirk the responsibilities by ignoring this issue for another 6 months. That being said, each and every application for CPP disability benefits is reviewed thoroughly and fairly with reference to the legislative requirements and in a timely manner. Trained CPP disability specialists with a medical background view each applicant's application. They look at their capacity to work, taking into consideration their health status, disability-related limitations, treatments, and personal characteristics such as age, level of education, and work experience. All of these components are extremely important in the decision-making process and help ensure a fair decision that is consistent with eligibility criteria. Clients whose applications are not approved receive telephone calls, personalized letters, explaining the reasons for denial. In addition, in cases where an applicant is not satisfied with a decision on their application for CPP disability benefits, there are 3 separate levels of recourse available. The last 2 levels are appeals to 2 independent review tribunals. This generous appeal structure is designed to ensure fairness and to ensure accessibility. In addition, it is important to note that a significant number of CPP disability recipients can also receive benefits from other sources. The CPP disability program is one part of a broad and complex income system for persons with disabilities, which includes private long-term disability insurance, workers' compensation, employment insurance sickness benefits, and provincial social assistance. Staff in Service Canada's service delivery network also refers to those who denied a CPP disability benefit to other appropriate programs and supports that they may be made available to them. For example, CPP disability applicants are encouraged to apply for a tax credit called the Disability Tax Credit, or the Veterans Disability Pension if it appears that they may be eligible for one or both of these entitlements. In some cases, Service Canada staff will assist these individuals with their applications. The Standing Committee on Human Resources, Social Development and Status of Persons with Disabilities may wish to take this overall context of CPP disability program into account when undertaking their study. A number of honourable members of this House have indicated that it takes too long to adjudicate applications for CPP disability benefits. In 2005 and 2006, the disability program received more than 60,000 applications. Of those, over 30,000 applications were granted benefits. In terms of speed of service, the target is that 75% of decisions will be made within 4 months of receiving a completed form. As of February 2007, 86% of decisions were made within this time frame. Mr. Speaker, Service Canada is exceeding its stated targets. That is something to be proud of indeed, and we can feel confident that most vulnerable clients are being well attended to. I want to thank you again, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak today. I want to reiterate that it is an important issue that cannot wait until fall to be examined. There is currently legislation before the House and the Senate that would benefit from the knowledge that can be gained from undertaking an examination of the CPP disability, and these bills will not wait until fall. We need answers as soon as possible, and we should be shirking our duty as responsible legislators if we were to allow bills to proceed without having all the evidence in place beforehand. If the opposition was really interested in more than just playing politics with this important issue, then they would want to examine this issue right away and not wait until fall. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see my time has run out. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise on second reading of motion M243, and I'm very pleased to speak in support of this motion calling on the Standing Committee on Human Resources and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities to study the level of financial support provided through the Canada Pension Plan Disability Benefit, or the CPPD. From the first hour of debate, it appears a substantive issue in this motion. A study by Parliament on Canada Pension Plan Disability has the support of all parties in this House. It is no small accomplishment for all parties to agree on anything, so Canadians should be heartened by seeing a shared agreement to make something as important as studying long-term disability a priority. I say they should be heartened, yet they probably are not. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because the opposition's commitment falls short of truly making this study a priority. The Conservatives made supporting our friends and neighbours who are struggling with disabilities a central plan of our platform in the last election. And this Conservative government has honoured those who voted for us by introducing C36, which improves access to Canada Pension Plan disability benefits and measures in the 2007 budget. Like, first of all, the new Registered Disability Savings Plan, introduced to help parents and others save money to care for children with severe disabilities. Up to $1,000 annually to a limit of $20,000 in the form of a Canada Disability Savings Grant to help promote future financial security of children in lower-income families. And an investment of $30 million in the Rick Hansen Man in Motion Foundation, which will help translate research into benefits for Canadians living with spinal cord injuries. And a new Enabling Accessibility Fund that will contribute $45 million over 3 years to help all Canadians, regardless of their physical ability, participate fully in their communities. Mr. Speaker, I believe Canadians see that their government has stepped up to the plate, so where are the Liberals? Well, for starters, the Liberals voted against every measure the Conservative government put in place to help those Canadians who are dealing with disabilities. Their leader says he wants to run on a platform of social justice, then instructs his caucus to vote against the budget that actually delivers it for the first time in this country. Perhaps he needs more time to think about it, but leadership is not leading followers in the wrong direction, Mr. Speaker. Canadians can't afford to wait for the Liberal leader to ponder what they already know is good and works. How can they be expected to trust the Liberals to govern when they can't even seem to figure out opposition? When it comes to this motion, the Liberals are no less of a disappointment. They hold out the promise of doing something on a priority, then agree with the Bloc to defer everything until fall. That's not leadership, Mr. Speaker. It's another example of the Liberals saying whatever they think will be pleasing to the public, but failing to follow through. No doubt the member for Kitchener Centre proposed this motion to show support for stakeholders in her own community, and how disappointed they must be to see her agree to postpone it. It looks like her new leader can't shake off the ghosts of the old Liberals who made everything a priority, so nothing ended up being one. I understand that the Minister for Human Resources relayed his support for this motion to be studied at committee, and I have no doubt he was encouraged to see the opposition align more closely with the views of Canadians that he was hearing. And how disappointing for the Minister and the stakeholders he meets to see that this important public policy issue is not getting the true support it deserves. It's no less perplexing to see that the Liberals are working with the Bloc to frustrate progress on this issue. The Bloc, of course, has no experience with the responsibilities of being government. Their contribution to this public policy matter is to delay any action at the same time they purport to support it. They can't have it both ways, at least not in the minds of the people they're putting on. The government and the Conservatives across the country want to make progress of those with disabilities. We believe that to make further progress requires proper study of Canada Pension Disability. It is only through gathering the evidence and learning where challenges exist that we can recommend to the government how to address those challenges with sustainable solutions. Sustainability is critical. Acting in an informed way helps build solutions that can evolve as circumstances change. We have an opportunity here, but despite the Liberal leader's claim to be committed to sustainability, he is unable to show some discipline with his own caucus, who are proposing ad hoc solutions to the types of problems that potentially should follow a study like the one in this motion. For instance, the member for Sydney Victoria has a bill before the House. It stands for a principle we all support. It aims to help those who have cancer or other illnesses. But rather than providing benefits through Canada Pension Disability, the bill calls for a solution that would only help employees, to the exclusion, Mr. Speaker, to the exclusion of other Canadians. I can't help but think that Bill C-278 would benefit from M-243 being studied as soon as possible. So perhaps because the member from Kitchener Centre agreed to defer this study until fall, the member for Sydney Victoria felt he has no choice but to call his bill up in the coming days. Still, Canadians expect legislation to be based on good planning. They expect solutions to be measured and sustainable. And Canadians shouldn't be held hostage to the lack of good planning by the Liberals for their own private members' business. They shouldn't be saddled with legislation whose impact hasn't been studied and no one can say is sustainable. I support a study because, Mr. Speaker, it is the right thing to do. I only wish the opposition cared as much about ensuring we are passing good legislation as my caucus colleagues and I do. My constituents wish that the opposition would come to its senses and return to making this study a priority. So when this finally does get studied, members will know that CPP Disability is the largest long-term disability insurance plan in Canada. Last year, approximately 300,000 individuals and 90,000 of those individuals, of their children, receive financial support through this program. As specified in the Canada Pension Plan, monthly Canada Pension Plan disability payments are made up of two parts: a fixed amount, which in 2007 is $405, and a variable amount based on the level of Canada Pension Plan contributions and the number of years contributions were made before the client became disabled. The combination represents the monthly amount a Canada Pension Plan disability beneficiary will receive in 2007, and the maximum benefit payable is $1,053 per month. In addition, eligible children of disabled contributors are entitled to a fixed monthly payment of $204. Last year, on average, Canada Pension Plan disability beneficiaries received $763 per month. What is also important to note is that a significant number of recipients receive benefits from other sources. There is a broad and complex system in Canada that provides income support to persons with disabilities. And while Canada Pension Plan Disability plays a central role in this system, the Standing Committee may also wish to review in its study the other income sources of disability beneficiaries. An example of another pillar of this income support system is EI sickness benefits, which fall under the responsibility of the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development. EI sickness benefits provide temporary income support for up to 15 weeks to individuals who are too injured or sick to work. And in 2004, over 294,000 individuals received these benefits, with total payments of $810 million. We know that a number of individuals who receive EI sickness benefits while they are temporarily disabled go on to apply for MCPP disability. This government is committed to quality client service by building on the one-step personalized service offered through Service Canada. And the government is working to improve the client interface on behalf of these two important sources of support for Canadians with disability. Mr. Speaker, I know my time is running out. I've got much more to say on this particular motion, but certainly I think the premise of what I've said is this bill should proceed directly. It should go to committee. It should be able to be studied. And for the life of me, I can't understand why the Liberals who introduced this bill now suddenly want to put it off till fall. I mean, it's a matter of making a decision here. This is important legislation. It's meaningful to the number of Canadians who are beneficiaries, and it should be looked at immediately. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to take the opportunity to briefly enter into the debate on the motion that is before us, private member's motion M243, introduced by the member for Kitchener Centre, and I commend her for having done so. I hadn't actually intended to speak on this bill, Mr. Speaker, but I have to say that I was prompted to do so by any suggestion that any member of this House would actually want to delay the impact and the importance, lessening the importance of the private member's bill so that the report back date is later rather than sooner. And I guess the reason I was prompted to rise in my seat to speak to this is I was thinking back to my former colleague Wendy Lill, member of Dartmouth, member of Parliament for Dartmouth, who did magnificent work, really breathing tremendous energy and life and compassion into the Standing Committee, Subcommittee on persons living with disabilities issues during the 7 years that she worked on behalf of her constituents of Dartmouth, but also on behalf of the persons living with disabilities community in this country, while she also served as one of the best, if not the best, arts and culture critics that this Parliament has ever known. And I'm thinking about how apoplectic she would be if she were sitting in her place here in this House today to hear that anybody would be thinking of a single reason for delaying reporting back on something as important as the issue of level of benefits for persons living with disabilities from CPP. And I further was listening to the member from the South Shore who was talking about the various other income sources that are available to some, and I say some because it's not all, and he didn't say otherwise, I want to make that clear, persons who are living with disabilities, who are in receipt of or potentially eligible for receipt of CPP disability benefits, sources like EI, sick benefits, social assistance, and so on. But what is really needed, and I know my colleague from Burnaby, New Westminster, has made this point again and again, is a national strategy around the whole issue of income and other supports for persons living with disabilities. And until we have that kind of commitment to a comprehensive national strategy, then what we are doing is sort of piecemeal dealing with different aspects of what profoundly affects the lives of persons living with disabilities. And you know, one of the things that isn't often recognized by the public, and no wonder given the nonsense that goes on so often of a dug-in partisan nature, but there has been collaboration across party lines in this House around these issues from time to time. And I think we saw over the last while the collaboration of opposition parties in the face of what seemed to be some real foot-dragging by the government, to step forward with a real sense of urgency and leadership to make sure that we were among the first who were signing on to the International Convention for the rights and dignity of persons living with disabilities. And we saw the government move, and congratulations to the government for moving ahead with a more appropriate sense of urgency and indicating that they would actually be there to participate in the signing ceremony that helps to propel this towards ratification. And so surely to heavens we can find the same resolve, the same appropriate sense of urgency to say that income supports to persons living with disabilities are inadequate, they're fragmented, they're fractured, there are people who fall between the cracks, there aren't appropriate bridges to ensure that people don't fall back in having the income needed to meet their everyday needs, but also the additional costs that are associated for persons living with disabilities. So let's have a national strategy. Let's have the sense of urgency, and let's deliver not piecemeal but comprehensively to those millions of people in Canada living with disabilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
I just want to give fair notice to all members that the next member I'm about to recognize, the Honourable Member for Kitchener, and that will be her right of reply. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise and speak to this, and I understand the fair warning was that they were giving up their opportunity to speak, not that they should run in behind the curtains because I was going to speak. I'm very pleased to speak about the motion before us today. Motion 243 calls on Parliament to ask the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities to undertake a study of the current level of financial support provided to persons with disabilities through the Canada Pension Plan, and report back to the House no later than May 2007. Mr. Speaker, I want to point out that when I tabled this motion, it was at the beginning of this Parliament, which was several months ago, and I do view as a friendly amendment the amendment put forward by my bloc colleague, which moves the reporting back to the House to be no later than November 30th, 2007, and I find that an acceptable amendment because I do feel, as colleagues from other parties have said previous to this, that we need to have a comprehensive look at this. This is one piece of the support that we give the disabled, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting to note that Canadian Human Rights annual report of 2006-2007 reported that the largest single source of human rights violations reported to that committee were from the disabled community. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, we need to do more to help our Canadians living with disabilities. As a former member of the Independent Living Centre in Kitchener, which is run under the auspices of the Mennonite Central Committee, I have many friends and some experience with the disabled community in Kitchener Centre, where I'm from. And all too often, people with disabilities will come into my Kitchener office and talk about being forced to choose between purchasing their medications or being able to afford their food and rent. This is quite unacceptable and, in fact, appalling in a nation as prosperous as ours. It's a great concern that people with disabilities face constant challenges in meeting the bare minimum for basic living expenses. And I'm sure that I reflect a situation that all members of this House, that they share my concern with the number of people with disabilities who face enormous financial challenges. That is why I tabled the motion that is before the House today. Research shows that Canadians with disabilities have a lower average income and rely more on government programs for income support than other Canadians. People living with disabilities are not always able to earn adequate income through employment. In 2004, average earnings for people with disabilities were $30,700. This is 15% less than people who were in the job market without disabilities. Late last year, the United Nations adopted a landmark convention on the rights of people with disabilities. And the convention focuses on the rights and the development of people with disabilities and presents a vision where disabled people no longer have to endure discriminatory practices and attitudes that have been permitted to prevail for far too long. For Canada to fully respond to the need to every person to contribute to the best of their abilities and be able to realize their potential, we must address the income deficiencies that exist among people living with disabilities. The purpose of my motion is to seek the review of the financial support provided to Canadians through the CPP Disability Program. In 2005-2006, almost 296,000 individuals with severe and prolonged disabilities, along with 89,000 of their dependent children, received $3.3 billion through CPP disability. The maximum monthly benefit in 2006 is $1,031, which amounts to $12,372 annually. I defy members of this House to imagine what it would be like to live on that kind of annual income. Mr. Speaker, we know that the Government of Canada supplies support to people with disabilities and their caretakers through a variety of income measures. But clearly, we need to have an interjurisdictional discussion with other levels of government to make sure that people living with disabilities are able to live, thrive, and flourish in this very rich country and not be relegated to being marginalized. It's why I put this motion forward, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the support of all members of this House.
Hear, hear.
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mrs. Redmond, seconded by Mr. Proulx, move that the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Social Development, and the Status of Persons with Disabilities be instructed to undertake a study of the current level of financial support provided to persons with disabilities through the Canada Pension Plan Disability Benefit and report to the House no later than May 2007. L'amendement, Monsieur Le...
The amendment, Mr. Lessard, seconded by Ms. Redmond, moves the following amendment, that the motion be amended by replacing the words by May 2007, the words the 30th November of 2007.
Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
Que tous ceux qui appuient...
All those in favor of the amendment, please say yea.
All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. It's hard to tell, but in my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, division stands deferred until Wednesday, April 18, 2007, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Deuxième lecture du projet de loi.
Second reading of Bill C-52.
Could we have the honourable member for York, for Kitchener Centre is rising, and I hope she's going to say what I wanted her to say.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask if you sought unanimous consent, you may find it to suspend until the clock is at 12 o'clock.
There's such unanimous consent? So we now suspend till noon.
Government Orders, Government Bills, Commons, resuming debate on second reading of Bill C-52, Budget Implementation Act 2007, and on the previous question, moved by Mr. Epp.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member from Amagny-Lillet, Kawarasca, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today to this budget implementation bill, and this is my first intervention as the new finance critic for the Bloc Québécois. The member for Joliette has been appointed our House leader to replace the member for Roberval, and I'd like to thank him for all of the help he has given me in better understanding my role as parliamentarian over the years. I've learned a great deal from my contact with the member for Roberval, and I hope he will have a wonderful new career, and I have a great deal of faith in our new House leader, who was appointed by the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie, and I'd like to thank the leader of the Bloc for his faith in me in appointing me the finance critic, in which case I am happy to rise to speak to Bill C-52, the Budget Implementation Act, and I'd like to say in the few minutes that I have that this appointment was made at the beginning of the process, and the consultations for the upcoming budget, even though it might not come down until next year, will begin in the coming weeks. And in my writing, I intend to conduct a consultation, after which the Bloc will, of course, be ready to listen to all of those who would like to make interventions in preparing for the next budget. The member for Joliette has helped us to collect a great deal of information with respect to this budget, because this bill arises out of the budget. With the budget, we agree on the principles that the government wishes to promote, and then we need legislative changes in order to implement the budget. And the Bloc Québécois has worked very hard over the years on the whole issue of fiscal imbalance, and we felt that the government had made a step forward in terms of significant expenditures that would allow Quebec to have extra work, or extra room to work financially, and we hope that the arguments that we've brought to the table on the whole principle of fiscal imbalance will go beyond purely financial commitments, so that eventually, and as quickly as possible, the government will do something concrete to once and for all correct the fiscal imbalance. And of course this means there should be the transfer of tax points and other moves related to the GST, and we hope that there will be enough financial health to allow the federal government to provide more financially to the province of Quebec without changing how things operate. The Conservative government has admitted this state of fact, and in advertising against the Liberal Party leader, the government said that if the Liberal Party were to return to office, changes could be made, and the amounts promised to Quebec would not be forthcoming. So it shows that there's a contradiction in the mind of the Minister of Finance when he says that the fiscal imbalance has been settled, but all the while the Conservatives are saying that the Liberals could change things. So we want a permanent solution to this. We want a solution that will allow us to deal with this once and for all, so that Quebec and the provinces that have financial needs will be able to meet their obligations, knowing full well that the situation will remain stable for years to come, so that they can undertake proper planning, because a federal government shouldn't be allowed to decide on financial commitments to the province of Quebec during a provincial election campaign, which means that in coming weeks and months we will have to take a very close look at this. The bill that we have before us today, the implementation of certain provisions of the budget, is based on 5 main components. There will be tax changes for individuals and businesses. There will also be amendments to the financial arrangements with provinces for the new equalization formula, and a per capita transfer for health and social programs. And this will apply to 2014. That's the second part of this act. And then there will be 3 new trusts. The Minister of Finance will be authorized to provide funds according to modalities that will be found acceptable, and these amounts will be paid from the 2006-2007 surplus if it is felt that that is relevant. So we need a legislation to provide funding to foundations with given purposes, and we have to ensure that these foundations remain accountable, and the Auditor General will have to have all of the necessary information. In the present case, when it comes to the environment, for example, it was felt that this measure should be part of a bill, and that is what we have before us. The bill also provides for a legal framework so that all of the savings from the repayment of the debt will be used to reduce taxes. And this is another part of the bill that, once it is adopted, will allow us to operate in this way. And this is one of the reasons why the Bloc Québécois felt that the current budget did address fiscal imbalance. This was the cornerstone on which it was based, and I believe that there is significant support in Quebec for this. Instead of having an election on a budget night with no money for Quebec, there was no election. Money will be paid to Quebec, and the Bloc Québécois did do something responsible in this area. In the current minority government situation for Quebecers, this is an important insurance policy that the Bloc has provided. It means that government decisions made by the Conservative government, will have to be based on support from the Bloc, and I believe that this is a model over current years that has shown that it can work, and this is probably in part a result of the election in Quebec. They have seen that a minority government can have interesting consequences for Quebec. It doesn't mean that I'm happy with the results of that election, but this is one of the things that does happen and did happen in this case. So to go back to these 5 measures, there would be individual and corporate tax measures. 500 measures, in fact, were announced. There's a fiscal equity program, tax breaks, refunds of the GST for organized travel and conventions. We might remember that the minister had announced, rather unexpectedly, that the GST refunds for tourists would be abolished, and this was condemned by the tourist industry in Quebec and Canada. The Bloc Québécois spoke on behalf of these people, and as the industry critic, along with the finance critic at the time, we wrote to the minister, and in the new budget we see that the situation has been corrected. I remember the representation that was made by an association in Quebec that because of this decision by the Conservative government, they were losing a tool that attracted tourism to the province. So we see that there's a correction of this in the current budget, and we believe that this will be satisfactory, but we will have to continue to keep a close eye on this, because a tourist that doesn't travel with a group should not experience some type of negative effect. There should be some type of advantage, but at least part of a decision has been made, because at the outset the government refused to take a look at the situation, but now we see that there has been a partial correction, and we are pleased to see that they have listened to an industry that truly needs government help. In terms of fiscal measures, there are also changes to the RSP programs. On the RSP programs, So those who invest in RSPs will be able to continue to save for their retirement years. And with respect to the RSP, parents will be able to set aside money for their children's education, and there will be a government contribution component as well. And there will also be a surtax for vehicles that consume too much fuel over past years. Quebec and Canada and internationally, we've heard that something has to be done for the environment and that this should concern everyone on the planet. And we see now that there have been changes made. There will be a surtax on gas-guzzling vehicles. And this, I believe, is only part of a solution. We should recognize Kyoto, but at least certain measures have been brought forward following lobbying and pressure exerted by opposition parties and by the population in general, because people are much more aware of the serious nature of this situation and are trying to catch up. And we hope that eventually something concrete will be accomplished. In terms of taxation, there are 4 measures relating to taxation. An increase in the age credit so that older people will have an extra tax benefit. And this is an interesting measure. Our seniors require our help. Their pension is indexed according to the cost of living, but when you talk about the basket of goods that is used to determine the index, this basket is not always the best one. They need extra medication. They might need certain aids for bathing, for example. So it seems to me that the basket of goods should really take into account what these seniors are buying and the increases in their expenses. But at least this credit is a step in the right direction, and it's as if we're simply using a Band-Aid approach. We really have to look at the problem and help seniors to tackle the cost of living, particularly women who live alone and who have additional costs to absorb when their spouse dies, for example, and they were living as a couple in an apartment, and now the woman is left to live alone. She still has expenses. Now, the income splitting among spouses, this will come into force, but taxpayers will only see the effects of this measure when they file their income tax return in 2008. It won't be in this year's tax return, but at the end of the day, this will allow for better splitting of income and deductions and expenditures. There will also be tax increases on corporations as of January 2011. We had made recommendations at committee so that accelerated costing could be applied, or accelerated depreciation, and the companies said that they would prefer that approach rather than reducing taxes for all corporations. We believe that the government has responded to the industry lobby, but it seems to me that they should go even further. When you encourage a business to invest in productivity, then it seems to me that more should be done than simply giving this type of tax break. The government also has a new income trust provision, and we see once again that the Minister of Finance simply improvised. It would have been preferable to have an in-depth study of this situation in order not to penalize individuals who found their savings affected. So perhaps this should be looked at in another budget. Also, a child tax credit of $2,000 will allow families to save up to $310 per child per year, and there have been also increases that will allow families to save up to $209 per year for a spouse or a single person who's supporting a child. There are also provisions for excise taxes and tax collecting. More particularly in Ontario, follow pressures made by the Bloc, the government has decided to change its decision with respect to abolishing GST rebates for conventions and group travel, and I'm sure that the entire tourism industry is happy with this decision. Also, there are also provisions relating to RSPs and RESPs with respect to equalization now. The approach is changing, and there will also be additional funding, but this is not in keeping with Quebec's historical demands. For example, the equalization formula doesn't take into account natural resource revenue, and this is a step backwards. Now, with respect to loopholes for fossil fuel energy producing provinces, the 2007 budget does not put an end to certain agreements in Newfoundland and Nova Scotia, so we'll have to continue to work on these areas, and Quebecers can rest assured that the Bloc Québécois will support them so that we will have the most reasonable budget that we can, and so that the budget will meet the needs and expectations of Quebecers. That's why Quebecers have chosen the Bloc Québécois, because over the past 5 years, or 5 elections rather, we have been representing Quebec, and most members from Quebec come from the Bloc, so you can see that through the Bloc, Quebec can make itself known and be well represented and ensure that Quebecers' needs will be addressed. Now, I'd like to deal more particularly with the trusts and the new funds and the co-trusts. $1,919,000,000 of the 2006-2007 surpluses can be used, and the funds will be allocated according to the demographic weight of each province, and this will ensure better management of the environment with the eco-trusts. And there will also be funding of post-secondary education in certain provinces. The method will be determined in the act that creates the trust. We'll see how this works out. Now, with respect to these trusts, there will be investment in immunization against the human papilloma virus, and Quebec and the provinces will receive money for this immunization program. There will also be wait time guarantees, and this will apply to the trusts. And there will be payments made directly to provinces for child care spaces, for the Canadian Natural Conservancy Fund, and for InfoRoute Canada. Now, there's something else that we find in the bill, and it applies to me as the former industry critic. That is the money paid to Canary Incorporated, which is at the heart of the internet here in Canada. And if we want Quebec and Canada to increase their productivity, then we have to continue with these investments. And I think we should be able to move forward with these, so we can see that all of the measures in this bill will allow us to move forward, and that is why the Bloc Québécois has supported this the budget, but it is not yet enough because fiscal imbalance continues to exist, and we have to once and for all ensure that there will be the transfer of tax points, and this is something that we don't find in this bill, nor was that in the budget. So rest assured, and I will end with this, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservative government now has the obligation to govern and to meet its full commitment with respect to fiscal imbalance. It has made financial commitments, but we have to see concrete action that will allow this fiscal imbalance to be settled once and for all through the transfer of tax points. So there is a great deal of work to be done, and the Bloc Québécois is happy to have supported the budget because we felt that this is what Quebecers wanted. It was advantageous to them, but we are not giving up our objective to have true fairness when it comes to taxation, and the Bloc Québécois will have the same concerns in preparing for the next budget because we want a better creation of wealth.
Questions and comments?
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and take part in this debate on the budget implementation, obviously one of the most important pieces of legislation that comes before this House every year. In thinking about what I might talk about today, there was a number of things, and I have to bypass the easy way, which is just to talk about the Atlantic Accord, which is resonating throughout Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia. I might touch on that a little bit, but I want to talk more generally about the budget and the way that I think that it has divided Canadians and is a very cynical budget. So there's a lot of things that we can talk about. You know, with the money that was spent in this budget, the richest budget ever, you know, Canadians would be right to assume that everybody should have had Christmas Day on Budget Day, but in fact it was far from festive for most Canadians. This budget could have done a lot of things, Mr. Speaker, could have done a great many things if it had been focused, maybe on helping those who need help the most, or maybe on focusing on innovation, focusing on the productivity gap, or focusing on things like Aboriginal Canadians, the environment, and other things. And, Mr. Speaker, the response to this budget across the country is not, I suspect, what the government wanted. I suspect it's not what the Minister of Finance wanted. At least if you go to his website and see the online poll he's doing, where he asks, have you benefited from the budget, and 93% of the respondents are saying no. That's a pretty significant number. That's a very high number, Mr. Speaker. But it's not just his website. There's a number of other people who have done some very open-minded and objective evaluation of the budget. One of the institutes that I go to quite frequently is the Caledon Institute. Wonderful. They give great research, do good work on a number of issues, and I noticed that their evaluation of the budget was, as usual, very thorough and very effective. I'll just read you a few quotes from that, if I could, and then comment on those. They call it mixed brew for the coffee shop budget. They say, among other things, the new child tax credit, in reality an obsolete program resurrected from the 1980s, tops this list. The funds for this inequitable scheme could have been far better spent on increasing the existing progressive Canada Child Tax benefit or creating additional childcare spaces. These investments would have been much more helpful to ordinary Canadian families than a child tax credit that gives $310 to millionaires who do not need it and nothing to the poorest who do. That's pretty indicting. Another quote, Mr. Speaker. Ottawa has chosen instead to introduce a bundle of tax carrots that will serve a variety of particular groups but will provide little or no benefit to the broader population of low and modest income Canadians. The budget could well have been named Opportunities Lost. With a $19 billion price tag, never has so much been spent with so little result. Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that the leader of our party has said very similar things to that, and I agree with him, and I agree with the Caledon Institute. They also refer to specifically the new child tax credit, a policy zombie resurrected. All non-poor families will receive $310, including the very rich. Some low-income families with a low tax liability will receive a smaller amount, while the poorest will get nothing at all because they do not owe income tax. Poorest families will get nothing. This measure will make income inequity among families worse and not better. They refer to last year's universal child care benefit. Quote, this budget's non-refundable child tax credit are inequitable, wasteful programs that deliver benefits to upper-income families for whom the payments are a meaningless drop in the income bucket while depriving low- and middle-income families. So, Mr. Speaker, they go on in a lot of different ways. They talk, for example, about Aboriginal Canadians who are noticeably absent from this budget. The Kelowna Accord A solemn, and I'm quoting now again from the document, the Kelowna Accord was a solemn agreement signed by the province's territories, First Nations, and Aboriginal organizations in the previous Canadian government. Talked about the new federal government rejecting the Kelowna Accord, and I quote again, now it becomes apparent that Canada's new government has no plan at all unless doing as little as possible can be characterized as a plan. Mr. Speaker, that's a reasoned, thought-out, analytical view of what this budget has done. But it's not just the Caledon Institute, because I suspect if Kelowna is a socialist plot, then they would think that the Caledon Institute is probably a socialist organization to the government side. Andrew Coyne, it's a long time since I've heard him called a socialist. And the National Post suggests, with this budget, the Minister of Finance becomes officially the biggest spending finance minister in the history of Canada. That's after inflation and population growth is taken into account. They've now increased, under this Conservative government, spending by $25 billion in 2 years. Is this what Conservative voters wanted? No sense of priorities, not a nickel in real, honest-to-God tax cuts of any kind. There's a lot of spending programs disguised as tax credits for children, which may be fine programs, but they're programs, not tax cuts. Nancy Hughes Anthony, President of the Chamber of Commerce, another well-known socialist, suggests, I don't think there's anything new there. He actually told us at the time of his income trust announcement in October that he would adjust the tax cuts, corporate tax cuts, in the future. Didn't. Instead, we saw small, little, targeted breaks for everybody from lacrosse fans to truck drivers. Nancy Hughes Anthony. So, in general, this is an unfocused budget. I think most Canadians know that if you really want to increase productivity and benefit Canadians, particularly those who might be able to use a little bit of a break the most, you would lower personal income taxes, perhaps to the level that Liberals did in the economic update of November 2005. What else got mentioned in the budget that got very little action? How about the environment? John Bennett, Senior Policy Analyst, Sierra Club of Canada, quote, this government has abandoned its obligations to the Kyoto Protocol and abandoned its moral responsibility to keep our international commitments. This government has no intention of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. It has every intention of trying to sound like it does, but no intention to actually do it. And, Mr. Speaker, that's consistent throughout the budget. Let's sound like we can do something without actually having to do it. Social programs, Monica Lysak of the Child Care Advocacy Association. For a government that identified child care as one of their priorities, this is an admission of failure. Editorial in Toronto Star. Number of things I could say from here, but let me quote this. What is left, then, is not a crafty pre-election budget, but a financial document that is unfocused, devoid of a national strategy to tackle any of the major social issues facing this country, does little to help the poorest of the poor. Aboriginal Canadians, Mr. Speaker, perhaps the most targeted group of the budget by their exclusion. Phil Fontaine, National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations, said, we're extremely disappointed, frustrated because it's obvious that those that did well today are those that is considered important to this government. Those that are viewed as unimportant did badly. We did badly. So, Mr. Speaker, there's an awful lot of issues in this budget that haven't been addressed. A couple more, Mr. Speaker, in the development area, both regional development and international development. For the second budget in a row under this government, there's no mention of regional development programs like ACOA. Previous governments had a big plan for ACOA, and ACOA in the last number of years has done some amazing work in Atlantic Canada, investing in research and innovation. The Atlantic Innovation Fund has driven university research and has helped Atlantic Canada's strong but generally smaller universities to compete and to provide innovative solutions and also commercialization of products. No mention in this budget. The minister suggests, well, there's been no cuts to ACOA. We hear that all the time. But consistently, the estimates indicate not only cuts to regional development across the board, but to ACOA. Well, we've shifted the money from here to there, but never any evidence of what's actually happening with the spending. So regional development is a big issue, Mr. Speaker. International development. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to, if I could, just tell you a little bit of a story of a trip that I took to Kenya with three other members of this House, three friends, the member from Cumberland, Colchester, Muscatawbin of the Conservatives, the member from Halifax, and the member from Scarborough, Guildwood, who sponsored the great private members' bill C-293, the Overseas Development Assistance Act, to make poverty the focus of international development. There is so much that Canada can do in the world. It doesn't all have to be centred on Afghanistan. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in countries like Kenya, you see every day the needs of the developing world, and you see so many ways that Canada can help. And Canada has helped, and I hope Canada will continue to help. But, Mr. Speaker, when the four of us went to Kenya, we saw some amazing things, and we saw some amazing people. We met Beatrice, a grandmother, who lost all 7 of her children and their partners in less than 2 years to HIV-related issues. She was a grandmother. She was a street beggar. She had 12 grandchildren. And what did she do? She thought she would have to actually poison those grandchildren because she could not take care of them. Instead, she gets up one day and decides she's going to do something about it. And she borrowed $15 from a microcredit in the slums of Nairobi. And today she runs 3 businesses in the slums. This is the kind of resilience that exists in the third world. These are the kind of people that can make a huge difference. Or Susan, a woman that we met in Eldoret in Western Kenya, who I remember my colleague from Scarborough-Guildwood was particularly touched by. Working in a microcredit in this big, open, empty warehouse with some sewing machines and people making bags. And we went over to talk to Susan, who looked up at us and she said, happy and smiling and thanking God for the blessings he's given her. She's HIV positive, was given up for dead, and now she's living and she's working. She's working because of a microcredit. She makes cloth bags with beads on them, lovely bags. We asked her how many she could make in a day. She said, I can make 5 bags in a day. How much do you get paid for each bag? 8 Kenyan shillings. She makes 40 Kenyan shillings a day, which is the equivalent of 65 or 70 cents Canadian in a day. A person working, and we all know about the terrible rates of poverty and disease, that the lack of sanitation that people exist in throughout the world. And she makes, working full-time, she makes less than $1 Canadian a day, and she considers herself fortunate. And, Mr. Speaker, what the people in Kenya can do with little should be such a spur to countries like Canada to invest in making their lives better. We can do so much. You know, I think we should hit our target, millennium target of 0.7% of GNI to international aid. I thought that on the government side. Absolutely. I think we should do it. We can do that. In countries like Kenya and other African countries and sub-Saharan Africa, there is a resilience, there is a strength, there is an entrepreneurial savvy among the people who simply have nothing but make do. And not only do they make do, but they thank God for what he's given them, or what she's given them. And I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, it is an inspiration. Canada can do a lot more. I would like to see more mention of international development. I'd like to see Canada commit to reaching 0.7, but at the very least, I'd like to see us make sure that we maintain the work that we've done in places like Kenya, where CEDA has been active and whose funding may be threatened over the next few years for the work that they do in tuberculosis. Kenya, a small country the size of Canada. 300 Kenyans a day die of tuberculosis. How many people in Canada even think tuberculosis is still a disease to worry about? 500 people a day die of HIV. Millions of young African children die of malaria. We can do so much more. So in the area of international development, Mr. Speaker, is lacking in this budget as well. I do want to turn for a second to the issue of the Atlantic Accord. And this is an issue that has absolutely dominated discussion in Nova Scotia and in Newfoundland and Labrador. And you hear about it from Premier Danny Williams, and you hear a little bit about it from Rodney MacDonald. But, Mr. Speaker, this is the dominant issue in Atlantic Canada. I mean, we can have a look at perhaps what the premiers have said about it, if I can find them here. Danny Williams. We've all heard what Danny has to say. He stood up. He's fought for his province. He wants to keep what he fought for. And he says, and I quote, "A promise was made. We expected that promise to be kept by the Prime Minister and indeed his government. Even though he is claiming that they are excluding 100% of non-renewable natural resource revenues, they are not. There is a sense of betrayal, a sense of disappointment." Mr. Speaker, that about says it all. Rodney MacDonald, the Premier of Nova Scotia, not the most fiery of speakers, who is concerned about the Accord, though, said this on March 19th. "It's as if they want to continue giving handouts to Nova Scotia rather than us keeping our offshore accord, and that to me is fundamentally unfair." And a lot of people in Canada don't fully understand this. When we debated this in the House of Commons, we had people on the other side standing up and asking foolish questions, but, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't matter to them. They get briefing notes from some hack in the Department of Finance or a backroom conservative who hauls it out and says, "Go fight the battle." They have no idea what this actually means. So let me just educate a little bit on the Atlantic Accord. This is the agreement that was reached between the Government of Canada and the Government of Nova Scotia on offshore revenues. From Valentine's Day 2005, it says, the Government of Canada intends to provide additional offset payments to the province in respect of offshore-related equalization reductions, effectively allowing it to retain the benefit of 100% of its offshore resource revenues. And then it says, the amount of additional offset payment for a year shall be calculated as the difference between the equalization payment that would be received by the province under the equalization formula as it exists at the time. Very simply, Mr. Speaker, this means offshore revenues are excluded from equalization. And if employment and if equalization goes up, the province of Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador would get the improved equalization, plus they would keep their offshore. And what we now have is the choice which has allegedly been offered to Nova Scotia, Newfoundland and Labrador, which is have the old equalization with the old formula or go to the new equalization that the rest of Canada will benefit from, or some in the rest of Canada will benefit from. We should have those both. It shouldn't be one or the other, Mr. Speaker. It should be both. As the former Prime Minister, the member from LaSalle-Amard, negotiated, along with the member from Halifax West, who was Regional Minister, and the then Minister of Finance, and now our House Leader, who did a great job on that for the people of Nova Scotia and for Newfoundland and Labrador. And, Mr. Speaker, if anybody thinks that it's just politics on the offshore, I'd like to just read you a few headlines. I won't go into details, but headlines from the Chronicle Herald in Halifax. Note to Rodney, the Prime Minister played you big time. The Prime Minister has played you like a fiddle, said Marilla Stevenson. If any theme rang out through the Prime Minister's budget delivered this last Monday night, this was dated in the week of the budget, it was that the have-nots are to remain have-nots. The Prime Minister stoops to conquer, jeering from the sidelines with the budget's unlucky trio of obvious losers, Nova Scotia, Newfoundland and Labrador, and Saskatchewan. All are now victims of a calculated insult. David Rodenizer in the Halifax Daily News. Nova Scotians are left asking themselves, who's standing up for us? Right now the answer is no one. Certainly not our federal cabinet minister, the member from Central Nova, who's defending Ottawa rather than Nova Scotia on this, and not the Premier, who's content to pursue process rather than take action. Rodney MacDonald repeatedly stated yesterday that provincial finance officials are gathering information and requesting meetings. Here's a headline titled, Atlantic Tories Running for Cover. Cabinet representatives urged to stand up for the region. Another one, Mr. Speaker, says it all. The headline in the Chronicle Herald, Federal Conservatives shaft province once again. There's not much more to be said about that, Mr. Speaker. Now the topic has even changed a bit, because for a while we heard, well, you didn't really get a bad deal, you get a choice of two deals. That lasted about a week. In the paper on Saturday in the Halifax Herald, it appears that Ottawa and Nova Scotia are now working on an accord deal, plans said to be a compromise on the scrapped 2005 Atlantic Accord agreement. So, Mr. Speaker, there's not much question that Nova Scotia and Newfoundland and Labrador were betrayed by their cabinet representatives and by their Conservative members with the dismantling, the throwing away of the Atlantic Accord, a deal which provided such hope for the people of Nova Scotia and for the people of Newfoundland and Labrador. And apparently other provinces feel the same way, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you from having spent 2 weeks back home, this is not an issue likely to fade anytime soon. ACOA, international development, the Atlantic Accord, the failure on childcare, leaving the poorest of the poor vulnerable, it's not acceptable. And there were some things that weren't even mentioned in the budget that have come to pass. Last Friday, members of the Coast Guard in my own community of Dartmouth Cole Harbour were called to a meeting, and they were told, oh, there's going to be new Coast Guard vessels, and they're going to be made in Canada. Oh, and by the way, your jobs are now moving from Dartmouth, where they've been for years, to St. John's, Newfoundland, which happens to be the riding of the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans and the Minister of the Coast Guard, with no explanation given, no business plan, no idea of where this came from, no explanation to the workers of what is going on. Mr. Speaker, we don't even know if there's a dock in St. John's that can handle them. That is an insult to the people of Dartmouth Cole Harbour, and one that they're rightly concerned about. Mr. Speaker, this budget is designed very clearly for the next election, not the next generation. It is political arithmetic, add a few votes here, appeal to a few votes there, pander, troll for votes in bunches where you can find them. If you don't vote Conservative, and likely never will, or you contribute too small of a voting bloc, too bad. Nothing for you. Aboriginal Canadians, sorry. Low-income families, sorry. Atlantic Canada, sorry.
Shame.
It is a cynical concoction of winners and losers, and guess who the real losers are? That's the people who need help the most. We have benefited as a nation from governments, mainly Liberal but also PC, that have built the social infrastructure of Canada. We now witness a government that ignores the needs of the vulnerable and spends billions of dollars trying to buy the next election. It's not the way good governance is done. It's not the way to inspire a nation. It's wrong, and it needs to be fixed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Peterborough.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to the honourable member's comments. I had the opportunity to serve briefly on the Finance Committee with the honourable member, and we had an opportunity to tour communities right across this country. And we know that we can't break, while often we get into regional debates with the budget, we have to look at the effects of the budget on the entire country and the benefits to all Canadians that were provided in the budget. And I just wanted to ask the honourable member on two very specific issues, ones that I know are very important to him. The 40% increase on post-secondary education. We certainly spoke at length about Dalhousie University and some of the challenges that they were facing. And secondly, the additional measure that was taken for vaccination, the human papilloma virus that will prevent cervical cancer in almost 80% of the cases. That, in addition to the $260 million that was invested to the Canadian Cancer Society strategy last year. I'd just like to hear his positions on those specific measures.
The honourable member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour.
I'd like to thank my colleague. I did enjoy working on finance with him, and he knows of my passion. I argued for the HP virus vaccine to be put in the budget, and he supported that. It was in the budget recommendations. He supported that. I think that's a positive thing for Canada. On the increase for post-secondary education, Mr. Speaker, what the government in effect has done is said we're going to go to some kind of a dedicated transfer in post-secondary education. It's nowhere near enough, and it's not in any way targeted. We don't know what the criteria is for that. Mr. Speaker, that doesn't do anything for Canadians. It does nothing for students, particularly students most in need, and that is who we should be targeting: low-income families, Aboriginal Canadians, persons with disabilities, through things like the Millennium Scholarship Foundation, which I hope gets renewed, Canada Access Grants. That's the way we need to go. And he talked about taking a regional approach. We do have to take a look at Canada as a whole. And when I talk about Atlantic Canada, I am elected by the people of Dartmouth-Cole Harbour to represent them here, not to represent here to them. So they send me here with a message. They don't want me going back home with speaking points. They want me to go back and talk to them and bring their message here. And they were betrayed by this. If it's any consolation to the member, the rest of Canada got a bad deal too. But ours was the worst.
Honourable member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to the remarks by my colleague, especially the way he defends his native region. But if the Bloc had voted like the Liberals did on the budget, we would be in an election campaign right now. The Quebecers would not have the promised additional money, and I think that is not what anybody wants. I think that there is a difference of perception that's quite fundamental here. I do not know the statistics for the Maritimes, but there is strong support in Quebec for this budget. We feel that in the circumstances we needed to vote for the budget. I would ask him, though, whether he does not think that the next step that the Conservative government should take should not be to make clear how the government should limit its powers. For example, we had the time of Mr. Trudeau, we had the Chrétien period where there was the same approach. We think now it is time to limit the federal government spending powers so that the government no longer spends in areas that are not under its jurisdiction. Does he not think that it would be important to do that if we generalize the financial problem? If we look at the tax points, then if we transfer those, it would help the different regions to take care of their own jurisdiction. We should not have different types of approaches. There should be additional money like there was this year, but there should also be structural changes to make sure that the fiscal imbalance is permanently corrected, including limits on the federal spending power.
Cole Harbour.
I thank my colleague for the question, and if anybody understands the importance of defending and advocating for your region specifically when you come to this House, it would be our colleagues in the Bloc Québécois. Mr. Speaker, they are very concerned about the fiscal imbalance. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what the fiscal imbalance is that matters in the province of Nova Scotia. It's the imbalance between the rich province and the poor province. It's the imbalance between the rich Canadian and the poor Canadian. And, Mr. Speaker, we believe that the national government, I believe that the national government actually has a role in evening that out. This budget makes it worse, not only because it rips the Atlantic Accord out of the hands of Newfoundland and Labradorians and Nova Scotians, but because the future way that money is going to go from the federal government to the provinces is going to further penalize the poorer provinces. We have always believed that a strong national government has a role to play. Constitutionally, there are differences between the federal government, the provincial government, and municipal governments. We've always felt that areas like ACOA and investing in those most in need is a strong and a reasonable role for the federal government to play. And in this budget, we see some of that being dismantled, and we're concerned about it in Atlantic Canada.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I begin by saying to my honourable colleague, last summer I had the honour of going to a number of the communities in my riding to celebrate the 100th anniversary of Treaty 9, and after about the third community I went into, I had to confess that there wasn't much to celebrate in the fact that we've signed treaties and ripped them up the minute they were signed. The federal governments went into those communities and basically lied to the people, had no intention of living up to signed agreements. And unfortunately, we see that sad history going right through almost any signed agreement we've seen with First Nations. So many of them have been ignored and ripped up. And we have a signed agreement in my community between the Government of Canada and the people of Saskatchewan to move them off the squalid floodplain that they're on and move them onto high ground. And yet we see in the budget there's no money for First Nations. There's nothing for education. We can buy tanks to send anywhere we want in the world, but we're going to leave Canadian citizens on a third world floodplain, and there's no money, nothing for them. And I'd like to ask the honourable member what he thinks about that, looking at this budget and the amount of money that is there in the federal coffers, and there's nothing being put forward for the most desperate people we have in our country.
The honourable member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague again for his question. And certainly, as I indicated in my comments, that I think that the biggest gap in this budget is Aboriginal Canadians. We believe that Aboriginal Canadians have been the victims of poor development over the years, and in many cases that the government has not had an inspired look at how Aboriginal Canadians can play their role within Confederation. And certainly the Kelowna Accord was an agreement that the Government of Canada had made, which has been put into the dustbin of history, and that's shameful, Mr. Speaker, in the same way as the Atlantic Accord for Atlantic Canadians has been taken and shelved. And I think that I agree with the Caledon Institute that the biggest missing piece in this budget is what are we going to do at a time of great affluence? What are we going to do to ensure that Aboriginal Canadians take their place, their rightful place in Canada, and have the opportunity that the rest of Canadians have? I think it's particularly shameful.
The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member will know that there was a broken promise related to wait times guarantee, and in fact, Mr. Speaker, the health minister advised the House that there wouldn't be he wouldn't be able to deliver on this until after the next election, and now we find that there is agreements coming out where instead of having funding for all 5 priority areas, 1 priority area will do it, and they're claiming that that's a promise kept. I wonder if the member would care to comment on that.
The member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, should know there's 1 minute to respond.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, my colleague from Mississauga South is entirely correct. This is a perfect example, a further example of how this government puts politics over public policy and doesn't try to move the yardsticks on wait times, but tries to move the perception of the yardsticks on wait times. And it leaves Canadians with the choice that if you're going to get sick in your region, you better hope you get sick of the right thing, or else you're in an awful lot of trouble. And that's not right, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak to this bill to implement the budget, Bill C-52. To begin with, I want to indicate that the Bloc Québécois will be supporting the bill, but as I will explain in my remarks, one of the reasons that we did agree to support the government's budget was that there was important progress in resolving the fiscal imbalance. However, this is an unfinished symphony, and we want to point that out. It's the government that has written this unfinished symphony, and we want to see it finished, and I will come back to this. Bill C-52 confirms that Quebec will receive, through equalization and various transfers, $3.3 billion of additional funds per year. As well, the the Eco Trust will be created through this this legislation so that Quebec can implement its climate change plan. I would point out that the Conservatives should look at what Quebec is doing to reduce greenhouse gases. I believe that the role played by Quebec is one of leadership, and there is no doubt about that. We are recognized even at the international level. There were French authorities at the Nairobi conference in Kenya affirmed that Quebec was really at the forefront of this work. The Conservative government promised that Quebec would play a greater role on the international scene. The former Environment Minister, however, refused to give Minister Béchard, the Quebec Environment Minister at that time, any major role, and did not recognize Quebec's leadership in the climate change portfolio. 45 seconds was all that he was given. He had to speak the same way as the Canadian delegation. This government said that it was going to promote an open federalism, but in fact this is not what happened in Nairobi. The Quebec Environment Minister, Mr. Béchard, had to talk to people in the corridors and in the hallways. This bill, Bill C-52, also confirms the transfer of $110 million for reconstruction in Afghanistan in 2007-2008. I believe, Mr. Speaker, given the unfortunate events that took place last week, the mission really needs to be reassessed. The objectives must be much more clear, and we need to put more emphasis on reconstruction efforts. On the weekend, I heard my colleague, the member for Saint-Jean, the Bloc defense critic, speaking on the radio on the CBC, indicating that he had been to Afghanistan twice, but he was never able, as a member of the Defense Committee, to actually see the reconstruction work being carried out, to see the schools that were being rebuilt, the hospitals being renovated, the highways, the roads, the pumps, and so on. They had to stay on the air base property, and they were very much directed in what they could do and see by the military authorities. So we see $110 million here for reconstruction efforts, which is a good step in the right direction, but we want to have more emphasis on this, and the Bloc Québécois has been calling for this from the beginning. Bill C-52 also implements new income trust compensation measure to help seniors split their pension income. Mr. Speaker, in the time that is allowed to me, I want to highlight one particular aspect of the fiscal imbalance. The Prime Minister and the Minister of Transport, the Minister of Regional Development, who talks very boldly about having resolved the problem of the fiscal imbalance when he travels in our ridings. However, he does not say, and the others do not say, that the party that has been working on this for years, even before the 2000 election, that talked about the fiscal imbalance here in the House, talked about the existence of this problem, was the Bloc Québécois. And in the National Assembly, it was the Parti Québécois. It was the Prime Minister, we should keep in mind, rather the Premier of Quebec, Premier Landry, who set up the Séguin Commission, a former Federalist Liberal minister, was asked to look into the whole situation of the fiscal imbalance. So I would like the Minister of Transport, when he travels around Quebec, he makes some good announcements, and I was with him last week. He resolved the problem of the wharf at Escoumins and Trois Pistoles. So here again, it is a case of an unfinished symphony, as I indicated in my press release after the announcement. There should be funding to provide compensation for these areas that have seen their wharves closed and their ferry service cancelled. This is true for Les Escoumins and Trois Pistoles, which are both in my riding. There should be compensation for closing down these ferries. We would have expected the government to provide compensation for these regions that are affected. The Bloc Québécois is aware that the work that we have done as sovereignists over a long period to push for recognition of the existence of the fiscal imbalance is important. After all, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals, who are here on this side of the House now, refuse to even recognize the existence of the term. The former Prime Minister, the member for La Salle-et-Mar, he is still a member of this House, and therefore I cannot name him. When he was Prime Minister in 2004, he refused to use the term fiscal imbalance. It seemed as if he was even afraid that he might break out in a rash if he had to actually say the words fiscal imbalance. He said that there were financial pressures. Well, fiscal pressures amount to Ottawa actually bringing in too much tax income in areas that it should not. The surpluses are here in Ottawa, but the needs are in the provinces. So we, this Sovereignist Party here in the Bloc Québécois, we are the ones that fought for and won recognition of this term, the fiscal imbalance, and we worked to have the government eliminate the fiscal imbalance.
And without being too partisan or too chauvinistic, we acknowledge the fact that C-52, the Budget Implementation Act, provides the first financial results for Quebec. But this is something that remains unfinished. We think that we should go even further. The federal transfers in the budget are not enough to eliminate the needs that Quebec is currently facing. So that's why we feel that the Prime Minister, the current Prime Minister, the Conservative Prime Minister, hasn't completely fulfilled his province to eliminate the fiscal imbalance. In reading the 2007-2008 budget, we see that the total correction of the fiscal imbalance, as predicted by the Conservative leader, is not complete because the Prime Minister is ignoring the Séguin report, a report which in Quebec has met with a consensus. The National Assembly, the Liberal Party of Quebec, the Parti québécois and Action démocratique all agree that the total correction of the fiscal imbalance must begin with the transfer of tax points or GST points to the provinces. And this is why we are saying that the job has not yet been finished. We need a new sharing of tax responsibility so that Quebec can be more autonomous when it comes to taxation and have a greater leeway in order to protect ourselves from unilateral reductions by the federal government. And I will end with this, Mr. Speaker. We, from the Bloc Québécois, deplore the fact that the Conservative government has provided nothing to end the federal spending power in areas of Quebec's jurisdiction. This was also recommended by the Séguin report. So it's all very well to say, well, let's transfer certain amounts of money, but if the vicious circle continues at the first opportunity for the federal government to then invade areas of provincial jurisdiction, because the federal spending power is given to the government through the Constitution. The federal government can spend regardless of whose jurisdiction it is. So Quebec must have certain choices when it comes to programs that apply across the country. Quebec should be able to opt out without any strings attached and with full compensation whenever it feels the need to do so in the future. So, Mr. Speaker, I will end with this. The Conservative government, with the budget that was adopted, must now govern. And there is work to be done when it comes to completely dealing with the fiscal imbalance, as well as other concerns shared by Quebecers. And we will continue the struggle, we the members from Quebec, from the Bloc Québécois, and we want the House to be made aware of the National Assembly consensus last March 26th. There was an election in Quebec. There's a minority government there now, and it will have to continue to work in harmony with the consensus that has developed in the past in the National Assembly, and the Bloc Québécois will express the consensus of the National Assembly here in the House, because this is part and parcel of the responsibilities that the Bloc Québécois has and that parliamentarians elected under the Bloc Québécois banner have, and that is to defend here in this House the interests of all Quebecers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy today to have an opportunity to speak briefly on the budget debate, and I want to indicate at the outset that I'm planning to share my time with the hardworking member, the NDP finance critic from Winnipeg North. Mr. Speaker, much has been said about what is and isn't in this budget, and I think there is a pretty broad consensus that this is a budget that is born out of political cynicism and that is simply an array of broken promises and spectacular betrayals. And one, has heard many comments about the many aspects of those broken promises and disappointments. I want to run through a couple of those, Mr. Speaker, in the time available. I think every member of this House can appreciate that it takes a pretty major force to bring every member of the Newfoundland and Labrador legislature, Conservatives, Liberals and New Democrats alike, together with every member of the Nova Scotia legislature, Conservatives, New Democrats and Liberals alike, to stand together in opposition to the broken promise, to the spectacular betrayal with respect to this government's treatment of the Atlantic Accord and offshore revenue resources. Now, I'm not going to go into all of the ins and outs, but let me say very clearly that it is no secret to anybody that what inspired this budget in general, in the many choices made by the government, and that betrayal with respect to the treatment of offshore resource revenues is the crassest of political objectives. The idea that we could throw overboard anybody and any community, any constituency in any province where we don't think we, the Conservative minority government, can make gains to elevate us to a majority government in the election that we want to call at the earliest possible opportunity that we calculate that that is achievable. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that that is going to stand up in history as one of the most inspirational visions for a nation. It will be up to the people of Canada to decide, but I think it is absolutely transparent that that was the driving force behind this budget. Let's be clear, for starters, that going into the budget, the government was dealing with a $14.1 billion surplus. And yet, when you go through the things that are not even touched, not even addressed in this budget, it's clear that there is a complete disregard and insensitivity. One can't even give the government members the benefit of the doubt and say it's just total ignorance, that they don't know of the depth and the breadth of the unmet needs that are ignored by this budget. No national housing strategy. And that's after the previous Liberals destroyed the best national housing program in the world over a decade ago, and nothing done to replace it. No national transit strategy. Never has it been more important to have a public transit strategy. With our Kyoto challenges, with the climate change fiasco that is unfolding, and if it weren't for C30 and the leadership, frankly, of my leader, the member from Trinity, I'm tripping over Trinity Spadina, Toronto Danforth. It's a pretty good dual team effort here, but my leader, who provided tremendous leadership in saying we cannot face the nation or the world with no strategy, no timetables and targets, nothing meaningful to begin to address climate change, the devastating impact on our country, and our commitment to try to work with the other countries of the world to minimize that impact and start to rebuild alternate energy plans. Nothing here to repair what remains outstanding damage to the employment insurance system. And again, those damages were so fantastic in areas of high unemployment to this day. People are still angry at the smashing of that unemployment insurance system by the Liberals in the mid-90s. We still have not seen the repair to that, and nothing in this budget to address it. Nothing to reduce student debt or to address the continuing crisis of escalating tuitions. I could go through the many, many omissions, but I want to dwell on two in particular. Absolutely nothing meaningful in the way of a national anti-poverty strategy, despite the fact that what we had in this budget was the opportunity to take a significant portion of that $14.1 billion surplus and ensure that we began to reduce the gap between the haves and have-nots, reduce that prosperity gap which is growing and growing, and in part growing because this government saw fit to continue on through and implement the further corporate tax cuts that were contained in the past budget. An absolute tragedy, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the impact on the lives of individuals and families and literally whole regions. And, Mr. Speaker, finally, I want to speak briefly about the complete failure to deal with our disgraceful record with respect to meeting our international obligations for official development assistance. Now, I know the budget says, and Conservative members are fond of jumping up and down and saying, well, it honours the commitment made by the Liberals to increase by 8% our ODA budget. Mr. Speaker, our level of ODA is such a humiliation and such a disgrace in the world today that anything short of beginning to make a major leap forward to make up for the foot-dragging and the lagging by the Liberals over a 10-year period is simply inadequate. As a matter of fact, with this budget, to the best of anyone's ability to calculate, we will be at the lowest level of international development assistance since the beginning of really keep tracking the OECD countries' development assistance levels. Now that, of course, and just very briefly historically, was actually making some progress under the Mulroney government and had reached 0.52%. The Martin budgets dragged it down, a former finance minister budget dragged it down to less than half of that. We're now, as a result of this budget kicking in, going to be 14th of OECD countries, moving lower to 15th and falling so short of those obligations that we don't even begin to contribute to meeting the Millennium Development Goals. Today was a day of teachers in this country coming together to plead for the government to deliver on 0.7, or we won't even begin to make progress towards ensuring universal education for the children of the world. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a spectacular betrayal. It is a humiliation, and one hopes that this government understands the people of Canada are not prepared to reward them with votes or applause until they mend their ways and get on a more progressive track. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Peterborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the member with interest. I guess I'm surprised the member just the tone in which she addressed the budget. I think the budget accomplishes an awful lot of very good things and things that I believe the NDP actually supports. Yes. And I want to speak specifically of education and see if I can get a response on education. The budget delivers $35 million over 2 years for new graduate scholarships, $500 million annual investment beginning in 08-09 toward labour market training, $800 million increase, that's a 40% increase for post-secondary education, $50.5 million over 2 years for the temporary foreign worker program, $34 million over 2 years to ensure foreign students and skilled temporary workers already in Canada can meet health and security requirements to stay in the country. What about these specific education measures could the NDP possibly stand against? And this, not to mention the significant improvements in health care, the significant increase in health care funding, the significant investment into the health care infoway. I just want to hear on education, but I could go on for quite a while.
Shame on them.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Well, Mr. Speaker, with a surplus of $14.1 billion, you can't spend the amount of money the government's spending without dribbling a little here and a little there and ending up saying this is huge progress. And let me say that one of the problems is that we've never had returned to the base funding, the huge cuts that were introduced in '95 and subsequently that did enormous damage to our post-secondary education infrastructure, did enormous damage to our health infrastructure, did untold damage to the level of commitment to overseas development assistance, with the result that nothing less than major infusions into rebuilding the base and ensuring that we're not just introducing a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit somewhere else, that effectively atomizes our capacity as a nation to really deliver on these national, universal, exceedingly important programs. So, Mr. Speaker, nobody is fooled. You can go through and say there's some for this, there's some for that, there's some for something else, but one thing is absolutely clear. Until the funding gutted by the previous Liberal government out of these important programs is restored to the base so that year after year it's built in, then we're still going to see the erosion of the quality and the accessibility of our health and education and other social welfare programs.
Questions and comments? Member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to ask the member quickly, the one item for disabled people in the budget is the registered savings disabled plan, registered savings plan for disabled people, and I'd like the member to comment on that.
Member for Halifax.
I'm pleased to address the honourable member's question, which is the question of what I think about the registered savings disabled person's plan. I can just tell you what many disabled persons have said to me. Individuals who are living with disabilities, who are struggling with inadequate incomes, who can't possibly even pay adequately for nutritional food, let alone additional costs associated with their disability, whether it's added transportation costs, added costs for technical aids, or whatever. The reaction that I have heard overwhelmingly from individuals as well as disabled advocacy groups is that a disabled person's savings plan misses the fundamental point that they don't have enough money at the end of the day or the end of the week, let alone at the end of the year, to invest in a savings plan. It just misses the point that 60% of our disabled persons today living on the streets who are homeless are disabled persons, that 40% of the users of our food banks are disabled persons. And so I think it utterly misses the mark. I think it misdiagnoses what it is that persons living with disabilities most need. And like everything else, there's a little of this and a little of that, but it doesn't add up to anything significant or meaningful that would actually alter the lives of working people or persons who are not able to be in the workforce precisely because the nature of their disabilities and the lack of support services aren't there to enable them to be self-supporting.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the member for Peterborough provokes some discussion in this House around Bill C-52, the Budget Implementation Act. He suggests that this budget is so full of goodness and so filled with progressive ideas that we should be falling all over ourselves to support it. And, Mr. Speaker, Tories do that. Conservatives, just like Liberals, have done this for years. They give us a scattergun approach. They do a little bit here, as my colleague from Halifax has just said, and a little bit there, not addressing the systemic issues facing this country at all, and then expecting all this support to miraculously appear. Well, the member for Peterborough should know better. He should know better because he sat through all those committee hearings. The Finance Committee heard from hundreds of groups across this country, from locations right across this country, and to a person, people recommended a substantive, meaningful approach to education once and for all. They did not recommend another series of Band-Aids on Band-Aids. They did not recommend a hodgepodge of little tax cuts here and there. Every major institution that appeared before our committee, every students' organization, every professors' organization, every administrative organization pertaining to education, whether it had to do with college or universities, recommended that this government once and for all increase transfer payments to at least the point where they were before the Liberals cut the heck out of education. They wanted, in fact, to see transfer payments increased, an overhaul of the student aid program, which is now a mess because of neglect over the last 13 years, and they wanted to see a separate education transfer. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I can't think of anyone who disagreed with that in our hearings. I don't think anybody stood up and said, don't make education a priority and don't have a separate transfer for funds for education in this country. Because everybody, from businesses through to labour organizations to social justice coalitions to ordinary citizens groups to individual citizens, believe that the future of this nation rests on how, indeed, we ensure that everyone, regardless of background, has access to quality education. And you know, for members sitting on the Conservative benches and the Liberal benches, they should remember that we don't have a universal education system today. We have a selective system that allows the well-to-do to access post-secondary education, that allows those who come from families that have been able to invest in things like RESPs, registered education savings plans, but doesn't open the doors, doesn't provide anything for those people who struggle day by day to make ends meet, and who have as much right to universal education as their rich next-door neighbour. And the system is getting more elitist as every day that passes. If it wasn't for the efforts of some provincial governments like the Manitoba NDP government that has frozen tuitions, there would be in this country absolutely exclusive education with very few opportunities for ordinary rank-and-file Canadians to better themselves, to look for future opportunities through our post-secondary education system. So, Mr. Speaker, on the most important issue facing this country, the future of this country, this budget fails, and it fails miserably. Mr. Speaker, there is so much that has to be said about this bill. But I think the most fundamental thing that has been mentioned by my colleagues from Halifax and others is that it is our job as parliamentarians to ensure that we work to equalize conditions in this country. That's the role of government. That's the role of Parliament. Our job is to close the gap between the rich and the poor. Our job is to ensure that so much wealth does not remain concentrated in so few hands, that in fact we see opportunity and condition equally available and distributed in this country. Mr. Speaker, and let me just go back to education for a moment. Education is one of the last institutions to equalize conditions in this country, one of the last remaining institutions. Over the years, through consecutive Liberal and Conservative governments, we have seen national programs that help equalize conditions disappear, cut back, torn apart, deregulated, outsourced, privatized, you name it. So education is one of the things that we hold on to. Healthcare is very much in deep trouble as privatization is allowed to take hold. There is no meaningful national child credit program because, in fact, we've never come to grips with what that really means in terms of families. There is no national child care program. There is no set of programs across this country that helps to equalize conditions. So education is vital to our future. And yet, in this budget, at this golden opportunity, the Conservatives missed it. You blew it. You did not get the point the Canadians raised with us time and time again, and that is if we invest at all, we must invest in education. Mr. Speaker, so this budget doesn't close the prosperity gap. It doesn't ensure that education remains as a national institution to help equalize conditions. It doesn't help those who are working so hard to improve themselves and their families and just are looking for some assistance from government so that they can help themselves, like literacy. Today, the teachers' federations from across this country are in this place, are all over the precinct, lobbying members of Parliament for a number of very important objectives that we thought had been accomplished long ago, but we're starting all over again. One, of course, being the achievement of 0.7% international aid. The other being the restoration of literacy programs and the Court Challenges programs and programs that help women and women's equality. Those very issues that help people to help themselves, that the Conservatives decided to throw out the window, is what this budget should be all about. The committee agreed, the Finance Committee agreed, after hearing from so many representatives and receiving so much testimony, we agreed as a committee that this government should restore the funds that they cut from literacy, from Court Challenges, from women's equality programs, from museums, from the Volunteer Initiative, and the list goes on. Because all of those programs are important for individuals and communities to help themselves through difficult times. Not a handout, but a hand up. Not social assistance, but the tools by which they can fend for themselves and feed their families. That's, after all, the most, probably when it comes down to it, the one outstanding, the one fundamental truth when it comes to elected representation in this country and our role as members of Parliament. So this budget has denied Canadians the opportunity to help themselves. And today we stand and implore this Conservative government to not do what we've seen happen over the last 13 years, and that is the very things that create unity in this country, that connect us, the ties that bind, are not destroyed and dismantled in the face of this compelling determination to create the survival of the fittest philosophy, survival of the laws of the jungle, and a free-for-all in our society today. But recognizing that we have in this country a fundamental belief to help one another, to cooperate, to build a strong society. That's the founding principle of this country. That's fundamental to who we are as Canadians, and that's what's being torn apart, allowed to be destroyed through this kind of a budget. And we cannot let that happen. It's been going on for too long. And I could go on at length about the last 13 years, but I have made a promise to focus on the present, a promise that I intend to keep because, in fact, Canadians know that Liberals have let them down over the years, but now we're on to a new scenario, and we have to try to do the best we can to convince this government to repair the damage that was done by the Liberals and build for a better day in the future. So I implore members of the Conservative benches who are here today listening, I think, and ready to ask questions, to do what you can to put back at least the funds that were chopped out of fundamental issues, starting with literacy, starting with childcare, starting with equality programs, starting with basic...
Order. Now time for those very questions. The Honourable Member for Peterborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for the honourable mention at the beginning of her speech. I appreciate that. No such thing as bad publicity. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin just by acknowledging that the Honourable Member is, we agree that it's very important to increase funding for education. The 40% increase for post-secondary education that's in this budget, I guess, is what we disagree on. I think a 40% increase is substantial. Huge. I suppose the member thinks that a greater increase would have been better. I'd like to, however, ask a very pointed question with respect to infrastructure. We know that Canada faces productivity concerns, and I'd like to bring up some specific infrastructure measures that were in the budget, $17.6 billion. And gas tax transfers and base funding for municipalities, $8.8 billion to the Building Fund, to the Building Canada Fund to support investments such as core national highway systems, $2.1 billion for the Gateway and border crossings, including funding for the Windsor-Detroit corridor. And I know that the NDP has members that represent that very area. And there's also significant funding, $1 billion increase for the Asia-Pacific Gateway, over what had already been pledged. And I know that there's members from British Columbia. I think that these are very specific infrastructure investments that the Government of Canada has made to help us improve productivity and put Canada on good footing. I'd love to know why the NDP doesn't support them.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member knows, the members of the New Democratic Party have not failed in acknowledging where there are significant steps in this budget. We have acknowledged, in fact, that there is some movement with respect to infrastructure. We have acknowledged that, yes, there is a tax credit or a tax investment savings plan for people with disabilities. We have acknowledged that there is finally, after much pressure from New Democrats and others, money for hazardous training for firefighters in this country. Mr. Speaker, we have acknowledged that this government has agreed to change the transit pass tax credit to ensure that people who buy their transit passes on a weekly basis get the same credit as if they bought them on a monthly basis. So there are little things in this budget we agree with. And we appreciate the fact that this government chose to listen to some of our suggestions. But, Mr. Speaker, we have to judge this budget in terms of what was the money available and what's the size of the problem. And there's no better example than when it comes to infrastructure, where we have a $60 billion deficit that is growing every day that we neglect it. So the question then is, has this government actually put enough into this area on a planned basis so that municipalities can appropriately address this very serious issue? And I say to you, Mr. Speaker, no, in the context of two budgets that produce $22 billion.
There were lots of other people rising. The member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the member is quite right. There are a lot of little things in the budget, but there is a very substantial thing in the budget, and that is under the fairness provisions, the imposition of a 31.5% tax on income trusts. And, Mr. Speaker, this is probably the greatest fraud ever perpetrated in the history of Canadian political life, Mr. Speaker. It is a promise broken. The government said, or the Conservative Party said during the last election, they would never tax income trusts, and then they turned around and did it. What's worse, Mr. Speaker, is that the NDP, and that member specifically on the Finance Committee, supported the broken promise, Mr. Speaker. When you look at what's happened lately, Mr. Speaker, it's very clear the witnesses, the expert testimony at the Finance Committee indicated that the so-called tax leakage was a fraud. Mr. Speaker, the witnesses explained that the Finance Minister had failed to take into account legislative tax changes in calculating the tax leakage, and in fact had also failed to account for the revenues associated with taxes paid by RSPs as examples. In summary, Mr. Speaker, the bottom line is that the tax leakage was a fraud, but the NDP continued to support it. The member should explain why the NDP is against seniors.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, there go the Liberals again on their hobby horses. My colleague from Timmins has just said, is the ego of the member for Wascana so tattered and what was the word you used? Embattled that his colleagues have to rush to his defence and try to explain a sorry chapter in the history of the Liberal Party. Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, that this is a perfect example of when it comes to Liberals, they would much rather stand up and defend the interests of big business and big banks than ordinary senior citizens who have not fared well by this government under either the income trust program or any others. Mr. Speaker, in fact, seniors know that if the Liberals had dealt with this issue when they ought to have, we wouldn't be in the mess today, and people would have had some certainty in the marketplace, and also wouldn't have had to face the problem of probably $500 billion or more in lost tax revenue because of the trends that we were facing and the inaction of the Liberal government.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yukon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think the best summary of this budget, or the summary you hear most often from people, is how could so little have been done with so much money? Left with the best fiscal situation in Canadian history, and yet this government spent the largest amount of money ever a finance minister has spent, and much to the shock of Conservatives across the country. When the Conservative Party, they elect Conservatives to cut government programs or to cut expenditures to be more efficient, and all of a sudden they wake up and they find the greatest expenditures in Canadian history. And what's more surprising, so many of Canadians found out that they weren't getting any of that huge expenditures, or very little of it. We were told today by one of the previous speakers that the finance minister has put a survey on his website that asked, did you benefit from the budget? And 93% of Canadians have apparently said no. Where did all that money go? And why isn't it going to those Canadians who really need it, who I'm sure are in that 93% who don't feel they've been helped? And of course, unprecedented, you have premiers, half the provincial premiers, screaming that there's broken promises in this budget. I mean, when have you ever heard in Canadian history that a premier taking full-page ads out against a finance minister for breaking a promise, or another premier suggesting that they may sue the federal government? It's really sort of a litany of broken promises and a lot of expenditures, but not to the way that most Canadians thought they'd best go. I will, of course, I always try to be balanced in the House, so I will try and go over some of the things that are positive in the budget, and I will talk specifically related to my area in the North. First of all, in the North we have formula financing, and we put in, commissioned the O'Brien report to look at the formula financing and to see if what the recommendations for carrying on in the future, whether to go back to a formula or remain on a fixed amount. And fortunately, the government followed those recommendations, and the result was, if you look on page 119 of the budget, $3 million more this year than the guaranteed minimum allocation they would have received under the Liberal government. So from $537 to $540 million. And $3 million in the context of, if you compare it to the $30 million that the Liberals put in for economic development, or the $40 million for the Northern Strategy, it's not a large amount of money, but any increase, of course, for the territories is good from my perspective. When I got elected last election and as opposition to Conservative government, I was asked what my priorities would be. And my main priority was to try and keep the status quo, because the Liberal government had done so much for the North, put in so many programs, and so much assistance and strategy and emphasis. I was just hoping to keep as much of that as possible as an opposition member, because when some of those things were put in, they were not positively applauded by the Conservatives when they were in opposition. So I'm therefore very happy to have been successful in some of those areas of keeping some of those things that were so positive for the North and indeed for a lot of parts of Canada. As one, infrastructure is one. So, we put in programs in my riding, for instance, like $15 million, more than $50 million for the Municipal Rural Infrastructure Fund, $40 million for the Strategic Infrastructure Fund, $20 million for the Canada Game Centre, which is one of the prerequisites for having such a successful Canada Games in the Yukon. And the fact that the Conservatives have finally agreed that the Liberal infrastructure idea is a good idea, that infrastructure might be transferred, have carried on with $25 million in this budget, and we're very happy about that. We've also finally convinced them, and I know that originally they were skeptical, that the gas tax rebate to municipalities is good. And in this budget, they've agreed, and we fought for them to keep it, as we said we would. And finally, they have agreed to keep it from 2009 to 2013. The finance minister did muse at the time, either related to infrastructure or gas tax, that there may be some changes in the conditions. And I look forward, I would like to hear very quickly from the finance department, finance minister, what those changes, I'm sure municipalities across Canada would like to hear, what changes there might be to the gas tax, what changes might be to the infrastructure funding requirements and conditions, because those programs were so successful, so applauded by municipalities across the country. I certainly hope that, of course, this money will continue all to go to municipalities. We met with the Nunavut Teachers Association this morning. They certainly have a big need for infrastructure in Nunavut, and hopefully that recreational facilities will be eligible under these conditions that for this continuation of these good programs. I also want to applaud that the Canada Health Commission, a mental health commission being set up, and mental health to produce a mental health strategy. But we'll be watching very closely to make sure that they actually do it, that it's not another one of the broken promises, such as was mentioned earlier, a number of broken promises by this government. The income trust is a perfect one. It's inconceivable in this country that a Prime Minister could absolutely promise we're never going to tax something, we're never going to tax income trusts, and then just totally break that promise. And I know I had a single mother approach me in my riding who had, based on that promise, transferred her savings, registered education savings, into an income trust and lost a substantial amount of money for her child's education because of that broken promise. I'm also supportive, of course, of the mention of the anti-drug strategy in the budget, and we'll be looking carefully and watching carefully for results for that. It's very important for my riding. Sandra Henderson from the Yukon Teachers Association was here this morning. I was talking to her, and she's talking about how mothers that use drug during pregnancy have been, the doctors have saying it's resulting in children that are angry, that are very disruptive of the classrooms, and this is obviously unsustainable. And so I'll be looking for progress with this anti-drug strategy, a lot of progress and emphasis on prevention to ensure that we don't have SAS children and children that are affected by the use of drugs during pregnancy and other substance abuse problems that we have in Canada. It was beneficial for my riding that the mineral exploration tax credit of 15% is increased, but only till March 2008, March 31st, 2008. There was a little bit for business. Less paperwork, of course, is great. It's following up on the Liberal initiatives in that area to reduce paperwork burden for businesses. And the accelerated capital costs, although it won't help my riding a lot, for manufacturing from 7 years down to 2 is positive. And a small item for seniors from the RRSP change from 69 to 71 is good. The National Water Strategy is, in theory, once again, is a good idea, but it's the devil's in the details. What are the details? What actually is going to help? Are they going to be treading? I'll be looking very closely to see if they're treading on the responsibilities of municipalities and provincial governments dealing with water quality. When the Liberals were in government, we did an audit of all the First Nation communities in Canada and set up a plan for all of them. And there are still a number of those that are have serious water problems, who the recommendations haven't been fully implemented. We'll be looking on this government to move as quickly as possible on that, considering that they're now putting emphasis on a national water strategy. There are a number of things in the budget that I'm very, once again, I'm supportive of in the sense that they're there, but it's sad in how they got there, because these are all previous Liberal programs that were successful, and they actually cut them or gave no indication they were going to continue on. And finally, after lobbying after lobbying after lobbying in budget speeches in committees, we finally convinced them, and the people of Canada finally convinced them, and the NGOs finally convinced them that these were necessary, these were effective programs, and they should be carried on. So finally, they got put back, sadly, most often at a smaller amount of money than they were there in the first place, and sometimes with a lot less eligible recipients. A perfect example is the GST rebate. It was just an uproar in the tourism industry across Canada. In fact, the tourism cuts probably hurt my riding more than any, because the Yukon is the one area of Canada where the largest number of employees in the private sector is in tourism. So the fact that they took the money from the Canadian Tourism Commission that they could have used for marketing, and the fact that they did took away the GST rebate to tourists was just shocking, and it resolved the tourism industry. And as any group, organization has limited resources, had to spend this spring fighting along with us to get that reinstated. And fortunately in the budget, part of it was reinstated, but as I said, not the full amount. So the program was being put in place for conventions and groups coming to Canada to be able to get that GST rebate. So after all this upheaval, hopefully there's some damage done, but hopefully that will be diminished and not go into the future. But it wasn't put back for individuals traveling to Canada. So that's still a burden, a negative shot on our tourism industry. Once again, the museums, funding. You could spend a whole speech on this. It's astonishing that such an underfunded part of Canada went through such tribulations related to the cuts to the small museums. It was so ironic that the large museums here were increased, and where the National Museum Program for all the small, really underfunded museums that are so important to tourism across the country were put into such turmoil. And the horrendous situation a few weeks ago of the Heritage Minister at the Museums Conference need not be repeated to show their lack of faith in that particular funding. Another area I'm delighted to see there, but it was just so sad how it came about, is the Aboriginal Justice Strategy. These are workers in the justice system. Very important. It's one of the few components that's actually working. It's reducing crime, and it was about to expire. It basically should be a part of the justice system. And no word. They started laying off, closing projects, and just a few weeks before they were about to expire, the government wisely decided to reinstate the program. I mean, I didn't hear the government telling all the police officers in Canada that their money's expiring and we might have to look for other jobs and start closing shops and everything, and then 2 or 3 weeks before the money expired, they were to put it back. I mean, this fundamental part of the justice system, very important, and it's just a tragedy for those people that they had to go through all that turmoil and still only get funding for another, I think it's 2 years. This should be just like police officers and prosecutors and defense lawyers and judges, probation officers. This should be a permanent part of the justice system. And we look forward to this government continuing with the goodwill that they had by extending it 2 years to make it permanent funding so that this trauma doesn't happen to our justice system again. And you would expect of all parties that talk so much about justice that they would at least be very positive and productive in an area that has been so effective in the justice system. I'm glad that the trucker allowance for meals was increased to 80% from 50%, because that's something that I had lobbied for before the budget. We're glad that the Eco Trust program was put in place. Once again, it's a perfect example of something the Liberals had put in place, a partnership of the federal government with the provinces and territories to reduce greenhouse gases, to reduce emissions. We had a $3 billion program. I compliment the government for putting it back, but only at $1.5 billion, so it was half the amount. And in particular, in the Yukon, in my riding, we were someone in the Prime Minister's office suggested at the time the program came out, it would be done on a per capita basis. I wrote to the Minister of the Treasury Board at the time, or the Minister of the Environment, sorry, and said, you know, per capita is not sufficient in the north. We need more than that. And the Northern Premiers also made the same case. And fortunately, we did get an increase in that, so we're getting more per capita, and we're actually using that to increase the electrical generation. Another one that was probably the biggest outrage across the country of the many Conservatives' cuts to the vulnerable was in literacy. And I don't think anyone expected, in the government, expected the uproar across the country from all the opposition parties and from the people that work in the literacy field, that how could any responsible modern-day government in the world cut literacy. And fortunately, some of that money has been reinstated. There's some good literacy projects that have been approved in my riding and in other areas. Unfortunately, some of those organizations, once again, have a time limit of 1 or 2 years. And once again, we'll be looking for permanent funding for that, because obviously this is one of the serious basic foundations for a modern society, for the most vulnerable people in a modern society, far more important than it ever was, because as society becomes more technical, how can the poorest of the poor ever survive if they don't have a good grasp of literacy and good grasp of numeracy? Once again, it's the homelessness program. It's just another of this huge list of programs that the Liberal government put in place that were very effective, that were helping out, that were cut or cancelled or suggested they might not be refunded, and fortunately, with a lot of pressure, were put back in. And thank goodness the homelessness program that was finally referred to as Skippy under our government was reinstated and refunded. And I'm not sure about the rest of the country, but in my particular area, that is one of the most successful programs the government has ever put in place, and is very important. Another area that I guess you could give a compliment for, but very small, is in the child care area. As you know, the Liberal government had negotiated a $5 billion agreement with the provinces across the country. Unprecedented that you could come to that type of agreement for something that's very important, especially for single mothers and people that actually really need supported child care. The Conservative government, as you know, promised $250 million, which is a lot less than $5 billion, but to industry to create daycare spaces. And they found out over the last year they couldn't create one single space. It didn't work. So they have transferred that to the provinces and territories. Thank goodness. So, but once again, any citizen out there watching can look and see that $5 billion compared to $250 million is a small amount, and we'll certainly be looking forward to getting our portion. But Yukon had already got $1.3 billion from our government, and hopefully, I mean, this is a small amount. We certainly won't reject it, but certainly should be a lot more. I think another area that we talked about is education. It's been talked about a lot in this debate so far, and I just want to talk about one aspect of education, and that's the undergraduate students. I congratulate the government for putting in some scholarships for graduate students, but all the undergraduate students listening out there, remember that had we been elected, you would have been receiving $3,000 for your first year of education, as up to half your tuition, and in your last year of education, up to $3,000, half your tuition. That's $6,000. And what did you get under the Conservative government in last year's budget? A textbook. In fact, I checked with our textbook store. The amount they gave in the textbook rebate wouldn't even buy some of the textbooks in the store. Really, that's a good indication of the scope of the things in this budget and what's there for people. Once again, another thing that they finally put back that was good was our program to take working poor off social assistance, and I commend them for that, but it's just far less amounts of money than the amount that we had put in. Finally, I wanted to just talk about the the North. You know, the last government put a tremendous emphasis on the North, and I have to commend them for that. Specifically with the Northern Strategy, the $40 million, and the direction that all the departments look at the North, have a special place in Confederation. It's special, very important to Confederation, and has that emphasis. And the only promises this government made to the North were for icebreakers and a northern port. And what happened to those two promises? Vanished. Not in the budget anywhere. Probably the biggest disappointment, it's been mentioned by so many people, was the lack of funding for Aboriginal people. And I'll save this for, I don't think I have enough time left to go into all the lists, but the fact that there was roughly $440 million, a tiny amount compared to the $9 or $10 billion, which is the normal budget of Indian Affairs, when we were going to add not $440 million, but $5 billion for Kelowna, plus $2 billion for residential schools. Where's the money for increased inflation, for the increase in population of Aboriginal people? They canceled the Aboriginal Procurement Program, the Aboriginal Languages Program, lost all sorts of money. Other programs that Aboriginal people use, like the non-smoking strategy, all canceled. And I don't have to add what everyone else has said about such a disgrace. The ANCAP program for Aboriginal people to reduce emissions. We have a community in Kluane that wanted to use that. Gone. So in summary, Mr. Speaker, there was a few good things here, but as I said in the beginning, most people say about this budget, how could you possibly spend so much money and get so little results for the people that count? When the people are filling out their income tax right now at home, and they're looking at the Schedule 1 from last year where it said 15%, they're getting charged on their income tax, the first amount of money, and they look this year on Schedule 1 and it's 15.25%. They wonder how could all this money be spent, the largest expenditure in history be spent, and they get an increase in income tax, especially the lowest, most vulnerable people in society. Why should they have that increase in the rate of their income tax? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate my colleague across on his speech and on his focus on the North. And in the budget, fairness was addressed in a number of ways, but I don't think fairness was addressed in terms of the Northern residents' tax deduction. It was mentioned in this budget, and for 18 years under the Liberals, there were no increases, cost of living increases to the Northern residents' tax deduction, and that's left it in a position where it's not worth nearly what the benefit that it was in the beginning. Now, the Conservatives recognized with the capital, a lifetime capital gains exemption, that they needed to raise that from $500,000 to $750,000 because it hadn't been done. It hadn't been done for 20 years. Well, the same thing applies to the tax benefits that should be there for Northerners, and they didn't do anything about that, and those Liberals didn't do anything about it for 18 years. Now, Mr. Speaker, my question is to my honourable colleague, how does he feel about being in a government that ignored this very important part of the Northern benefit structure for so many years, and how can he see that we can get this back on the agenda to make sure that Northerners are treated fairly in the tax system for a change?
The honourable member for Yukon.
I'd like to thank my colleague from the Northwest Territories for the question, and just reiterate what I said in the budget, that the previous government put unprecedented emphasis on the North, with the Northern strategy, with having every department look at the North, that $40 billion for that, $30 billion for Northern economic development. And the fact that they decreased income taxes, not just on the Northern Living Allowance, which fortunately is still in place, but they decreased income taxes for all Canadians, which has a much more effect than what the member is talking about. But I'm glad he raised the point about the added costs in the North, the costs of doing business, the costs of living, and especially the cost for the most vulnerable people in small, isolated communities with small tax base that live so far apart. They need that assistance, and that's why that we had to argue a number of cases, and I'm glad the government agreed that we need more than just per capita funding in a number of these programs, but we need a base funding to cover that, the remote, harsh climate, and then the per capita funding on top of that.
There isn't really enough time for another exchange, so I think we'll leave things there and move on to statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last week I had the opportunity to attend the Carleton County Spring Show and Sale. This event, held annually in the Floresville-Bristol area, brings together people from the county who have raised their calves specifically for this show and auction. Congratulations to 4-H'er Bethany Boyd from Johnville, the overall Grand Champion Main Anjou, and 4-H Grand Champion. The charity steer donated by the exhibitors raised money for the Woodstock Cancer Support Group and $6,250 for this very special cause. This group goes above and beyond to provide services reaching out to cancer victims in the St. John River Valley. Mr. Speaker, I also want to mention the significant presence of 4-H in this event. The kids from 4-H made up almost half the entries in the show, and a significant number of these young people were grand or reserve champions. Not to mention young Stephanie Budd, whose animal will be providing the beef on our table for the next while. I look forward to seeing the 4-H people this week when they arrive on the Hill. Congratulations to all the organizers and volunteers who make this event happen, and all the people who took out their wallets to support the exhibitors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, early Saturday morning passed, an angel that walked Toronto's streets departed. The late June Callwood was a prolific and awarded writer. However, it won't be in the reading salons that the greatest amount of tears that shall be shed. June applied most of her boundless energies to repairing the aches of her communities. An aching void will be felt in places like Nellie's House, where abused women and children found shelter, Jesse's Center for teenagers, and Casey's House Hospice for people infected with HIV/AIDS. In the 1980s, in Toronto's rough Queen Bathurst neighbourhood, I first encountered June's inexhaustible energies and good works, and in recent years I've been honoured to have been able to call June a friend. June, you've departed leaving behind thousands of friends and admirers. However, we know that as you pass through Heaven's Gate, there will be thousands there to greet you, the thousands whose dying days were made bearable by your goodness at Casey House Hospice.
The honourable member for Brossard-La Prairie.
Mr. Speaker, Wildlife Conservation Week was held from April 8th to 14th and made us aware of the enormous climate changes in the north, but we can all contribute to preserving wildlife that live there. These astonishing animals and unique ecosystems that have been there for millennia are faced with the warm climate change, winds, and the bitter taste of pollutants because of the mining of natural resources and the exploitation of these resources. Everyone must be aware of conservation of biodiversity, habitat, sustainable development, and invading species. We must also contribute actively to the conservation of wildlife in everything that we do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in this House today to congratulate the men and women of the Canadian Forces and of RCMP Division 5 who over the past 2.5 weeks successfully completed Operation Nunavut 07. During this exercise, these brave women and men conducted patrols in one of the most inhospitable and challenging environments our planet has to offer. In this ambitious exercise, 3 separate patrols left Resolute Bay, 2 destined for Canadian Forces Station Alert and 1 destined for the Alexandra Fjord. Patrol 1's trek across western Ellesmere Island to CFS Alert was the first patrol to complete this route in its entirety in recorded history. These operations are crucial to maintaining the sovereignty over our precious Northern Territory. It's about time that Canada had a government that takes the North seriously. Canada's new government considers the sovereignty of the North a very serious matter. I stand in this House today proud that we have a Prime Minister and a Minister of National Defence that are willing to commit the necessary resources to keep our true North strong and free.
Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to pay tribute to the innocent victims of the Holocaust, to pay tribute to the courageous survivors, to pay tribute to the Allied troops who freed the camps, to pay tribute to the righteous Gentiles who risked and sheltered saving lives. But even more importantly, Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House to remind my colleagues that anti-Semitism is still with us, to remind Canadians that history will repeat itself unless we learn from it, to remind our government that vigilance should translate into concrete action. Canada still does not have a comprehensive strategy to combat anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial. At-risk communities still shoulder the burden of extra security alone. Remember and act, Mr. Speaker. We must all remember and act.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Bellechasse. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to share with you the pride and inspiration that I felt when seeing a young 20-year-old woman from Lévis win her 3rd Canadian title in archery while beating a 23-year-old record. Marie-Pierre Baudet from Lévis also won 6 gold medals at Saint-Domingue in the Dominican Republic, where the Copa Merengue was held a few weeks ago. And rather than rest on her laurels, our young athlete from Lévis is currently in Phoenix for the International Arizona Cup, where she ranks 5th out of 62 athletes. It takes a great deal of effort and patience and talent to win these competitions, and her exceptional accomplishments mean that she's among the very best in archery. And Marie-Pierre, champion archer and Canadian, we congratulate you and wish you great success in your next challenge. The Honourable Member for Verchères-les-Patriotes. 60 years ago yesterday, Jackie Robinson broke a racial barrier when for the first time he wore the Brooklyn Dodgers uniform, which put an end to segregation in Major League Baseball. But Robinson had already taken an important step in joining the Montreal Royals in 1946 and in allowing his team to win the Little World Series the same year. And he left a memory in the minds of baseball fans in Quebec. During his career, he took part in 6 All-Star games, and He was the first black man admitted to the Hall of Fame in Cooperstown. He showed a great deal of courage and dignity and is a symbol of courage and dignity for those who continue to fight against racism and discrimination. The Bloc Québécois would like to pay homage to this athlete who changed the face of professional sport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to underscore the fact that Daniel Poirier is leaving the CBC network in the Atlantic region. He was the eyes and ears of Acadians and people from the Atlantic provinces, and during his entire career he has offered us an exceptional window. He was our attentive ear, and he helped to express the concerns of people in the Atlantic region to the rest of the country. He's expressed Francophone rights and other interests, and we would like to thank Daniel for the work he's done for Acadians, and we wish you the best of luck in everything you undertake. We will always love you with or without your mustache, Daniel. The Honourable Member for Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, last week, PQ supporters from Chaudière, including an assistant to former Bloc member Yvan Loubier, decided to follow the request of their leaders to get to the bottom of things. And since Quebecers may soon be called upon to exercise the democratic right, the clear expression of their thoughts should inspire many of us here in this House. They state that the presence of sovereigntist members at Ottawa should ensure that the rules will be followed if a referendum is successful. However, the Bloc is denying the obvious fact that the public is tired of repeated referendums. And with respect to the presence of the Bloc, they add that the situation has become untenable and they should go back to Quebec to take care of business rather than engage in debate at the federal level. Since the Bloc cannot adopt any solution in the interest of Quebec, unlike what can be done by our Conservative government, Mr. Speaker, for the past 15 months, the Bloc has been trying to decipher the mystery of Quebec. I would suggest that they start by listening to their own supporters and make the necessary decisions, Mr. Speaker.
For Nipissing, Temiskaming.
Monsieur le Président, Mr. Speaker, 2007 marks 100 years after the death of William Henry Drummond in Cobalt, Ontario. He was Canada's first national poet, and his unique use of the French and English language is significant. Dr. Drummond was someone quite remarkable, and besides his writing that is well known, he also practiced medicine and had a silver mine in cobalt. He was a sportsman, and he enjoyed fresh air.
Served as inspiration for his many poems. In the words of David Clayson Bridges, Drummond's poetry represented the Canadian saga of unsung common salt of the earth folk. On April 5th, I had the privilege of attending a special commemorative ceremony held in Drummond's honor at the Cobalt Library. His memory was celebrated by young and old, and his poems were read in both official languages. As the Member of Parliament for Nipissing-Temiskaming, I am pleased to draw attention to one of the most significant Canadian cultural legacies that Cobalt can call its own.
Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to point out the difference between leadership and opportunism. I speak in favour of democracy and in respect of partisan choice. Today I rise to defend a group of Canadians ignored and abandoned by their own party, the Liberals of Central Nova. Their own leader has told them they do not matter, and the Nova Scotia Liberal MPs have not been able to find enough backbone to speak for them. They want them to vote Green. Mr. Speaker, what an embarrassment for this once proud party. And what's next? In the last federal election in Central Nova, the Marxist-Leninist Party placed just behind the Greens. So in the upcoming days, I fully expect Nova Scotia Liberal MPs to call another press conference, stating a new alliance, this time with the Marxist-Leninist Party. To Central Nova MP Liberals, I offer an alternative course. Find a home in the Conservative Party, a party with principles, a party that will not abandon you.
Honourable Member for Toronto, Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, it is with profound sadness that I and all of her friends in the New Democratic Party learned of June Callwood's death. June was a kind and compassionate and driven to make the world a better place. She was never afraid to speak out, and whenever she saw suffering or injustice, there was no obstacle that stopped her in her crusade to help those in need, and through her conviction and charm. She was able to turn opponents to her projects into advocates and collaborators. No issue was closer to June's heart than child poverty. Even in the face of setbacks like Parliament's failure to follow through on its pledge to end child poverty by the year 2000, she never stopped fighting to make sure that no child must live in poverty. While June was unable to end child poverty in Canada in her lifetime, she was able to give hope and relief to the many children that she did help through so many different projects. We could and should honour her life and legacy by recommitting ourselves to making poverty history. June will be sadly missed by all Canadians, but her spirit lives on in the many lives she touched and through the work of the 50 charities and organizations that she created. Thank you.
The honourable member for Fredericton. The honourable member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to pay tribute to our fallen soldiers in Afghanistan. Corporal Aaron E. Williams, 23, and Trooper Patrick Pentland, 23, were from Lincoln and Gary in my riding. Private David Greenslade, 20, Master Corporal Alan Stewart, 30, Corporal Brent Poland, 37, Sergeant Donald Lucas, 31, and Private Kevin Kennedy, 20, all served at CIP Gagetown, also in the riding of Fredericton. Corporal Christopher Stanix was serving with the Halifax base Princess Louise Fusiliers. To the families and friends of these courageous soldiers, please accept our prayers and sympathies. To our troops still in Afghanistan, our hopes for a safe return. Canadians are proud of your dedication and unwavering commitment to serving Canada proudly.
The honourable member for the honourable member for La Pointe de Lille. Mr. Speaker, more than 60 years ago, between 1940 and 1945, millions of Jewish men, women and children from various Nazi-occupied European countries, as well as homosexuals and political opponents, perished in Hitler's death camps. On this day, when we remember the Holocaust, it is good to remember that at the end of the Second World War, an astonished world wondered about such horror and how it could have occurred. It was important to express what happened. The word genocide was born. It goes back to 1945, and after the Shoah, it is important and has become important not to forget. That also means preventing other genocides. The international community and the United Nations, in broadening the willingness to protect against genocide to war crimes and crimes against humanity, adopted in 2005, is a resolution on the responsibility to protect.
Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, it's with shock and grief that we learned of the terrible shootings on the university campus of Virginia Tech in Blacksburg, Virginia this morning. Such a senseless act leaves Canadians stunned and horrified. We extend our sympathy to the families and loved ones of those who've lost their lives and to the students and staff of the university whose lives have been altered forever by this tragedy. For those who've been injured, we offer sincere wishes for a swift recovery. We're reminded today in this House that life is both precious and fragile, and we renew our commitment wherever we are to reduce gun violence in our homes, on our streets, and on our campuses. Our thoughts are with those scarred by the tragedy, and we vow to rededicate ourselves to prevent such tragedies from occurring in our own communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, the Air India inquiry is investigating the worst terrorist act in Canada's history, the murder of 331 people. Shockingly, the Vancouver Sun today reported that the Liberal opposition leader still opposes investigative measures under the Anti-Terrorism Act, measures he himself supported. Now he claims that they were never used in a useful way. Since when is the Liberal leader an expert on terrorism? Today he admitted that he's never once spoken to the RCMP about the worst crime in Canada's history. In fact, he hasn't even asked the RCMP for a briefing note.
What's he waiting for?
Maybe the Liberal leader should listen to the RCMP's Gary Bass, who said the inquiry had without a doubt suffered a serious and damaging blow. Even BC Solicitor General was shocked by the Liberal leader's refusal to allow investigative hearings into this terrorism act. Mr. Speaker, do the families of the victims of this horrendous crime trust the Liberal leader? Do Canadians believe that the Liberals can protect them against terrorists? The answer is a resounding no!
Honourable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Le Basque. Mr. Speaker, this is Volunteer Week, and it is my duty to underscore the valuable contribution of volunteers who help our children, who help those who are hungry, who help the seniors, help improve the environment, and raise funds to help our communities. This quiet force is represented by men and women of all ages with various experiences. They are old, they are young, they are workers or retirees. They can be our neighbors or family members, but they all help our community. This work represents 2 billion hours contributed to the welfare of Canada per year, and people from my riding and other regions deserve our support and our thanks for the difference that they make in everyone's everyday life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, last week all Canadians mourned the loss of 8 Canadian soldiers in Afghanistan. But we on this side of the House have a duty to demand clarity and accountability from the government, and the Defence Minister has demonstrated a very poor grasp of his responsibilities. Last week he said this about the death of those soldiers, quote, "I've got my fingers crossed that it won't happen again," unquote. Canada deserves a Defence Minister who does more than cross his fingers and hope for success. When will the Prime Minister replace his incompetent Minister of Defence?
The Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we obviously all mourn the loss of Canadian soldiers in Afghanistan who are there protecting our interests, doing the work of the United Nations, and also protecting the Afghan people. Obviously, the Government of Canada is doing everything it can to help National Defence pursue this mission. We've been very generous in terms of new equipment. They are constantly reviewing their practices to ensure the utmost safety, but nothing can change the fact that this is a very dangerous mission in a very dangerous part of a very dangerous country.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, the government continues to refuse to be straight about its intentions in Afghanistan. First, the Defence Minister said Canada will be there until the progress is irreversible. Then he said we may withdraw by 2010, but only if certain conditions are met. Now we learn that the Conservative Cabinet hasn't even discussed the issue of withdrawal and won't do so until next year. There are too many different answers to the same basic question, which is how long we're going to be there. When will this government begin to level with the Canadian people about its intentions in Afghanistan?
The Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think on the contrary, this government has been extremely clear. We brought forward a motion to this House to extend the current Afghan mission to February 2009. That was in fact supported by the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party. The government has been clear that if it were to seek further extensions, it would come to Parliament to do that, and that remains our position.
Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
The answer is not clear. It leaves open the possibility of extensions. Monsieur le Président.
Speaker, this government refuses to take the necessary action to see that our allies can take up the succession when our commitment ends in 2009. The discussion of this matter has been put off in Cabinet till next year. That's a little late. Why is this government not committing to bring the 2009 mission to an end? Is it intending to extend it? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. This government And this Parliament has stated that it is 2009. If it has to be extended, if it were to be decided after that, it would be decided later.
The new red-green show that's over there on the Liberal side these days, I note that the policy of Elizabeth May and the Green Party is to cut the Canadian Forces budget by 50%. I can say with some degree of certainty, Mr. Speaker, if that were the policy of the government, not only would we not prolong this mission, we'd have to close most of the bases in this country.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Well, the Prime Minister is quite red today. It seems that the Minister of Defence should know that the Cold War has ended, but he firmly believes that he has to send attack assault tanks to Afghanistan. But in fact, the Afghan guerrillas cut their teeth on those tanks run by the Soviet Union in '80. $650 million for tanks is a lot. Afghanistan can do quite a bit. In so doing, the general has escalated the conflict in Afghanistan. Instead of making these spectacular announcements, should the minister not recognize that what he's doing is a strategic error? The Minister of National Defence.
There's absolutely no escalation. We have a squadron of tanks over there now, Leopard 1s. We're going to replace them with a squadron of Leopard 2s, which are more modern and overcome some of the technical problems we've had. So there's no escalation whatsoever.
Protect the troops.
Honourable Member for Bourassa.
Congratulations, Mr. Speaker. I'm very impressed. Finally, this weekend, the Minister of Defence allowed us to understand.
Order. The Honourable Member for Bourassa has the floor. L'ordre, s'il vous plaît.
Order, please.
The Minister of Environment doesn't want to listen, that's why. Finally, this weekend, the Defence Minister allowed us to understand why he was so reluctant to tell us when the Canadian mission in Afghanistan would end. He told us he expects the Canadian force to be embroiled in violent conflicts for the next 10 to 15 years. That sure is a long time, Mr. Speaker. That's roughly as long as the Vietnam War. If it's not in Afghanistan that we're bogged down in violent conflict for the next decade, the minister tells us he will find other operation theaters to put all his new hardware to use. He suggests Darfur, tanks in Darfur. Is this the new government policy?
The Honourable the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as been said, I've told newspapers, TV, I've told this Parliament, the Prime Minister has also confirmed it. Our military commitment in Afghanistan is to the end of February 2009. However, we have to plan for the long haul for other possible adventures by other governments in other countries.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the Devoir wrote some days ago that 30% of the economic spin-offs for the C-17 would be inadequate for Quebec to receive. There is a regional contract that will be involved. Now, how can the Prime Minister have said in the House that there was no regional protocol with respect to the C-17 when we know that there were indeed quotas, regional quotas, and that they involved Boeing and the government, the Minister of Industry? Mr. Speaker, it's important to specify in this House for the leader of the bloc that we have great confidence in Canadian businesses. We have great confidence in Quebec entrepreneurs. They will be able to get their fair share of the contracts and spin-offs, economic spin-offs. With respect to setting minimum percentages, the figure of 20% is what the Quebec government wants to have. The member for Sainte-Marie, the spokesperson for Boeing says that it's 30%, and that's what they imposed. But they repeat that there's no quota, Mr. Speaker. We're not being told the truth here. And what's worse is they say there's no quota, but we know there is a quota. We know that 30% isn't sufficient. Boeing feels it should be 15%. If that minister says the contrary, I ask him to table the contract here in the House so that we know exactly what has happened with respect to all of these figures. The Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Bloc lacks confidence in Quebec entrepreneurs. They will be able to get their fair share of the economic spin-off of these contracts. But I can a little understand the situation of the Bloc Québécois, because on since March 26, the Bloc has been looking for its reason to be here in Ottawa. There are people in the Parti Québécois and other Quebecers who are wondering what they are here for. The member for Repentigny has even said it seems that they wonder about what they are here. They are working here, we are all working here in the interest of Quebecers. The member for Trois-Rivières, the minister, Mr. Speaker, has repeated many times that his government can do much for Quebec. But we have a very sorry example of what is being done for Quebecers. How can he justify to Quebecers that what his government is offering to Quebec is only 15% of the spin-offs of the contracts, whereas 100% of the aeronautics industry is found in Quebec? Well, they should have 100% of the spin-offs, nothing less. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers know full well that the Bloc Québécois can do nothing for Quebecers. They've been in the opposition for 15 years. They have offered no favorable policy for Quebecers, and indeed, the Bloc Québécois has been putting forward restrictions with respect to military spending, and that is going to be the source of the growth for the aerospace industry in Montreal. The member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, the minister can talk about the decisions of the Conservative government, but he cannot deny the very serious injustice that has been done to Quebec. He cannot explain nor justify why his Conservative government is going to offer 85% of the 80 aerospace contracts elsewhere in Canada, and they only have about 40% of the aeronautics industry in Canada. He shouldn't be congratulating himself with respect to Quebec, the Minister of Industry. If I understand what the Bloc is asking for, they haven't noted what was said to them in the last election. Quebecers said, this is an aberration, and patronage like that in this House will never happen. We believe in Canadian businesses, the entrepreneurial spirit, and that is what we promote, without patronage like was the case under the previous Liberal government. Mr. Speaker, this government is escalating its commitment, its engagement in Afghanistan with the tanks without debate and without approval of Canada's Parliament. With respect to the mission, the statement by the Minister of Defence are serious. It's really a complete turnaround in the role of Canada in the world. Does the Prime Minister not understand that the mission in Afghanistan just isn't working, and that escalation and extending the conflict is not the solution to the situation? Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the mission in Afghanistan was approved by the Parliament. It is a mission in our national interest on behalf of the UN. We have the sacrifices that have been made by our soldiers who work for us and for the people of Afghanistan.
Support our troops, but this government is escalating the mission and is lengthening the mission. The Minister of Defence has now said that we could be involved in this kind of conflict for 15 more years. We already know that the Defence Department has plans to extend the mission to 2011. When is the Prime Minister going to come clean on this? We know the Liberals got us into it without any plan, but that doesn't mean that this government has to continue on that same path. Canadians deserve an answer. How much longer will our troops be committed to Afghanistan? The Prime Minister needs to tell us.
The Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll repeat again, this Parliament extended the military mission in Afghanistan to February 2009. If the government wants to extend it farther, it will seek the approval of Parliament to do that. That said, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian forces who are in Afghanistan are not escalating anything. They are there to defend our national interest and protect the population of Afghanistan. It is the Taliban who are committing violence against our troops and the Afghan people, and this Parliament should be supporting our men and women in uniform.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's military commitment in Afghanistan is supposed to end February 2009. But this government is now indicating that it has no intention of honouring that timeline. Last week, the Minister of National Defence suggested Canadian troops could be withdrawn from Afghanistan by possibly as late as 2015. And the Minister also admitted Cabinet had not even discussed an exit strategy. Why can't the Minister be clear with Canadians about how and when this mission will conclude?
The Honourable the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know where the honourable member got some of her information because it's totally false. Our military commitment in Afghanistan is to the end of February 2009. I'll say it again for those who haven't heard it. The end of February 2009.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, if the end of the Canadian mission in Afghanistan is really going to be the end of February 2009, notice will need to be given in just 9 months from now. Are Canadians really supposed to believe that this government has not even discussed an exit scenario? Or is the minister simply softening up Canadians for an extension of this mission?
The Honourable the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I'll say again, our commitment is the end of February 2009.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, a revealing report from the Ontario Ombudsman shows how this government has failed the families of service personnel at CFB Petawawa. The dramatic increase in the number of Canadians killed over the past year has caused children at the base to suffer extreme emotional distress out of fear for the safety of their parents. So I ask the Minister, how can he plan to extend their parents' mission indefinitely when he is only offering one-time funding to support services for these children?
Honourable the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I find it outrageous that this member is playing with the soldiers' commitment to Afghanistan and their families. I have said a number of times that our commitment is to the end of February 2009, and the matter of the looking after the families in Petawawa, we have transferred $100,000 to the Ontario government, who has full responsibility for this matter. I would ask that member to stop playing with families' lives.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
The children of soldiers should not need to have an ombudsman or lobbyist to obtain what they need from their government. Mr. Speaker, military families on all Canadian bases have people who are near and dear to them, family members in Afghanistan. What is going to be done for all the children on all bases? Will they have access to the mental health resources that they need? Because this is a very stressful, dangerous mission, the most dangerous in 50 years. The Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, this government supports the children of military families.
Member refer to Budget 2007, which makes it clear not only, as the Honourable Member indicated, we are supporting directly with operational funding, but we also have in the budget 5 new operational stress injury clinics to be located across where military forces are to help the children, to help the families, to help the members involved in the military. That's this commitment of this government to the military of Canada.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, those who are responsible for the defence of those countries near the south in Afghanistan have met in Quebec to discuss Afghanistan. Did the Minister of Defence take this opportunity to inform his allies that for Canada, the limits of intervention in Canada will be February 2009 and nothing less? The Minister of National Defence.
Speaker, all our allies, all NATO allies, including the group who met in Quebec City, know that our military commitment is to the end of February 2009.
Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, we know that there is a serious lack of effective military equipment in Afghanistan. Was this question raised last week in Quebec City? Did the minister try to obtain help for the Canadian soldiers who are paying a very high price in the south of Afghanistan? The Minister of National Defence.
Speaker, our soldiers are the best equipped in NATO. Other nations come to see our equipment and they admire the equipment that we have. We have provided the very best equipment to our soldiers.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Mr. Speaker, the treatment given to the French with respect to Vimy at the anniversary told us a great deal about the concern of this government with respect to the use of the French language. How can the Minister of Defence explain that nobody in the Canadian Army was able to correctly write out in French the signs that were there? Is that not an affront to the French fact as well as to the Canadian Army? The Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Member would know that when that was brought to our attention, we took action immediately to have those signs removed, Mr. Speaker. We did that immediately, Mr. Speaker, long before it was brought to the attention of that member, Mr. Speaker. So we did the right thing, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. The previous federal government closed the only francophone military college, Saint-Jean. The Conservative government is going to change the policy of bilingualism in the Army to reduce French's place in the Army. In Vimy, the French was incomprehensible on the signs, and therefore the language is losing importance in the light of these facts. How can we not draw the conclusion that the Minister of Defence sees French as the least of his concerns? The Minister of National Defence.
Our government supports the Official Languages Act, and we are applying the Official Languages Act within the Defense Department. We have a new plan because the previous plan, the Liberal plan, failed year after year after year. And the member may note that more money is going into our site at Saint-Jean and more students are passing through on language training.
The Honourable Member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, will the minister explain how a powerless investigator who has no legal authorities helps RCMP officers find out exactly what happened to their pension fund and their insurance fund? The minister's investigator is acting under no known statutory authority whatsoever. When will the government call for a full judicial inquiry that would have the legal authority to call witnesses and records as this official opposition has called for since day one?
Where's the money?
Honourable the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we want answers quickly. The RCMP wants answers quickly, and so do Canadians. A full public inquiry could take years. That's a possibility if we don't get the answers. But, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the comments by RCMP Chief Superintendent Fraser McCauley, who said he's pleased that an independent investigator will be looking into these allegations. He's right involved in this, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate his view of this.
Hear, hear. Honourable Member for London West.
Not well, Mr. Speaker. The simple fact is that the RCMP officers deserve better. They deserve the full support of this Parliament. They deserve the full support of this minister, and this minister is letting them down. Why is this government only concerned about talking when it comes to supporting the police in Canada and not interested in walking the walk and calling a full public inquiry now? Do the job.
Public safety.
Speaker, anytime improvements have to be made or anytime questions are raised, they should be looked into. On the other side of the ledger, Mr. Speaker, from time to time it would be nice to hear from the opposition the things the RCMP is doing. We didn't get one positive comment, Mr. Speaker, about their recent cross-country crime operations against the Hells Angels, 169 charges, 31 arrests, drugs, guns, vehicles and real estate. And, Mr. Speaker, when that member
Was the parliamentary secretary involved in legal matters and involved in items related to policing? She did nothing to raise these questions.
Honourable member for Etobicoke Centre. Order.
Mr. Speaker, this issue isn't about blind partisanship. Why is this government blocking efforts to expose the alleged fraud in the RCMP pension and insurance funds and to expose subsequent cover-ups? This money belongs to frontline officers. It belongs to the courageous RCMP personnel who protect our communities. They deserve our support, and the Canadian public needs the cloud hanging over the RCMP to be addressed in a transparent and fulsome manner. Why won't this minister scrap the idea of a powerless investigator and appoint a full judicial inquiry?
About the Minister of Public Safety.
Again, Mr. Speaker, we want answers quickly. We don't want to have to wait what could be 2 years, 3 years. Now, Mr. Speaker, if at the end of the next couple months it is deemed that there needs to be more powers to pursue this further, then we'll take a look at that. The Commissioner has said and committed that every RCMP officer will be coming forward that is required to. Mr. Speaker, we're going to pursue this, and I'm also glad the member raised the issue of the pension fund, because at 3 o'clock I'll be tabling the latest status of the pension fund. The dollars are safe. The dollars are sound, Mr. Speaker. We want to find out what the problems were in terms of the oversight of that.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives say they want to deal with the issues quickly. Last year, whistleblowers raised shocking concerns with parliamentarians of all parties about fraud, nepotism and cover-ups of criminality at the top echelons of the RCMP. Unfortunately, Conservative MPs on the committee blocked our calls to get to the bottom of this scandal for months. Whistleblowers and investigators faced constructive dismissals, and now the minister is putting up a constructive roadblock. Will the minister appoint a full judicial inquiry, or is Conservative law and order at the discretion of the minister?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we're moving right ahead with this investigation. You know, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend, I might appreciate his sincerity a little more if it had been shown that when he was in the party and government that he would have raised these questions. But he didn't, Mr. Speaker. Instead, his modus operandi is much like he did a little while ago. He went to the Middle East and all of a sudden broke out in a panic. He found out, he said, there's a problem in the Middle East, and then he suggested, here's how to fix the problem. Let's delist Hezbollah. Mr. Speaker, I wish when he had been in government, he would have raised these issues. And now I'm asking him, help us get to the bottom of it.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, our government wants to help the regions of Quebec. To do this, we need to support the agriculture sector. We want to address the exodus of young people and the depopulation of our rural areas. Can the Secretary of State for Agriculture inform us what he and the Minister of Agriculture are doing to help our farmers and our regions? The Honourable Secretary of State. I would like to thank my colleague for Charlebourg Saint-Charles for his excellent question. We have allocated $4.5 billion for agriculture. We are supporting supply management and taking other action. Last week in Sherbrooke, we announced that we would invest $3.2 million for research. There will be 50 projects in Quebec alone, and this will help our farmers and our regions, unlike the Bloc Québécois, who have indicated that they will do nothing for agriculture, nothing for the regions of Quebec and Canada.
Mr. Speaker, New Democrats are proud of our influence in shaping the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, especially proud of Canada's women who demanded to be included. What should be a 25th anniversary celebration of the Charter is instead a scramble to protect advances gained by ordinary Canadians under the Charter. Why? Because this government has shut down the court challenges program. Only the wealthy can afford constitutional challenges. Will the Prime Minister today take a stand for the Charter and reintroduce funding for the court challenges program?
The Honourable the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, this party has an enviable record with respect to human rights in this country. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that just recently, for instance, to make sure that people's rights are heard, we announced the Federal Victims Ombudsman so that individuals who have concerns have somebody advocating on their behalf. Mr. Speaker, the budget just announced stable funding for legal aid, and this provides people with access to the criminal justice system. Mr. Speaker, this party doesn't need to take any lessons from anybody in this Parliament on the subject of human rights.
Honourable Member for Halifax.
The Court Challenges program was very important for Francophone communities across Canada. Canadians need to be able to use this program to defend the rights that they have under the Charter. Those who know the Charter have an advantage over ordinary Canadians. Can the Minister of Justice tell us what he really thinks of the Charter? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
From a party that has a long tradition of the support of human rights in this country, going back to Mr. Diefenbaker and the Canadian Bill of Rights, the extension of the franchise for women in this country. Mr. Speaker, I find it more than passing interesting that when I was a boy that Aboriginal Canadians didn't have the right to vote, but Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party extended those rights to Aboriginal Canadians. We have a long, proud history of that, Mr. Speaker. The Charter of Rights is certainly a part of that proud history, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very proud to be associated with it.
The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Public Service is still doing the same thing. He is not taking part in procurement activities that puts him perhaps in a conflict of interest. His own department is giving a $400 million contract, and he is involved in the contracting. Therefore, Michael Fortier is in a conflict of interest situation. The Honourable Secretary of State. The Minister of Public Works did not take a part indirectly or directly in the evaluation of this contract or any contract since he has been the minister. The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the Minister of Public Works has no accountability here. He was appointed and therefore he does not have accountability. It is obvious that he must step aside immediately. Could the Prime Minister ensure that the contracts will be done fairly and transparently? The Honourable Secretary, Parliamentary Secretary.
Out of the House, they want to have an inquiry into a contract that hasn't even been signed yet. But as I said in the answer to the first question, Minister Fortier was not involved either directly or indirectly in the selection process for this contract or for any other contract since he became Minister of Public Works. We've been clear about this. We want an open, transparent government, and that's exactly what we're providing to Canadians. And in fact, the new leader of the Liberal Party says that she's for that. If he doesn't believe me, she's right there. Elizabeth May, say hi.
The Honourable Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is an experienced member, and he knows that making reference to the presence of someone or not someone in the gallery is not permitted, and he'll want to refrain from such conduct. The Honourable Member for Eglinton Lawrence. Order, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to railway safety, the Minister of Transport seems to be asleep at the switch. Train derailments have become commonplace, some with disastrous environmental consequences, all under his watch. Today, the Transport Committee had scheduled an examination of the problem with expert witnesses, but the Minister appears to have caused the chair of the committee to pull the item off the agenda. What's the Minister afraid of that we'll find out? And how many more personal injuries and environmental disasters is he willing to tolerate before he acts on rail safety?
Honourable the Minister of Transport.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, the honourable colleague is confused with the facts. For 13 years, Mr. Speaker, they sat by and they watched the rail situation, rail safety in this country, go down the tubes. What we have done, Mr. Speaker, is we have not only introduced that piece of legislation so that we are able to hear from all parties on this particular issue, but we have also created a board that is going to review this situation and come back and give valid, legitimate information so that we can go forward and protect Canadians who go and use the rail system.
Honourable member for Etobicoke Eglinton Lawrence. I'm sorry.
Rhetoric instead of action. And of course, we're talking about the last 13 months. We're not talking about the last 13 years. Railways are key to Canada's economic infrastructure and to the health of hundreds of communities. The minister can't guarantee rail safety or reliability. Recent problems at CN have caused havoc to the economy as shippers were unable to get product to the market and rural communities were isolated. CN service is once again strained by strikes and lockouts with already alarming economic consequences everywhere. Will the Minister of Transport finally take an interest in this file, or is he going to wait till the Minister of Labour picks up the slack?
The Honourable the Minister of Labour. Order. Order. The Minister of Labour now has the floor. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the member should know that when we talk about strikes in the transportation sector at CN, this comes under the Minister of Labour. The government has acted and been very active in trying to bring the two sides together, but unfortunately on Saturday we realized that these results were not achieved. The government has been very clear since the beginning. Our responsibility is to protect Canada's economic stability and the reliability of Canada's rail system, and we will act. The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourgeois. Mr. Speaker, the bill to improve employment insurance is being blocked by the government's refusal to give royal assent. There are strikers, we have protesters here on the Hill, employees who were calling on the government to ensure that the bill is given royal assent. The Honourable Minister. Of National Revenue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It was a long break. Mr. Speaker, the opposition has now come out in support of different initiatives regarding employment insurance private members' bills to the tune of about $6.2 billion a year if they were all implemented, Mr. Speaker. $6.2 billion a year. Mr. Speaker, that would bankrupt the employment insurance system, leaving unemployed workers, Mr. Speaker, holding the bag. Mr. Speaker, we can't allow that to happen. This government has moved to both reduce premiums and improve benefits, Mr. Speaker, in a responsible, sustainable way.
The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourgeois. Mr. Speaker, when the government was in the opposition, the current Minister of Human Resources accused rightly the then Liberal government for taking money from the pockets of workers to reduce the debt. But now he has the same attitude as the Liberals did when they were in office. Should the minister not use the surplus in the fund to help the unemployed rather than for other ends, as he criticized the Liberals for doing when he was in the opposition? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
We're simply wrong. This government has moved to reduce premiums. In fact, we've cut taxes of all kinds, including the GST, Mr. Speaker, which certainly benefits everyone. But, Mr. Speaker, we've also moved to improve benefits. Mr. Speaker, in areas of chronically high unemployment, we've extended benefits. We've also improved benefits for people, Mr. Speaker, who are looking after terminally ill family members. This government has acted, whereas the previous government for 13 years did nothing except rhetoric, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Justice knows very well that millions of dollars are being charged to Canadians because we don't have the court challenges program. People do not have access to the courts, and this is unacceptable. If the Minister of Justice is unwilling to maintain the court challenges problem, would he not at least take
take the opportunity to help Canadians defend their rights under the Charter.
Mr.
Speaker, we don't need any lessons from the Liberal Party with respect to defending people's rights, Mr. Speaker. This party has acted on the Chinese head tax, Mr. Speaker. We've extended, I said, the rights of all Canadians to vote. They were able to get the full franchise under Conservative administrations. Mr. Speaker, we've had stable funding now for legal aid, Mr. Speaker. We've had a victims ombudsman, which is long overdue in this country here. Well, there you go. Mr. Speaker, they should be applauding these actions.
Honourable member for Prince Albert. Mr. Speaker, international wildlife trafficking is a serious problem around the world. The threats to wildlife from poaching and the illegal trade in animal parts from endangered species is a very important fight, which Canada must be a part of. Can the Minister of the Environment tell the House what action our government is taking to fight wildlife trafficking? The Honourable the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for Prince Albert, who obviously shares a strong interest in this issue, as Prince Albert National Park is so close to his constituency. We are very pleased to join the coalition against wildlife trafficking. This international trade around the globe is some $10 billion, and we want to take real substantive action, Mr. Speaker. And while the Leader of the Opposition and Elizabeth May were cooking up backroom deals, we were getting the job done for the environment, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Winnipeg North. Order.
Speaker, ordinary Canadians are tired of waiting for the Finance Minister to make up his mind about ATM fees. One day he pretends he's ready to ban them. The next day he says the banks need to compete and it's really up to them. Well, now we know, Mr. Speaker, that public pressure is working. Some banks are announcing limited fee-free accounts for some consumers, but most ordinary Canadians continue to pay these outrageous fees. So the question for the Minister is simple. Will he take a stand? Does he support ATM fees and the banks, or will he support ordinary Canadians who are getting nickeled and dimed?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. When the member raised the question in the House some time ago now, I indicated that I would speak to the banks about it. I'm very pleased that having spoken with them and having met with them, that at least 3 of the banks now have extended their services with respect to various issues that are quite important, including services for students on our campuses across Canada, both colleges and universities, including seniors across Canada, and including persons with disabilities. And these are important steps in the right direction by these banks.
Member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, just as we expected, a lot of nonsense from the Minister and more stalling. It almost sounds like he's getting as good as the former member or the member for LaSalle-Mard. I mean, goodness gracious, when are we going to get a position from this Minister? It's simple. Canadians want an end to ATM fees, and he's in a position to make a decision. So will he stop this gouging? Will he ensure that when regular folks take their own money out of a bank, they aren't charged for it? The solution is simple. What side is he on? Is he on the side of ordinary Canadians, or is he on the side of big banks and ATM fees? Will he take a position?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm on the side, as our government is, of competition and choice in financial services in Canada. We have competition between the credit unions, for example, and the banks, and between the banks themselves. But when I spoke to the banks and said we have 3 specific challenges with respect to the rights of persons with disabilities, with respect to access for students on campuses, and with respect to seniors, at least 3 of them have reacted positively. These are steps in the right direction.
Honourable member for Beaches East York.
Tomorrow marks the 25th anniversary of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The Charter protects minorities and women's rights. Indeed, it protects all Canadians. Will the Minister of Justice celebrate the 25th anniversary by relenting and giving reprieve to the Court Challenges program, restore their funding, and protect the rights of all Canadians? After all, Mr. Speaker, the Charter is very important to every single Canadian, and show courage that you're prepared to allow Canadians to criticize government programs.
The Honourable the Minister of Justice.
Well, Mr. Speaker, indeed, I will be commemorating the anniversary of the Charter tomorrow with 600 students in Ottawa tomorrow. So I look forward to that, Mr. Speaker. This party has had a long-standing commitment to human rights. This government and previous Conservative administrations, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member says an impressive record, and I agree with him on that, Mr. Speaker. Going back for many years in this country, we did the things that the Liberal Party were never able to get done.
Honourable member for Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, in early February, the Minister of Health launched a revised food guide to help Canadians make healthier food choices.
About time.
Last week, another important step was made by the Health Minister when he and the Minister of Indian Affairs launched the first ever published food guide for First Nations, Inuit and Métis in order to assist Aboriginal communities in making informed decisions while respecting their traditions.
Great idea.
Can the Minister of Health please inform the members of this House on the status of this new initiative?
Honourable the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, after extensive consultation with over 400 Aboriginal leaders as well as dietitians and others, last Wednesday in Yellowknife I was proud to launch the first ever in Canada Aboriginal food guide with specific recommendations for First Nations, Inuit and Métis peoples. Mr. Speaker, this is culturally sensitive. It will also help individuals in those groups make the right choices when it comes to their food preferences. And Mr. Speaker, just 2 days before the Red-Green Coalition was announced, we got the job done when it came to the food guide.
The Honourable Member for St. Maurice Champlain. Mr. Speaker, the government has just appointed Daniel Boyer to look into the pension problems at the RCMP and the presumed misuse of the money. Why has the government excluded certain things from the inquiry? Has it got anything to hide? The Parliamentary Secretary for Public Works, we have nothing to hide. We will keep our promises and we will deliver to Canadians, and Mr. Noyer will look into the problems.
North.
The Foss Creek Urgent Care Centre in BC is back in business, charging patients hundreds of dollars for basic medical services that should be free. This American-style clinic is the exact opposite of what Canadians expect from our healthcare system. It should be illegal, but the clinic has found a loophole that allows them to stay in business. Every Canadian has the right to free, universal health care when they need it most, regardless of whether or not they're carrying their checkbook. Will the Conservatives take action today and put an end to clinics to charge patients for medically necessary urgent care services?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. Indeed, this clinic, of course, we are reviewing the situation, but upon first blush from the Minister of Health of British Columbia, it is violating no laws in British Columbia, violating no principles of the Canada Health Act, and indeed it operates in a very similar way to that clinic which the leader of the NDP visited when he needed certain medical care. So I see no reason to double standard in that.
Order. Following discussions among representatives of all parties here in the House, I believe there is unanimous consent to observe a moment of silence in commemoration of the Holocaust.
Honourable members to rise.
The honourable member for Beaches East York has a point of order she wishes to bring to the attention of the House.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for your time. Mr. Speaker, on Wednesday, March 28th, the member from Edmonton Millwoods, Beaumont, delivered a statement to the House of Commons that attacked Monica Lysak, the Executive Director of the Canadian Child Care Advocacy Association. This act in and of itself appears to have been a violation of the rules of Marlowe and Montpetit, which prohibit personal attacks against non-members during the statements. And I would ask you to look into this matter. Mr. Speaker, during her appearance before committee, Ms. Lysak pointed out that government has not delivered on its promise to create childcare spaces after 2 budgets with not a single childcare space for Canadian families. Then 1 week after Ms. Monica Lysak appeared before the Commons Committee as a witness, she was attacked for speaking out about the need for early learning and childcare in this country. The member from Edmonton Millwoods Beaumont treated Ms. Lysak atrociously at committee, even going so far as to ask her about her salary. But what is worse is the member used his parliamentary privilege to attack a civilian after committee appearance, knowing she would have no opportunity to defend herself against this statement. I would hate to think that all potential witnesses before parliamentary committee could be subject to such retribution, Mr. Speaker. This shocking disrespect for Canadians who disagree with the government policy shows why the Charter, by the way, is gone. But, Mr. Speaker, I respectfully ask for you to make a ruling on this matter.
The honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods Beaumont.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to clarify that there was no such attack made, and perhaps the member is, maybe she wasn't listening very carefully or hadn't reviewed what I said. But obviously, my attack was directed toward the Liberal Party of Canada for giving $2.2 million of taxpayers' hard-earned money to an organization that created absolutely zero childcare spaces.
Good job. The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Speaker, I'm sorry, but I would ask the Speaker to check the blues. The member actually named the woman, the Ms. Lysak. In fact, she emailed me immediately after and is asking the House for some recognition because she feels extremely bad done by.
The Chair will review the matter and thanks both honourable members for their intervention on this point. If necessary, I'll come back to the House with the ruling. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The Honourable the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the 2005-2006 annual report of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Pension Plan. The Auditor General has issued a clean audit report on the financial statements for the pension plan. Mr. Speaker, the RCMP superannuation account reported an $834 million earning. That's a 7.7% rate of return. And the investments managed by the Public Sector Pension Investment Board earned a $300.2 million. That's a 19.1% rate of return. Mr. Speaker, the net assets and the benefits available for members of the fund are $13.2 billion. The members' pensions are safe and sound, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works and Government Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to be tabling 2 documents here. The attached Defence Construction Canada's annual report to Parliament pursuant to Section 8 of the Alternative Fuels Act must be tabled in the House of Commons today, and here we are. The attached Defence Construction Canada's corporate plan summary for 2007-2008 to 2011-2012, which is also be tabled today. Very exciting stuff, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In accordance with Standing Order 109, I'd like to present in both official languages the government's response to the 5th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food entitled Report on the Review of the Canada Grain Act and the Canadian Grain Commission conducted by Compass, Inc., which was tabled in the House of Commons on December 5, 2006.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 47 petitions.
Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports from committees. The honourable member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour today to present the 42nd report of the Standing Committee on Procedures and House Affairs concerning membership of committees of the House. And if the House gives its consent, Mr. Speaker, I will ask for concurrence on this report later this day. Thank you.
The honourable member for Niagara West, Glanbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration entitled Detention Centres and Security Certificates.
The presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Seconded by Mr. Hahn. Moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Youth Criminal Justice Act, Treatment for Substance Abuse. Cette motion est répétée à...
This motion is deemed adopted.
Member for Edmonton, Millwoods, Beaumont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This private member's bill amends the Youth Criminal Justice Act to offer police officers an option to refer a young person alleged to have committed an offence to a substance abuse treatment program with the possible consequence of that young offender facing judicial proceedings if the program is not completed. The purpose of this bill is to help our young people get the help they need, sometimes when they have not yet come to a place where they realize they need it. I encourage all members to carefully consider and support this important bill.
Great idea. Mr. Lake, seconded by Mr. Hahn, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time?
The House. Mr. Allison, seconded by Mr. Dijkstra, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Judicial Review. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Niagara West, Glanbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to introduce to the Chamber today a bill to amend the Criminal Code. This bill, both prospectively and retrospectively, those sections of the criminal bill which provide for a judicial review of the parole ineligibility period with respect to certain life sentences. Currently in Canada, prisoners serving the maximum sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole for 25 years may apply for early parole after 15 years has been served. In 1997, this section of the Criminal Code was amended such that applications for early parole made under this section are not now reviewed by a judge who determines whether or not the application should be submitted to a jury for consideration. I trust that parliamentarians of this House will agree that applications made under this section unnecessarily traumatize the families of victims. I trust that the members of this House will see the value of supporting this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Allison, seconded by Mr. Dijkstra, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Dijkstra. I'm sorry. I apologize to the honourable member. Mr. Allison, seconded by Mr. Dijkstra, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Introduction of private members' bills. Dépôt de projet de loi d'intérêt public émanant.
First reading of Senate public bills.
The Honourable, the Chief Government Whip.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions between all the parties, and I think you'll find there's unanimous consent for the following motion, that in relation to its study on the greening of electricity consumption in Canada, 12 members of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources be authorized to travel to Churchill Falls, Newfoundland and Labrador on Monday, April 30th, 2007, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee.
Does the Honourable, the Chief Government Whip, have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? D'accord. La Chambre.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Carried.
Motions. The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. If the House gives its consent, I move that the 42nd report from the Procedures of House Affairs Committee be now concurred in by the House. Thank you.
Does the Honourable, Honourable Member for Cambridge have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Oui. Encore une fois, la Chambre.
Once again, the House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Carried.
Motions. Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
For Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that the criminal code provisions on animal cruelty haven't changed much since 1892, and Parliament debated some bills in 99 which passed the House but not the Senate in 2002 and 2003, and that a bill 373, which is comprehensive look at animal cruelty, was tabled in 2006. And in 2006, the Senate, a bill was introduced, S213, which raises the penalties, but is, in other respects, fails to modernize the law. Hundreds of my constituents in the Yukon would like the Minister of Justice to introduce legislation amending criminal code provisions on animal cruelty based on Bill C-373 and to recommend against Bill S-213.
The Honourable Member for Wetaskiwin.
Saskatoon-Wanuskewin.
Sorry, Saskatoon-Wanuskewin. I'm sorry, I mixed up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the privilege of tabling a petition on the matter of marriage in the French language from Quebec petitioners. These petitioners simply ask Parliament to reopen the question of marriage in Parliament and abrogate or amend the law in civil marriage and defend and promote marriage as the union between a man and a woman to the exclusion of all other persons. It's an honour to represent these French-speaking Quebec petitioners on this important subject of marriage. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, I have two petitions to present. The first one concerns a just and honourable redress for Chinese head tax families and presses the case that all Chinese head tax families without a surviving head taxpayer or spouse deserve appropriate redress based on one certificate and one claim, and calls on Parliament and the government to negotiate in good faith. Mr. Speaker, the second petition concerns the lost subsidy for the Section 95 housing co-ops and calls on the government to restore all of the lost subsidy and to provide new assistance to help Section 95 co-ops remain with low-income residents, and also calls on the government to build 200,000 affordable and co-op housing units and renovate 100,000 existing units and provide rental supplements to help with the housing crisis in the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'Honourable Député.
Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table a petition signed by 586 people from the riding of Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. And through this petition, we see that petitioners are asking the House of Commons to maintain and improve the Summer Career Placement Program. We know that this program allows a large number of students to find a job and meets the financial needs of young people. It also helps organizations that benefit from these programs. And we mustn't forget one other aspect. The money earned by students also helps to maintain the families of these young people. Therefore, we ask that the program be maintained and even improved.
Honourable Member for Madawaska, Restigouche.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour this afternoon to present a petition signed by a number of people from Madawaska-Restigouche. They are outraged by the Conservative government's cuts to the literacy programs. You know, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that the citizens indicate here is that it's important to support literacy because it allows the young and the not so young to learn to read and write and grow in Canadian society and improve their quality of life. So these people are trying to improve their quality of life, and they're indignant when they see that the Conservative government provides no support for literacy programs. The petitioners are asking that the government return 100% of the funding to these programs.
Mr. Speaker, I have a petition here on behalf of some folks who believe that because our 14 and 15-year-olds are most vulnerable to sexual exploitation, they would like the government to take all measures necessary to immediately raise the age of consent from 14 to 16 years of age. And I have a second consent from a group of people who want to support the Canadian Wheat Board monopoly.
L'Honourable Député d'Abbott.
Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to present a petition with 120 names added to the 5,000 names demanding that the Noranda post office remain in Rouyn-Noranda. This post office is essential for the older people in Rouyn-Noranda. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present a petition from people in the lower mainland of British Columbia, from New Westminster, Coquitlam, and from Port Moody, who say that childcare is a benefit to all children, that it enhances health and school readiness, it reduces family poverty. They say that the $1,200 this government has designed is poorly designed and discriminates against single-parent families, Mr. Speaker. So they call upon this government to provide multi-year funding to ensure that publicly operated childcare programs are sustainable, protect childcare by enshrining it in legislation with a National Childcare Act, Mr. Speaker.
The
Honourable Member for Lévis-Bellechasse. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Recently, in my Lévis office, I met Madame Gagnon and a number of other people from the riding who asked me to table a petition in the House as parliamentary tradition holds. This petition was signed by some 500 people asking for a status for the unborn.
Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. I am pleased, Mr. Speaker, to table a petition with respect to the Canadian Council for Refugees and Asylum Seekers with respect to those persons who are from those countries that fall on the list of the countries that are in moratorium, for example, Zimbabwe, Rwanda, and so on. These people say that it's inhumane to keep these people in a political and legal limbo for such a long period of time. The Honourable Member.
Member for Surrey North. London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition signed by several hundred citizens of the London and southwestern Ontario region who wish to draw the attention of the House to the fact that the Republic of Poland has successfully joined the European Union as of May 1st, 2004. Canada and Poland are both active members of NATO, promoting peace and security globally, and that Poland is using biometric passport technology, which is a secure passport identification system. The signatories request that the Government of Canada lift the visitor visa requirements for Poland to increase family visitation, tourism, cultural exchanges, and trade missions, and the newly elected head executive board of the Canadian and Polish Congress, representing 800,000 Canadians of Polish heritage, strongly recommend the lifting of such visa requirements for Poland so that Canadian citizens will no longer require visitors' visas to visit Poland. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Verchères-les-Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the standing orders of this House, I am pleased to rise to table a petition today signed by more than 600 people from Verchères-les-Patriotes and the area, asking for the summer jobs program to be reinstated and improved. In coming days, will bring in a second petition on the same matter.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also have a petition pertaining to the question of visa requirements for the Republic of Poland. Mr. Speaker, this petition is signed by a significant number of people from my constituency of Winnipeg North, where we have a very significant Polish community that has been playing a very important part in our community's cultural and economic life. Mr. Speaker, they point out to Parliament that there's a double standard, that Canadians don't have to have a visa to go to Poland, yet Polish people have to have a visa to come to Canada. They think this is unjust, it's unfair to good relations and good trading patterns, and they call upon Parliament to lift the visa requirements for the Republic of Poland.
Presentation.
Presenting petition.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Q173, Q174, Q175, Q176, Q177, Q178, and Q182. And, Mr. Speaker, I ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand.
The questions enumerated by the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have been answered. Is it agreed that the remaining questions stand? Agreed, and so ordered. Order. The Chair has received an application for an emergency debate from the Honourable Member for New Westminster Coquitlam. I now call upon her to make her representations on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking for this emergency debate so that the House can discuss comments that were made by the Minister of National Defence yesterday. The effects of these comments were to announce, in fact, a new defence policy for the Government of Canada that will result in larger expenditures of public funds and basically a change in Canadian foreign policy. I believe that the announcement made by the Minister of Defence that Canada should expect to be involved in heavy combat with armour for the next 10 to 15 years in different parts of the world is actually momentous, historically significant, and without precedent. The Minister was talking about an undertaking 3 times longer than the Great War or than World War II. This is something which clearly falls within the administrative responsibilities of government. I can't foresee, nor has the government proposed, a time for this issue to be debated in any other way. I felt it was my duty to raise this as quickly as possible with you, Mr. Speaker, and I believe that Parliament should speak on this issue, which affects the lives of tens of thousands of members of the Canadian Forces. Parliament must debate on this before the government makes commitments to conflicts over the next 15 years. For Parliament not to debate this issue today would send a signal to the executive branch of government that it can pursue whatever policies it wishes and that Parliament is unconcerned with their plans or with their expenditures in the conduct of war. I therefore believe that this matter meets the test of Standing Order 52-6. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, the Chair appreciates the interest the Honourable Member for New Westminster Coquitlam has shown in bringing this matter to the attention of the House today, but having reviewed the letter that she forwarded to me, the notice that she is required to give pursuant to the Standing Order, together with a copy of the interview, and having heard her remarks today, I must say that I'm not satisfied that this request for an emergency debate meets the exigencies of the standing orders at this time, and accordingly I am going to decline her request today. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Orders of the day. Government Bills Commons. Resuming debate on the previous question moved by Mr. Epp at second reading of Bill C-52, Budget Implementation Act 2007.
When the matter was last before the House, the Honourable Member for Yukon had the floor for questions and comments arising out of his remarks. I therefore call for questions or comments. The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the Yukon for his intervention on this debate on the Budget Implementation Bill C-52, particularly, Mr. Speaker, because he's a member from the Yukon, and he travels a great deal to participate in this place, and in fact is here as often as anyone doing his job, and so his constituents should be very pleased with that. Mr. Speaker, he spoke very eloquently about the impacts of the budget on his constituency, about the impact on the needs for Aboriginals, and maybe the lack of support for the needs of the Aboriginal community, Mr. Speaker, and I thought that it was just so insightful. I wanted to ask the member if he would elaborate a little bit further on the consequences of not having the kind of funding that would be, say, prescribed under the Kelowna Accord, which the government has totally rejected and voted against, what it would mean to the residents, our First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, to have the kind of support that were proposed in the Kelowna Accord having been represented in the budget.
Member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just before I thank you for the opportunity to speak again on this, I did want to just before I answer the question, mention two things I forgot to mention I was in support of. One was the cervical cancer immunization, $300 million. I think that is excellent. And the registered disability savings plan, at least it gets disabled people on the agenda again. In regards to the question, thank the member for the question. As I said in my speech, there was just over $400 million added to the regular budget of $9 or $10 billion a year for Aboriginal people. Just a totally insignificant amount in very few areas that would not address the major issues. And fortunately, we had the recent experience that the major issues have been identified by the Aboriginal people themselves in the historic Kelowna Agreement, where the premiers, all the premiers got together, the Aboriginal leaders from across the country, and the federal government to make this historic accord with the bottom-up itemization of those issues. So there was, on top, instead of $400 million, there was $5 billion that would have dealt with those issues, and they would have dealt with issues such as housing, economic opportunities, education, healthcare. And as everyone knows, we were talking this morning, the Teachers Federation visited me and talked about how our Aboriginal people actually in Nunavut actually took shifts in sleeping. There's so many people in a house to get in the bedrooms. How can you survive in school when you have to take shifts in the bedroom because there's so many people living in a house? What the economic opportunities in the rural areas where Aboriginal people are found obviously need to be addressed. If you look at the statistics between Aboriginal people and the rest of Canadians, in all these areas they're much lower. And Canadians are a generous people. They want to narrow that gap. They want to narrow the educational gap in educational achievement so Aboriginal people can achieve more. They need special assistance in certain cases in the classroom. And of course their health care. I mean, why do more Aboriginal mothers and babies die in health birth than the average Canadian? These are critical issues that I imagine there's very few Canadians that would not want to reduce that disparity. And the $5 billion in the Kelowna Accord was going to do that. And instead of that, we got not even enough money in this budget to deal with inflation and the large increases in Aboriginal people because of the birth rate in this country and other types of problems.
Further questions and comments? Supplementary, the honourable member from Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the broken promises of the government is that they have failed to deliver on the healthcare wait times guarantee. There were 5 priority areas, and as we know now, the government is working out deals saying that with each province individually, that if they satisfy the wait time criteria in any one of the 5, that they'll get the money. Now, Mr. Speaker, that makes it kind of interesting considering the health difficulties and the challenges faced by our Aboriginals in Canada. And what exactly does that mean in terms of providing the same kind of benefit to the Canadians who are in the territories, in the Yukon? What negotiations are taking place, and where is this money going to go? Is the Yukon going to get any money under this so-called broken promise of wait times guarantee?
The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, that's a very interesting question because the government has, to its credit, seen that the issue is different in the north. The fact that these type of surgeries, a lot of them don't even occur in the north. A lot of them people have to go south. So that the access is access to primary health care, actually getting in at the primary stage. Because of the long distances they have to go, I mean, we have half the area of Canada and only 3 full-scale hospitals, so they have to travel hundreds and hundreds of miles sometimes. So the fact to have primary health care access is a huge issue. And so the government's energies in this particular area are going to be concentrated on reducing the wait times for that primary access and making sure that that primary access occurs to all people in the north. And I think that is good, and I'll be certainly watching to make sure that is implemented.
Further questions and comments? We're pleased to debate.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak on this bill, C-52, the Budget Implementation Act. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois has decided on reading the Minister of Finance's speech to support this bill. It's not perfect, of course, but there are elements that are sufficiently satisfactory to make us able to support Bill C-52. The Budget Implementation Act, of course, all the elements of the budget, all of the budget is not to do with implementation acts, but we've seen here fiscal arrangements with the provinces, particularly with respect to equalization, social transfers, health transfers. We also find in this bill trusts, new funds, the amounts of the trust and the amounts for the territories and certain entities. We also find the certain types of investments which would be allowable and other measures that I will not deal with at length, but I will start here. I've mentioned quite a number of elements. Some perhaps more are of greater significance than others, but particularly the measures that surround the fiscal arrangements with the provinces are of great importance to me. I do have, though, a question which is a rather sensitive one with respect to income trusts. In view of the impossibility of reconversion that occurred on October 31st when the Minister of Finance made his announcement, the Bloc Québécois indicated that it agreed with the principle for reasons which find their root in different factors. We talked about the fiscal dimension, but I realize now that yes, there is a loss of income by the setting in place of these trusts, but the department was not able to give us a notion of the extent, the phenomenal figures involved, and which also included carryovers of income that had a direct effect on RRSPs. So that represented about half of the figures that were cited. I think that was, I won't say dishonest, but it was a rather biased way of presenting the facts. The federal government and the government of Quebec, Minister Audet, who was the Minister of Finance up until the next election, and soon we will know who his replacement will be. Obviously, it won't be him because you know, Mr. Speaker, that he decided not to run again, said to me that the government of Quebec would be affected by to the tune of some $40 billion, which is very far from the figure that was put forward by the Minister of Finance, who talked about several billions of dollars over the next years. To my mind, bringing an end to this type of agreement, particularly with respect that it had an incidence on a certain number of businesses which wanted to become trusts and announced that they intended to do so, it indicates to me that there could have been a future for sectors, perhaps not mature sectors, but sectors that required investment, revenue placement, which would have a direct effect on the health of Quebecers and Canadians, the economic health of Quebecers and Canadians in the fiscal area. As I mentioned, on October 31st, we were in favor of the end of these conversions, but that didn't dispose of the problem of the remaining trusts that benefited from rules that had been established some years ago, rules which irresponsibly had been announced as being immutable by the Prime Minister during the election campaign. He said they wouldn't be changed. Then he broke his promise. But as I mentioned, it was an irresponsible promise. And I will explain that in a few minutes' time. But the people in good faith continued on with their conversions and interest trusts, income trusts, because they believed in what was said by the Prime Minister. Let us look now at the way in which the effects should be limited. We, as I said at the outset, were quite at ease with the whole idea. Some 2,500. It could have been for us something that we could have supported. But the government obliged them within 4 years of time to pay the equivalent of what was owed, the equivalent of income tax paid by those people who would invest in ordinary stock. As I said, the government decided to allow for this transition period, some 4 years in time, and it really could have extended it to 8 or 10 years to soften the effects, the consequences of the decision. As I mentioned, we're going to support the budget, but it's up to the government, the Conservative Party, during the election campaign to explain why it didn't listen to the recommendations of the Finance Committee. The Liberals made suggestions, we in the Bloc made suggestions to minimize the negative impact on the 2.5 million Canadians, including Quebecers, who in good faith participated in these trusts on the faith of the promise that was made by the Prime Minister during the election campaign. These 2.5 million are not all millionaires and rich people. They are ordinary people, retired people who have some difficulty making ends meet at the end of the month. And I understand that they're so terribly upset. The Minister of Finance, the Liberal Party in committee, and we in the Bloc in committee made suggestions to the Minister of Finance. We have made suggestions to the Prime Minister to explain why he said what he said during the election campaign and why no one has taken into account our proposals in the Bloc. As I said at the outset, we were in agreement with respect to the modalities, but we do believe that the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister have demonstrated a lack of compassion towards these hundreds of thousands of people who, as I have mentioned, were negatively affected by income trusts and the cessation of these trusts.
Obviously, people who have followed the committee and looked at its work regarding the income trust have realized that we've done what we can. We will be voting for this bill, and I've mentioned a number of times that this bill does go a certain way toward resolving the fiscal imbalance, though it doesn't go nearly far enough, but it does provide Quebec with some of the money that it needs. The Prime Minister promised on December 19, 2005 to eliminate the fiscal imbalance. In the previous budget, the Bloc Québécois welcomed the budget, but not entirely. However, there was a promise that in this budget there would be a solution to the fiscal imbalance. We had to decide what an adequate solution would be, and we made proposals. Some of these were satisfied in this budget, at least to the extent that we have been able to support the budget and we support Bill C-52. However, in the next budget, in subsequent budgets, then we will see whether there are further measures still that allow us to provide that support again. For the Bloc Québécois, something that was extremely important was a reinvestment in transfers to Quebec, a change in the equalization program to take into account a number of demands that Quebec has made to provide funding that would correct the fiscal imbalance caused by the previous Liberal government, the previous Liberal finance minister between 1993 and 1997, when the transfers to the provinces were cut to correct the fiscal situation for the federal government, that is, eliminate the deficit. Since 1997, there have been increasing surpluses, but the fiscal imbalance was not corrected, and it still has not been entirely corrected. The fiscal imbalance is estimated at $4.9 billion. This is the gap in funding. We have taken a realistic, moderate approach, and we realized that it would take at least 3 years to reach that amount. In this year's budget, we have a supplementary amount of $3.7 billion for equalization transfers for social programs and the Canada Health transfer. Unfortunately, we have to deduct the $210 million that the Conservatives excluded when they ripped up the daycare deal with the provinces. So there's $1.73 billion of additional money for equalization, and this will certainly help the Quebec government to balance its budget. In 2008-2009, I know that this seems a bit far away, but it is a willingness that has been expressed. There would be $80 million and another $700 million that was announced in the budget of 2007. So that comes to $2.9 billion, nearly $3 billion. There are a number of other smaller amounts as well, which add up to $3.3 billion. And this isn't too far from $3.9 billion, which we would have liked to see. Now, how did we get here? The former federal Prime Minister said, well, we would work with the provinces and we would find a solution eventually. But this, in fact, never really happened. There was a little bit of money given for infrastructure, some for other things, but we never really got to a solution for the fiscal imbalance. The current Prime Minister promised to eliminate the fiscal imbalance, not just the financial imbalance. And what he has done right now is to correct part of the financial imbalance. We mentioned that $3.9 billion would be required to reduce or eliminate the gap that was created in the 1990s. It rose to $4.3 billion. We're still here because of these problems. We've got time. We'll keep working on them. So we're at $3.3 billion. It won't take too much to get to $4.3 billion. However, this doesn't really eliminate the fiscal imbalance because, as the word fiscal indicates, there has to be more independence by the provinces. There has to be a renegotiation of these matters. There has been no indication, however, by the federal government is ready to move on this, that it is willing to transfer the amounts for education, health, and social services to the provinces. Quebecers send money to Ottawa, but then they have to try to get that money back to provide the programs that are under Quebec's jurisdiction. We're talking about post-secondary education and social solidarity. Now, equalization is something else again, because this comes under the Canadian Constitution, and therefore the Canadian Constitution should apparently apply often. However, we come back to this 1867 Constitution and the division of powers between the federal and provincial governments. This is something we're going to be working on in the next few months. And my colleague replacing me as the finance critic, the member for Kamoska, Rivière-du-Loup, etc., will certainly put pressure on the government to open negotiations to provide funding for education, health, and social services. We had the Séguin Commission that was very clear on this. The equalization program will still apply. It comes under the Constitution, but there will be non-conditional payments that the Quebec government can use as it sees fit. However, this is not in Bill C-52. We will be working on this aspect. There is another matter as well that has been talked about only in an abstract way, and that is the federal spending power. The Conservatives have said they would limit it. We want it eliminated. We want to have very clear legislation indicating how the Conservative government would limit federal spending powers in jurisdiction that comes under the provinces and Quebec. There is only one way to counter federal spending powers in provincial jurisdiction, and that is to have the right to opt out with financial compensation, for example, in a shared or solely provincial jurisdiction. But this does not seem to be the thrust when I read the budget, that is the implementation plan for the budget. For example, on page 130, it says, with respect to the objectives of the finance minister to reinforce social programs. Among its concerns are accountability under the social transfer. It talks about accountability for social transfer funds. So the provinces and Quebec would have to be accountable when the federal government transfers money to them. And this is far from what the proper approach should be, which should be to counter or at least limit this spending power. It says, too, that Canadians are not informed of the amounts being spent on the three primary areas of funding under the transfer. That is support for children, health, and education. So not only does the federal government not really intend to limit or counter federal spending powers, but in fact, these taxes, this money that the federal government would have to be followed. So the federal government has no rights in these jurisdictions, but it wants to have accountability, even though these activities come under provincial jurisdiction. Perhaps the government could do something else with this power. It could reduce the taxes it imposes. It could perhaps transfer tax points, as I have already mentioned. There's a problem with the RCMP. We had the Conservatives who promised that they would set up, once again, the RCMP detachments that were closed by the Liberals. The programs need to meet the objectives that they are intended to address. So we see here that there is enough progress that we can support the bill, but it does not go far enough to address or eliminate the fiscal imbalance. I believe that Quebecers understand this very well. I think that we are going to have a majority of Bloc Québécois members representing Quebec here after the next election, because people want this fiscal imbalance resolved completely, not just partially, as has been done by the government here by providing transfers and still having spending powers. Questions or comments?
Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the member how important he thinks paying down the national debt is, and if he agrees that the tax-back guarantee that we have, that the minister has decided to legislate. I just want to comment for him to comment on how what he thinks of that. If he agrees the national debt should be paid down, and if he agrees the Quebecers will be quite happy to be a part of the benefits of the tax-back legislation and guarantee.
Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear to us that paying down the federal debt is not a priority. It is not that this is a bad thing, but the priority really has to be to transfer tax money to the provinces to help them to assume their responsibilities in their own jurisdictions. I would remind the member that what brings down the debt is not so much reimbursing it as to create economic activity. If we don't invest in post-secondary education, we won't have prosperity in Quebec and Canada. There was a recent article, I believe it was in the Hill Times, that said that that if we do only half as much research as other G7 countries. It's true for Canada and for the Canadian provinces and for Quebec that we need that reinvestment. So I'm not against paying down the debt when we need to do that. However, paying down the debt was something that penalized the provinces over the last 8 or 9 years. We have lost 33,000 jobs in textiles because there was not support. This is true in other provinces as well. When I look in this budget, there's nothing for post-secondary education. There is $100 million mentioned, and we will have to see what there is for next year. If we really want to reduce our debt in relation to our collective wealth, which is measured by the GDP and other way, we need to have economic growth. We need to be able to innovate for that and to have an infrastructure that is adequate. But our infrastructure is more and more out of date and even threatens our economy and our people, as we saw with the viaduct in Laval. Therefore, the provinces in Quebec have to be able to take care of their jurisdictions that are so critical for economic growth.
Mr. Speaker, well, the honourable member from the Bloc keep resonating the myth of the fiscal imbalance, and it was quite ironic that Quebec received a tremendous amount of cash in the last budget, and their Premier of Quebec right away turned around and offered tax cuts for people. Not a program in investments, nothing to do for social education or health or infrastructure or to help anybody. It was strictly to get tax cuts in order to buy votes. The reality is what we have in Canada is a social and a development imbalance, not a fiscal imbalance. And some of the things he talked about, the reinstatement of the RCMP stations, very important. A shipbuilding policy which would help out the people of Levy, Quebec, would be very important. But those things aren't done on tax cuts. Those things are done on investments. And I'd like him just to comment into why his Premier received all this tremendous amount of cash and then turned around and offered tax cuts during a provincial election.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Well, that's a good question. I would like to thank the member for that question. I can assure you that I did not vote Liberal in the recent Quebec election. The second thing is that people in Quebec chose democratically to elect a minority government under Jean Charest, we have the Action Démocratique under Mario Dumont as the opposition. They had a minority of the votes for the government. There will be legislation to reduce taxes, and certainly he has the right to do that. Once the money is received, well, that he can use it how he wants. The services are often cut and taxes are raised because governments have to assume their responsibilities. Quebecers are among the most highly taxed in the country. Reimbursing the debt is not a priority for me. I believe that we are going to see a different approach in Quebec than what Mr. Charest has announced, and even if he does propose something, it will give rise to a good debate in the National Assembly. It is up to Quebecers to decide and not for the federal government or the rest of Canada to decide. If people are not satisfied with Jean Charest, we will vote for the PQ next time.
South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was a little taken aback by the member's suggestion that paying down debt wasn't a priority. Mr. Speaker, I think that even the member would understand that instead of paying down debt and transferring, say, $3 billion to the provinces would represent an amount of money for which there would be no strings, for which there would be no accountability, and would in fact be one-time distribution because it's just an absolute amount of money. On the alternative, Mr. Speaker, by paying down the national debt in an orderly fashion, Mr. Speaker, saves interest, and that interest is the real fiscal dividend to Canadians. It is ongoing savings year after year after year. It's there to support, for instance, the Canada Health and Social Transfer, which goes for the benefit of all Canadians through the provincial transfers and has accountability provisions built into that. So I wonder if the member would like to reconsider his view in terms of paying down debt as opposed to not paying down debt and just simply transferring amounts for which there would be no accountability possibilities for the Government of Canada.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, what is important when there's a debt is our wealth. If I have a mortgage of $700 a month and I have $300,000, then it's not the same thing as if the house is worth $100,000. I believe that our debt has gone down from about 48% to 35% or 33% of the GDP, and 4/5 of that is due to our economic growth and only about 1/5 to the repayment. So if we concentrate only on debt repayment, then we shoot ourselves in the foot. If we eliminate Quebec from the equation, or rather Alberta from the equation, then we see that the other provinces either have a slight surplus, are balanced, or have a small or large deficit. So why reimburse the debt that costs the least? We see that Quebec's deficit debt cost $11 billion extra while the Liberals were in power. So that $11 billion in interest is higher than what the federal government is paying. So the $11 billion would cost less for the federal government than it does for the Quebec government because of the interest rates. So it's quite understandable that the emphasis is not the same. I am not against paying down the debt, but I think the priority has to be to enable provinces to pay for their public programs, their social programs, and if there is money, then the government could decide to lower taxes or pay down part of the debt. Right now, the fiscal imbalance is still not eliminated. It is, as we can see, it is still extremely difficult for the provinces to take care of their responsibility. I find it quite strange when I read the budget and it says that a province has a certain surplus, but things go well one year and not the next. It does not help taxpayers when we increase debt where it costs more. For example, we had this surplus of $13 billion last year, and I think there's always an underestimation of what these surpluses are going to be.
For St. John.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to talk about the federal budget and the impact that this budget is having, not just on Atlantic Canada, but on New Brunswick. This federal budget, as many colleagues in this House knows, is a major disappointment. The Prime Minister spoke over and over and over again about this budget representing his Canada. As the Member of Parliament from New Brunswick, I can tell you that this budget does not look anything like the Canada that I know and love. The Prime Minister has promised New Brunswickers and Canadians that he would fix the equalization program and respect the Atlantic Accords. He has done just the opposite. While Quebec, Mr. Speaker, received an increase of 29%, or $698 million in the next fiscal year, New Brunswick, their share grew by a mean-spirited 1.8%, and Atlantic Canada receives little more than 4% of this new money. New Brunswick's Finance Minister, Victor Boudreau, has stated this about the Conservative budget. If this budget was to fix the fiscal imbalance, as far as New Brunswick is concerned, I wouldn't give it a passing mark. That's the New Brunswick minister. Glaringly, Mr. Speaker, this demonstrates that the Prime Minister does not care about Atlantic Canada and builds on his reputation as a divider, pitting one region of the country against another. This Conservative government, Mr. Speaker, has squandered a golden opportunity to show Canadians that leadership is representing the rich and the poor, the East and the West, big cities and small towns, and they have failed miserably. Just ask Premiers Danny Williams of Newfoundland and Labrador. What did he have to say about this budget, Mr. Speaker? He said that fairness is about keeping your word. Fairness is about making a commitment and making a promise to the people of Newfoundland and Labrador and Saskatchewan and living up to that promise. If your government doesn't keep its promise to us, then how can the people of Canada in any province rely on any promise or commitment that you make to them in the future? And I would caution the people of Canada on a go-forward basis. That was the Premier of Newfoundland. Ask Premier Rodney MacDonald of Nova Scotia, or perhaps Premier Lord and Calvert of Saskatchewan, why they are so outraged that this budget has divided Canadians. Mr. Speaker, one of the first things that the Prime Minister did upon taking office was to increase income taxes for those in the lowest income tax brackets, hurting working New Brunswick families. The lowest income tax was raised from 15% in 2005 to 15.5% in 2007, hurting those that need it most. Despite the spin of the Conservative government, this budget does nothing to fix this situation. The fact remains that tax relief for hard-working New Brunswickers averages a mere $80 per taxpayer, and the tax hikes imposed by the Prime Minister cancels out the benefit of their new child tax credit, which does little for poor parents who pay little or no income tax. John Williamson, someone whose name should be very familiar to some of the members opposite, President of the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, has said that this Conservative budget for the working family, the line or anyone with a salary income and no children will receive no tax relief. That's disappointing. Ottawa is running huge surpluses. This is a good time to cut rates for all taxpayers up and down the economic ladder. Government decided to broadly target, for example, seniors. Not tax relief in this document for all taxpayers. That's from the Taxpayers Federation President, John Williamson. When it comes to childcare, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government has not created one single childcare space, despite promising to create 125,000 new spaces over the next 5 years. This promise wasn't worth the paper it was written on. What's worse, Mr. Speaker, is that the so-called universal childcare benefit is fully taxable. This is the Prime Minister's sleight of hand, giving parents $100 and taking back $99. The Liberal government signed an early learning and childcare agreement with the previous Liberal Social Development Minister, the member for York Centre, and then Premier Bernard Lord, that would have invested $146 million into our province of New Brunswick for New Brunswick kids. This would have created real and lasting childcare spaces. But, Mr. Speaker, don't ask the politicians. Ask the frontline workers, like the YMCA, YWCA, child's advocate Janet Towers, who promotes childcare and early learning to keep our New Brunswick children globally competitive. The Prime Minister killed this deal, and he took this money away from our province. Budget 2007, Mr. Speaker, allocates $6 million in childcare funding for New Brunswick, with no money trickling to St. John, New Brunswick. This will do nothing to create childcare spaces. The Prime Minister's approach to childcare is to offer tax credits, not childcare, and that is not our Canada. Never has a government done so little for average working Canadians with so much. Just last year, the previous Liberal government left a $13 billion surplus. Yet, rather than investing in affordable housing, which was not in this budget, rather than investing in tax breaks for seniors, which was not in this budget, or literacy, which was not in this budget, the Prime Minister chose, Mr. Speaker, to make drastic ideological program cuts. The Conservative government has not allocated any new money for affordable housing, which has huge implications for St. John, New Brunswick, which has some of the oldest housing stock in Canada. There is also nothing in the budget that corrects the inequities in the employment insurance program. This budget does little or nothing to address poverty and child poverty, which is a national disgrace, and it does not stand up for working-class families. This budget does nothing for them, Mr. Speaker. This budget fails to offer new support for students. It doesn't put a penny in the pockets of Canada's undergraduate students. It gives graduate students little money, Mr. Speaker, and the vast majority get nothing at all. That is the kind of Canada that this Prime Minister is wanting to create with this budget. The Conservative government's budget fails to help Canadians safeguard our environment or fight climate change. It cuts back on our commitment to renewable energy. It reduces funding to New Brunswick by 1/2. Without an overall plan for the environment, we cannot meet our Kyoto commitments. That, Mr. Speaker, is not our Canada. The Prime Minister's budget does not provide the long-term, predictable, stable funding for cities and communities that mayors across Canada have been begging for, so they can meet their basic infrastructure needs and their transit needs. A massive infrastructure deficit remains in Canada as a result of this budget's lack of support for cities and communities. While there is some new money in this budget for recreational infrastructure, through the Canada Building Fund, this money is being allocated on a per capita basis, which disadvantages smaller provinces like New Brunswick. While we may have a smaller population in New Brunswick, we still have very pressing recreational needs and a smaller tax base to fund it. Mr. Speaker, I am currently working as part of Team St. John towards the construction of a new multiplex facility. Letters to my office, conversations with community leaders, and recent town hall meetings held throughout St. John have all confirmed that there is both a pressing need and widespread support for a multiplex project in Greater St. John. The recreational and health needs of our children are at risk as a result of the lack of current facilities available. As Greater St. John experiences growth, Mr. Speaker, it is imperative that a viable solution to the current shortage in recreational facilities be resolved so that the quality of life in our community continues to advance. With rising levels of obesity in Canada, the government needs to ensure that programs are in place that provide funding to meet the recreational needs of our cities and our communities across Canada. The feasibility study that has been commissioned by the Recreational Implementation Committee of the City of St. John recommends a multiplex facility. The cost of this facility is in the neighborhood of $34 million. Mr. Speaker, I urge the government to ensure that the allocation of money for recreational infrastructure takes into consideration the unique needs and challenges of smaller provinces. The lack of funding for infrastructure in this budget puts projects like the 1 Mile interchange in jeopardy. We need to have this interchange in New Brunswick completed by 2010 at the latest, in order that our region can better leverage investments and opportunities in our industrial parks. This interchange will take truck traffic off of St. John's streets, which is vital for our tourism industry, and will also reduce the tear and wear on our downtown community. Taking this traffic, Mr. Speaker, directly to the industrial areas of our city will also promote growth to the industrial parks and help support new investments in the oil refinery, the LNG project, and the proposed green industrial park on Bayside Drive. The importance and significance of this 1 Mile interchange cannot be overstated. With an expected $5 to $7 billion reinvestment in a proposed second refinery being considered in the eastern part of our city, the largest single private investment in Atlantic Canada, and an anticipated completion date of 2012, we need to ensure that this key piece of infrastructure is in place. There is nothing in this budget on forgiving the debt, Mr. Speaker, on another important issue in St. John, the St. John Harbour Bridge. The bridge was built at the cost of $18 million. It is the only federal bridge in Canada that has a toll on it. The citizens of St. John have paid approximately $23 million towards the bridge, and yet we still owe $23 million. There is something seriously flawed with that model. It is like a mortgage that is impossible to repay, Mr. Speaker, and it keeps growing. Our community has more than paid for this bridge already, and we cannot be expected to continue payments in perpetuity. It's just simply not fair. It's time for the government to do the right thing and forgive the debt on the St. John Harbour Bridge. So, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's budget breaks more promises than can be counted. He has broken promises on equalization, on childcare. He has broken his promise to seniors not to tax their income trusts. And he simply cannot be trusted to protect the interests of our province, our region, and our country. A leader, Mr. Speaker, unites a country. The Prime Minister is a divider. He has shown his true colors and his colossal and shameful abandonment of New Brunswick and all of Atlantic Canada. Mr. Speaker, we work hard. We pay our taxes. We contribute to the betterment of Canada. A government cannot pick favorites. It cannot pick winners. It cannot pit one region of the country against another. It cannot force the poor to subsidize the rich. It cannot ignore the plight of working families, of children, of Aboriginals, and of seniors. This may be the Prime Minister's Canada, Mr. Speaker, but it's not ours. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Peterborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to the member's statements. I think the member is suffering from a little bit of long-term memory loss. I'm sure that he remembers a time in government when there was a $60 billion infrastructure deficit presided over by the previous government. There was also the largest growth between rich and poor in Canada's history was presided over by the previous government. And, you know, his comments with respect to the budget are, you know, demonstrate to me that we should maybe have a little bit of a tutorial on it so that we might be able to explain exactly what's in there, because all Canadians benefited from this budget. All Canadians that rely on our healthcare system are going to benefit from significant investments into healthcare. All Canadians that rely on a good education system have got to be very proud of the fact that this government saw fit to put an additional 40% into post-secondary education. All Canadians have got to be very proud of a government that seeks to fix the infrastructure deficit that this country has unfortunately finds itself in, and the fact that this budget puts this country in a good position to step forward, to meet the challenge of tomorrow's economy, and to succeed. And I encourage the member to support it.
The honourable member for St. John.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that I could quote some very prominent progressive conservative leaders in this country who object to the promises that have been broken by this budget. Premier Danny Williams, Premier Rodney, well, and if you don't like Premier Danny Williams, then let me suggest that you listen to some of the comments that were made by Premier Rodney MacDonald. Both premiers are progressive conservative premiers that are outraged at the breach of promises that have occurred in this budget. But, you know, I do agree with one premise of the honourable member's point of view, and that is that over the past fiscal imbalance period that they continue to allege exists, why then would the present government and the present Prime Minister not have paid attention to any of the independent reports that were prepared? And why have they turned their back on New Brunswick, on Atlantic Canada, on the West, and why have they broken their promises to the people of our region?
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Not to belabor the point very much, but the member represents the St. John city, a great city in New Brunswick. He also knows very well what happened to the St. John shipyard. Under the Liberal watch, that shipyard went down, and they gave the Irving Company $55 million of ACOA money to help shut it down. Now, there was a shipbuilding policy sitting on his Minister of Industry's desk since 2001, which was never acted upon. Now, the current government failed to act upon it, which is a sin on a pox on both your houses. But I want to give him a bit of a break and say what was not in the budget was the issue of VIP services for veterans, widows of veterans. This government promised, we have a letter from the Prime Minister when he was in opposition, signed by him, that said that they would immediately extend VIP services for all widows and widowers of veterans, regardless of time of death or application. He wrote that on June 20th of 2005, and the Parliamentary Secretary of Veterans Affairs, when she was in opposition from Kamloops, said the exact same thing, that when they formed government, they would immediately extend that program for all widows and widowers. Now, we've been asking in this House since January of last year, or when they formed government in 2006, when is it going to happen? So I want to ask my honourable colleague from New Brunswick, who has an awful lot of those widows of veterans living in his riding, why does he think that this government not only ignored a motion passed in this House, But why do you think with $14 billion worth of surplus, they couldn't come up with $280 million to help all widows of all veterans in this country?
The honourable member for St. John.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Sackville Eastern Shore well knows that our views on shipbuilding probably weren't much different. And I regret and wished that the world labor markets would have made shipbuilding more progressive and more competitive for us in Atlantic Canada. So I want to agree with my honourable colleague. I also want to agree with my honourable colleague on the point that he raises as it relates to veterans and widows. And I have to say to them that we have our own minister from New Brunswick, and I believe that the honourable minister will be given the opportunity over the course of the next weeks to hopefully fulfill the promise that I know that he and many members on the opposition side are working on. And I believe that over the course of the next, I don't want to be in the position, Mr. Speaker, to defend the Minister of Veterans Affairs, but I know the honourable gentleman, and I know that he's listening and watching very carefully to the interventions today, and hopefully, in view of the tragedies that have occurred in Afghanistan over the last weeks, and the media attention that's being paid to the families of these veterans, some of our senior veterans will start to get the attention that they deserve, and I agree with the honourable member as he raises that very important point.
Comments? The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to take issue with the member for St. John and his comments with respect to fiscal federalism. You know, he mentioned both the government's plan in this budget to address equalization and to address other major fiscal federal transfers, and I have to disagree with him on this. Mr. Speaker, when our government took power in February of last year, we were left with a mess with respect to equalization, left by the previous government. Equalization for decades had been run on a principle-based approach until the previous government took power. And under that previous government, they completely took apart the equalization formula. We were left with the difficult job of trying to put together a new formula that would apply consistently across the country. You know, the previous government signed the Atlantic Accord, which we agree with. They also signed the Canada-Ontario Agreement in May 2005. The issue we took, though, with those agreements, the problem with those agreements is the way in which they were done. They were done in isolation from the rest of the country, from the rest of the provinces, the other 7 provinces that were not party to these agreements. And as a result, you created a situation, Mr. Speaker, the previous government created a situation where equalization was not done on a principle-based approach, and we were left with the difficult job of trying to disentangle that, and that's exactly what this Prime Minister and this Finance Minister has done in this present budget.
The honourable member for St. John.
Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, I really don't think that we want to start looking too far back in history as to messes that were created by previous governments, but certainly most of the members of this House, their current memory remembers 1993 when the mess was a $40 billion deficit. And when you see the fiscal prudence that occurred with this government, the Liberal government, and the difficult choices that had to be made in the 1990s, and then you see the sheer abandonment that has occurred in housing, in literacy, and in seniors. Mr. Speaker, when I see a $13 billion surplus being given to the people of Canada and our province of New Brunswick, where the equalization formula was not respected and not followed, I think, Mr. Speaker, that it's a little bit disingenuous for the honourable member to try to allege that there has been somehow not a fair approach or a less than fair approach taken by the previous government. Mr. Speaker, the previous government tried to equalize some very serious inequities that occurred. And equality in this country is not giving everything to Quebec and Ontario. We need to remember that the Atlantic provinces, Saskatchewan, New Brunswick, we are all provinces too. And so as you think about inequity, I'd appreciate you thinking about New Brunswick and the 1.8% increase that we received.
I'd appreciate it if the honourable member wouldn't refer to other members in the second person. Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Egmont, very briefly.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just want to compliment the member from St. John for an excellent speech. And just to follow up on the equalization question that was just posed, once upon a time in this country, equalization was based on need, where all provinces, the citizens in all provinces, could expect basically the same level of service. Now that formula is based on per capita formula and not on need. So I want to pose the question, how would small provinces like Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and the Atlantic ever have the ability to deliver programs approaching those services given to the richer provinces if this new formula based on per capita is followed through with?
Member for St. John, very briefly.
Very briefly, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that they will not be able to deliver programs. We will end up with a checkerboard. We will end up with a region against a region, rich provinces and poor provinces, and we'll end up with Quebec and Ontario doing very well, thank you very much, and Atlantic provinces, Saskatchewan, and even parts of northern British Columbia into a situation where, Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid to say they would not be able to deliver any national program that looks vaguely like Canada has looked in the past.
Before resuming debate, it's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst and the Honourable Member for Thunder Bay Rainy River. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to participate in the debate this afternoon on Bill C-52, the Budget Implementation Act. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out that I want to share my time with the Honourable Member from Parkdale High Park. Mr. Speaker, as you know, in this corner of the House, the NDP members of the House did not support the budget that was presented by the government at the end of March. And the main reason we didn't support that budget is that we don't believe that it addresses the growing prosperity gap in Canada. We don't believe that it helps ordinary and working class families meet their expectations, see the advancement that they had hoped to find. It doesn't help immigrant and refugee families find their place in Canada and find that new life in Canada that they had hoped for when they came to this country. We don't see this budget as doing anything to end the growing prosperity gap that Canadians face. And, Mr. Speaker, we could have made some progress on that. There is a strong surplus that the government had at its disposal that it could have used to bring in the kinds of programs that would reduce the growing prosperity gap in Canada. The government could have chosen to end some of the huge corporate tax giveaways that they have made since coming to power. $9 billion worth of corporate tax cuts that could have been used in other ways that would have been of benefit to Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Mr. Speaker, I think this is pointed out very, very clearly by the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives and some of the work that they've been doing on the prosperity gap in Canada. And a recent study that they put forward demonstrated that most Canadians aren't better off in recent years. And in fact, that most Canadian families are putting in more work time, and 80% of them are getting a smaller share of Canada's growing economy. They've shown that over the last 20 years, Canadians are working longer hours and for fewer benefits, for fewer benefits from the result of the Canadian economy. The gap between rich and poor is growing, largely because, as they point out, the lion's share of benefits of Canada's economic growth are going to the richest 10% of families. It's not going to the majority, the 80% of families whose income is under $100,000. And that's a huge number of people, Mr. Speaker, and a fairly high threshold, a very high threshold. The income cap is growing. In 2004, the richest 10% of families earned 82 times more than the poorest 10%. And that's almost triple the ratio of 1976, when the richest earned only 31 times more. Significant, but it was only 31 times more in 1976. That gap is at a 30-year high. And it's also not just a question of incomes, but people are working longer for those questionable incomes as well, Mr. Speaker. All but the richest 10% of families are working more weeks and hours in the paid workforce, 200 hours more on average since 1996. And yet only the richest 10% saw a significant increase in their earnings, a 30% increase. Everybody else either stayed the same or actually lost ground in that. In fact, the poorest Canadians saw their real incomes drop in that period. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't see that this budget has done anything to alleviate that situation. And that's a pretty hard statistical kind of overview of the situation. It doesn't look at the real hardships that are caused to families. Families who can't afford the drugs that they need when they're ill. Families who can't afford the child care that they need. Families that can't afford the education that they know will help them realize some of their hopes for life in Canada. So this was a huge missed opportunity to address the growing prosperity gap in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk specifically about the post-secondary education situation in Canada. There are two major post-secondary institutions in my riding, Simon Fraser University and the British Columbia Institute of Technology, one of Canada's leading polytechnic institutions. And we know in my riding that affordability in education is a huge crisis for most families and for students. Students are graduating with huge debts, and families are struggling to ensure that their children can have a decent post-secondary education and build for their own futures. Working in middle-class families and immigrant and refugee families particularly know the importance of a good education, and many of them are particularly struggling to be able to ensure that their children have a good education here in Canada. In this budget, I think the Conservatives, in fact, put students last. The measures that are introduced in the budget don't go any way to helping reduce the cost of post-secondary education. The budget directly affects only 1,000 students by the Graduate Student Scholarship. That's 0.1% of all students in Canada. There's 1 million students in Canada, and the Conservatives have chosen only to look out for about 1,000 of them, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the Conservatives have given more money in the budget to attract students from other countries to Canada, $1 million, than to increase access for prospective Canadians to college, undergraduate, medical, or law students. They've tweaked the RESP system, but the benefits disproportionately go to wealthier families. And that's something that's completely unfair in this country at a time when ordinary middle-class families are struggling to ensure that their children get a decent post-secondary education. And with a $9 billion surplus and $8 billion in corporate tax cuts, the investment in post-secondary education is less than $1 billion in the coming years. You know, Mr. Speaker, there are some marginal increases in core transfers, but the rate is so small that it's going to take years to accomplish anything significant. It's going to take years to even get back to where we were back in the 80s and in the 1980s, for instance, in the early 1990s. In 1983-84, the percentage of GDP for post-secondary education transfers was 0.56%. That dropped to 0.41% in 92-93 and went way down to 0.19% in 2004 and 5. Dropped again to 0.17% in 2007-2008 and has come up only very slightly with the projections for 2008-9 to 0.22%. We're still dramatically behind where things started out before the Liberals did their huge cuts to transfer payments for post-secondary education in Canada. And there's nothing that will increase and that will get us back to that point where there is some real assistance for students to ensure their education in this budget. Mr. Speaker, students were explicitly excluded from the working income tax benefit, even though hundreds of thousands of students have to work full-time to afford their tuition fees and lower their eventual student debt. There's no plan to address student debt in the budget, and there's no plan to address the expiry of the Canada Millennium Scholarship Foundation. Mr. Speaker, that's not all that is not where it ends, the problems of this bill as far as it goes for young people. Mr. Speaker, last week in my riding, I attended a conference called Towards Effective Community Practice for High-Risk Youth, where youth workers from Burnaby and New Westminster attended. And there were many concerns raised about the lack of a coordinated approach to high-risk youth and the problems that they face in our society. There's no national strategy on youth, no coordinated effort to deal with the problems of high-risk youth, and there's no attempt to deal with the various boundaries and jurisdictional problems that face young people in our country, young people who are in difficulty in our country. Programs for 8 to 12-year-olds are particularly important, but they're the ones that are most dramatically lacking. And teens and those who are aging out of the programs, those who are reaching the high end of the age limits of these programs, are left without any kind of support whatsoever, at huge cost to Canadian society later on. So the question of how we support our youth in our society is also something that's very, very significant. Mr. Speaker, I hope to talk a little bit about the situation of new immigrants and refugees in Canada and what this budget has not done for them. And I maybe will get a chance to do that later. But I wanted to mention three specific things in Burnaby, and I hope I have a bit of time left to do that. You're signaling a minute. So I want to say that there are three important projects that the City of Burnaby was looking for support from the federal government that didn't appear in this budget. One is for the establishment of an immigration and refugee services hub in the centre of Burnaby. We need infrastructure money in Burnaby to deal with the growing population of immigrants and refugees in our community. It's a good thing for our community, but the infrastructure is not there. We need a facility to do that. The city has put aside the land for it, but needs help from the other levels of government. The City of Burnaby and other communities in the Lower Mainland also need support from the federal government for the World Police and Fire Games in 2009. We need to show the support we have for our police and our fire personnel, our firefighters, by supporting them in this project. The Games were recently completed in Adelaide, Australia, and the governor of the state of South Australia has indicated the premier of the state of South Australia has indicated what a huge boon they were to the economy of that state and how important they were to those communities. And Mr. Speaker, there's also the question of Burnaby Lake. There was money in this budget to help Lake Winnipeg and to help Lake Simcoe, but there was nothing in this budget for Burnaby Lake, which is quickly deteriorating from an open water lake into a swamp and marshland. We need to preserve this important habitat for all kinds of wildlife to ensure that Burnaby Lake remains an open water lake. And the City of Burnaby has been seeking a commitment from the federal government for years. It wasn't forthcoming from the previous government, even though the Leader of the Opposition, when he was Minister of Environment, visited and promised to look into it. Nothing was forthcoming there, and still nothing forthcoming from the current government, even though the city and province have committed to this important project. So, Mr. Speaker, there are many things that are missing from this budget, many things that don't address the prosperity gap, many things that don't address the particular needs of the community that I represent, and I think the government could have done a better job. Thank you, Mayor, very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to disagree with my colleague here from the New Democratic Party on two issues. Well, on one issue, on the issue of what he calls corporate tax giveaways, and I want to bring two parts of this budget to his attention that I think fly in the face of that assertion. The first being that the government in this budget has called for the elimination of the accelerated capital cost allowance for the oil sands, something that the leader of the New Democrats has long called for and something that this budget delivers on. Many economists out in Canada have long argued that capital cost allowances should reflect real-life usage and not provide a subsidy to businesses that are economically viable and successful. And this is a case of an industry that will make close to $100 billion in new capital investments in the oil sands in the coming years. And the reason why we as a government decided to eliminate the accelerated capital cost allowance for this sector. And so that's one item in the budget that I think counters his arguments that it's full of corporate tax giveaways. And the second element in the budget that flies in the face of his assertion is our decision to eliminate the tax deductibility of interest on loans that are borrowed by Canadian corporations to invest in operations abroad, a tax loophole that many Canadian corporations use to shelter domestically produced income, to shelter it from domestic corporate taxes, to shelter it in tax havens abroad. And our government, in this budget, under the leadership of the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister, has decided to eliminate the tax deductibility of this interest on these loans taken to invest in these operations, these tax loopholes abroad. So these are two things that this budget does that completely contradicts his assertion that the budget is full of, quote, corporate tax giveaways.
Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, if the oil sands and accelerated capital cost allowance was truly eliminated, it would be done now and not by 2015. I mean, this is something that's gone on for years and is something that's inappropriate when Canadians need the kinds of programs that money could go towards. If the government was truly committed to doing this, why such a long timeline for dealing with that particular issue, Mr. Speaker? There are Canadians who need the kinds of programs that help them flourish in this country, that help their children get an education, that help their children get cared for, that help them get the kind of health care that they need. And that's not happening in many cases, Mr. Speaker. We need those resources to go to those kinds of programs that were so severely cut by the previous Liberal government and which this government seems to have no intention of addressing in its work.
Other questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member talked about the issue of the prosperity gap, and I'm pretty sure that he has some seniors in his riding, and I'm pretty sure he had some input or feedback from his constituents with regard to the announced taxation of income trusts, Mr. Speaker. 70% of Canadians, seniors, don't have defined benefit plans. It meant that a lot of them were relying on income trusts. It meant that the 31.5% proposed tax cost them probably anywhere from 12 to 20% of the nest egg that they had. Mr. Speaker, it created, in fact, the kind of prosperity gap that he's talking about. I think I know why the member didn't talk about it in his speech, because his party, particularly his finance critic, supported the taxation of income trusts at Finance Committee. So I wonder if the member would comment on whether or not we should look for a more fair and equitable way to address the issues of income trust rather than putting the burden on seniors and making them part of the prosperity gap problem.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I haven't been able to listen to the entirety of the debate, but I know that this member likes to get up and ask that question of people in this corner. And the reality is, Mr. Speaker, if people in his corner of the House had addressed the problems with income trusts when they were first pointed out to them, we wouldn't have had the mess that exists now for so many Canadians. So we're not going to take any responsibility for doing something wrong in this corner of the House when the responsibility clearly lies in the corner of the House that the member who asked the question sits. Those problems with income trusts should have been addressed years ago, Mr. Speaker. It's too bad it got to the condition that it was in. Something had to be done, and unfortunately they had the ability to deal with it long ago and chose not to.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's a pleasure to speak on the implementation of the budget, but it's not a pleasure to examine this particular budget because I view it, and my party views it, as an incredible missed opportunity for Canadians. After years of sustained surpluses and the economy doing very well, we're seeing, however, that more and more Canadians are not doing well. This budget had a chance to mend the damage of deep, deep cuts implemented by previous governments to social and physical infrastructures in our country. There was a chance to bring Canada into the 21st century by investing in children's early education, in post-secondary education in a meaningful way, and in adult lifelong learning. It was a chance to ensure that no Canadian lives without shelter or goes to bed hungry. It was a chance to ensure that the most vulnerable Canadians, those with mental and physical disabilities, those suffering from addictions, seniors, those facing the barriers of racism, poverty, and abuse, get a helping hand and firm support. And frankly, this budget failed them. It's a budget that's failed to close the growing inequality gap in our country. And in addition, it's failed to adequately tackle the challenge of climate change. First of all, the growing prosperity gap. With ongoing billions in corporate tax cuts, this budget will further widen, not shrink, the gap between those families at the top end and the rest of us, that is, middle and working class families. After years of sustained surpluses, we see now the benefits primarily going to the top 10% of families as opposed to those at the bottom 10%, and this is at a 30-year high. This budget fails to reinstate a federal minimum wage cancelled by the previous government and set it at $10 an hour, which would be the poverty level, which should at least be a minimum in this country. We need to provide a living wage for people in this country, and it's time that our federal government took the lead with this important initiative. There was nothing in the budget for affordable housing despite a growing crisis of homelessness in the streets of Toronto, where I represent the riding of Parkdale High Park. And parents and their children in my community continue to need a national child care program, although as we've seen with this government and in this budget, we've seen an ABC approach, which is anything but child care. There is the money to sustain current spaces, but, Mr. Speaker, this is not a child care system. It's not a system of early education and development. And parents in my riding tell me repeatedly that this is creating a crisis in their families. Parents are spending amounts of $1,500 a month per child for child care. And even at these exorbitant rates, children are on waiting lists, sometimes hundreds of children long, so that they can get adequate care. It's simply disgraceful in a country with our wealth, where we pretend to be a modern society and a modern economy, that we're behind the rest of the developed world in this regard. And I see on the streets of Toronto, I see in my community, the growing signs of poverty. I see people homeless on the streets. I see the distress of families with young children who line up for breakfast programs and free meals on a Sunday evening. More than 1 million workers in Toronto region earn less than $29,800 a year, many of them new Canadians who have been here for generations. Many are workers of colour or women, but they all share one thing in common. The work they do is often undervalued and underpaid. In Toronto, over 200,000 children live below the poverty level. That's almost 20%. And this rate is growing. And I must say that to recognize in the passing of June Callwood, a journalist and social activist who increasingly in her later years became so distressed that as a society we could not marshal the political will to resolve the issue of child poverty, that in a country so wealthy, and especially with year after year of surplus budgets, of a growing economy, that we could not marshal the political will to decide that this was a crisis that we were willing to solve. And I'm so sad that June Callwood passed without seeing a government that would really take the initiative to say, here's our plan, this is how we're going to tackle this blight on our society today and for the future. We will get this done. And we're still waiting for a government to say that, because clearly in this budget this government has not. Mr. Speaker, immigrants, newcomers, make up about half Toronto's population, but a majority of them, 57%, live in poverty. And the child poverty rate among recent immigrants has been growing in every decade since the 1980s. And I know an issue that newcomers tell me about repeatedly that is so tragic is that skilled workers, professionals come to Canada, engineers, doctors, specialists and professionals of all kinds, and they cannot work in their field because they cannot get their proper accreditation of their credentials. And I know this government has said they're going to study this situation, but for families that are living in poverty because parents are driving taxis or working at bagel stops instead of practicing their profession as an engineer or a psychologist or a dentist. A study just doesn't cut it. People want action. They want results, and they want their credentials recognized. They want a system that welcomes them, that recognizes their credentials now, not in several years to come. Now, this government did initiate the tax credit for low-income people, and tax credits can be beneficial and protect the net incomes of earnings from living wages through compensating workers for income tax assessments and social insurance charges. The tax credits can address fluctuations and deficiencies in labor market hours, which we know to be a big problem. However, Mr. Speaker, the adoption of living wage standards, that is a $10 an hour minimum wage, and the introduction of work tax credits must take place together. If not, then work tax credits become subsidies to employers for paying poverty wages. These subsidies would then provide unfair market advantages to less responsible employers over employers who pay living wages. The two have to go together. I also want to comment on the issue of infrastructure, which is a huge issue in the City of Toronto. And this budget has failed to deliver for large urban centres like Toronto. In fact, I would argue that it is a step back for Toronto. My constituents in Parkdale High Park tell me that they work hard, they pay their taxes, and they want to see more of those taxes invested back in our city in the critical social and physical infrastructure that we need. Right now, so much of what we need in Toronto is borne by our property taxes. The property taxes are going through the roof. Seniors especially, in their twilight years, they're in their own homes, and they're squeezed because they have fixed incomes and their property taxes keep going up. Property taxes are regressive and disproportionately affect working and middle-income people, and seniors, as I say, are especially hard hit. They make it hard also on small businesses across the city. Toronto is Canada's largest city and the sixth largest government in Canada, and it's home to a diverse population of about 2.6 million people. It's the economic engine of Canada and one of the greenest and most creative cities in North America. We need a national transit strategy like the one I've been calling for and one outlined by the big city mayors. The economy and the environment of Toronto depend on better transit, more buses, more streetcars and subways. Now, I know the government has announced funding to extend the subway to York University and Vaughan, which is a positive step, but we need ongoing, sustained, multi-year funding and a plan to grow transit in the City of Toronto as the city has grown. And I see you're giving me the wrap-up signal. I do want to say that it's also a huge disappointment that culture has received such short shrift in this budget. It was only a part of a page in the budget, nothing for the big six projects in the City of Toronto, no new money for CBC, and this is going to affect not only the people who work in this sector, but affect us as a nation, because this is so important to our voice as who we are as a country. Mr. Speaker, I'm running out of time, but I would like to say that, in summary, that with no urban strategy, with no help for the working poor, and nothing in environmental protection, or very little in environmental protection, this is a budget that is a step back for Toronto and for Canadians in general. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I have to take umbrage with the member from Parkdale High Park and her criticism of the budget. In particular, I want to focus on the area of early childhood learning and childcare. She argues that our government isn't doing anything in this area. Well, there's two broad points I'd make to suggest that that's not the case. The first is that this is an area of provincial jurisdiction. Our government has indicated that in certain areas of provincial jurisdiction, we are going to continue to play a leadership role, things like health care through the Canada Health Act. The Minister of Health recently announced some very good initiatives with respect to patient wait time guarantees, things like infrastructure. The government's investing a record $33 billion over the coming years in national infrastructure projects, and things like post-secondary education and training. Once again, the government's making record investments in these areas. So certain areas we're going to play a role in, but early childhood learning and childcare is not one of those areas. Much in the same way that the Government of Canada would, most members of Parliament here, I think, would never choose to tell a province how to run its public school system. Never tell a province that we are going to set up a federal department of education that's going to start running provincial public school systems. Similarly, early childhood learning and childcare is really an extension of the public school system, an extension of an area of provincial responsibility. And to this end, our government has respected provincial jurisdiction in this area, because what works in downtown Montreal, in Westmount and Outremont may not work in the rural wilds of Saskatchewan. What may work in downtown Toronto may not work in rural Ontario. What may work in High Park may not work out in Fergus, Ontario. And so we have chosen to allow the provinces to deliver the service. Many provinces are already doing so. Quebec has a system that's been in place for years. Ontario has the early years centers. So what we've done is we've increased the transfers to the provinces so that they can better deliver the service. We're increasing it by $39 billion over the next 7 years, and this is something that will assist parents and children everywhere throughout this country.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know how this member can rise in the House with a straight face and turn his back on the children of Canada. I think that's a disgrace. That is a disgrace. This country has an obligation to the children of Canada to create a national child care program, and to put the lie to this member's argument that to put the falsehood to this argument that this is only provincial jurisdiction. Why did this government offer tax cuts to corporations to create childcare spaces? They did that. We told them that those tax cuts would not create one single childcare space, and guess what? We were right. There is an obligation on the part of our federal government to act in the best interest of Canadian children. We need a national child care program, and all the fudging by this government is not going to get you out of that responsibility.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to ask the member, the Conservatives that have this budget. It's the largest spending budget in history. They've quite upset Conservative people by breaking their promise that they're being more efficient in government, cutting government spending, and all of a sudden having this huge spending spree. I'd just like to ask the member if she thinks that the government should have broken their promise or their philosophy and upset so many Conservatives in the country by spending so much money, the largest spending in history.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that the government has an obligation to respond to the needs of all Canadians, and we are in a period of budget surpluses. The economy is doing well, and as I said earlier, it's the people who in many cases are not doing well. And we have an opportunity that doesn't come along very often to take the initiative and make up for the cuts that have happened in past years, to invest in housing, to invest in children, to invest in a meaningful way in post-secondary education, to invest in the arts, to really invest in nation building. And from that perspective, Mr. Speaker, I believe this government has failed.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today we're debating the Bill C-52, the Budget Implementation Bill. Mr. Speaker, I didn't take the opportunity to participate in debate on the budget itself. And of course, as you know, the implementation bill is a bill which takes the specific provisions of the budget and puts it into the legal language necessary to amend various statutes and to create new statutes to give effect to them, and that's what the House is dealing with. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I thought I would do is, rather than try to blanket the the budget and the budget implementation bill and give my own personal commentary, I wanted to carve out at least two issues which I think are very important to Canadians. Those two issues, Mr. Speaker, happen to be issues for which I believe that the government has broken its promise. Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious issue to suggest that the government has broken a promise. And in fact, the Prime Minister himself, in circulating a piece of a document prior to the last election, put out this document, and it said on the cover, "There is no greater fraud than a promise not kept." Well, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about income trust, because I think, Mr. Speaker, this has to be the most significant broken promise in the history of Canadian politics. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to see that the finance minister is here. He's already upset that I'm raising this, Mr. Speaker. He's already losing it because he knows that he's going to hear all of the details. So, Mr. Speaker, income trust is kind of an interesting one, because in the last government, the then government had a consultation process. It was a 3-month consultation process, Mr. Speaker, in which looking at the taxation of dividend-paying corporations, as opposed to looking at those who are structured as income trusts, in which the income trust organization itself doesn't pay the tax, but rather the recipient. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's very significant to know that there are only about 30% of Canadians who actually have defined benefit plans. And that means that 70% of seniors don't have a defined pension benefit. They have to find another way, Mr. Speaker, to get an instrument which is going to give them the same kind of cash flow on a regular basis, on a monthly basis, to pay their bills. And that instrument, Mr. Speaker, is an income trust. And an awful lot of Canadian seniors invested in income trust, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, and you see the finance minister continues to be agitated, and he's continuing to heckle here. But, Mr. Speaker, you know, I'm going to continue with the facts. I'll continue with the facts. And maybe I should, at this point, Mr. Speaker, put in the fact that on the minister's own website, there is a question that you can answer, and it says, did you receive a benefit from the budget 2007? What was the answer? These are people who responded to the finance minister's own website. 93% of Canadians who responded to his own survey said they did not benefit from the 2007. 93% of Canadians. That's the truth, Mr. Speaker. And you know what's even more truthful? The minister had it yanked off his site yesterday. He had it yanked off his site because he didn't want anybody else to see it.
Truth hurts.
The truth. It really is an issue of truth. So let's get back to income trusts, because the minister is going to want to hear this. Mr. Speaker, the last government, after consultation, decided not to tax income trusts. Mr. Speaker, in fact, there were adjustments made to the taxation of corporate dividends that narrowed the gap. Then, Mr. Speaker, during the last election campaign, what happened? The Conservative Party said, we will never, 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 never tax income trusts. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? That was a fatal, fatal, fatal promise to make, Mr. Speaker, because in the first place, it was interfering with the capital markets. It was interfering with the financial markets, Mr. Speaker, because it gave a confidence level to investors to say, wow, this is now for sure. It's not, the Liberals didn't tax income trusts. The Conservatives said they're not going to tax income trusts. Mr. Speaker, Canadians were saying, now I can invest in income trusts safely because they're not going to tax them at a usurious level, Mr. Speaker. So what happened? More and more Canadians, particularly seniors, invest in income trusts. And then what happened on Halloween? The Halloween massacre, Mr. Speaker, that's what it was. The biggest broken promise in the history of Canada was the announcement for the taxation of income trust. How much, Mr. Speaker? Canadians, now, you know, Mr. Speaker, when you listen to the members of the Conservative Party trying to shout me down because they don't like to hear the truth. Well, let's carry on with the truth, Mr. Speaker. How much is the tax on income trusts? 31.5% tax on income trusts. Mr. Speaker, yes, it was not going to kick in until 2011. But, Mr. Speaker, you know what? Because the market value of an investment today has to reflect the long-term yield well, you know, now he's yelling and he's using my name. Mr. Speaker, you know, when the finance minister gets so rabid on these issues, it tells me that I'm on the right track. The yelling of the finance minister tells me I'm on the right track. 31.5% tax on seniors. I'm on the right track, Mr. Speaker, and I can tell you, when you get the market valuation of an investment instrument, discounting the future, the longer-term yields, and you show that there's going to be a 31% tax starting in 4 or 5 years from now, Mr. Speaker, the present value or the today value of that investment is going down. And how far did it go down, Mr. Speaker? Does the Canadians understand how far those investments went down? Well, immediately, the very next day, you know, how much was it, Mr.? I can't ask him a question, but I can tell him it was $35 billion of investment value, mostly of seniors. Mostly of seniors, Mr. Speaker. Their nest egg. Their retirement nest egg, Mr. Speaker, was wiped out. Now, the minister will say, well, that's nonsense, you know, and seniors didn't get... Well, I got to tell you, Mr. Speaker, I have the information. I can tell you exactly how many seniors, you know, were involved in this. It's about 1.5 million seniors. Canadians, 1.5 million seniors. We're damaged by this, Mr. Speaker. I had and everybody had. There's nobody in this place, nobody in the House of Commons of this Parliament that didn't get more feedback from people on this income trust debacle, this broken promise, than any other issue. This was the issue of this Parliament. This is a promise broken that destroyed the nest egg, the retirement nest egg, of a significantly large number of Canadian investors, most of them seniors, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, obviously parliamentarians were concerned. And, in fact, it was the Liberal caucus who went to the Finance Committee, made a proposal that we have to look into this. You know, it's not enough to just have rhetoric and have yelling and screaming like, you know, the Conservative members just want to yell and scream. Let's have some debate on this. Let's bring it to committee. Let's get some expert witnesses. Let's find out what the true facts are. So the finance minister comes before Finance Committee and says, well, you know, it was going to cost $500 million a year for 6 years. That's $3 billion going to be lost tax revenue to the government. We can't afford that. We've got to do that. Well, Mr. Speaker, what happened? We had experts come before the committee. And the committee tore the finance minister's arguments to shreds. He said there was $3 billion of tax leakage. Mr. Speaker, there wasn't $3 billion worth of tax leakage. Don Francis, for example, said there was no tax leakage, an economist. Cameron Rehnquist said the studies done by BMO Capital Markets have shown there wasn't any tax leakage. Yves Fortin, the minister knows him, an economist. The allegation of existence of tax leakage is unfounded, and the tax leakage argument is incorrect and unsubstantiated. Moving on, Mr. Speaker, we had others who characterized the methodology used by the Department of Finance in 2005 consultation paper, which the committee was told has not changed, was faulty. Gordon Tate suggested that in his view, some of the assumptions used by the Department of Finance were flawed. These are expert witnesses coming before the Finance Committee, Mr. Speaker. Canadian Association of Income Trust Funds described tax leakage estimate as grossly exaggerated and not supported by fact, and indicated that there was no clear, credible data. Now, Mr. Speaker, I've just told you about conclusions that some people reach. How about some facts? The best witness by far, and I was there. I participated in those debates. I participated in those hearings, Mr. Speaker. I was there because it was important to my constituents. And the best testimony came from HDR, HBL, Decisions Economics, Inc. And they laid out different assumptions with respect to 4 key factors that might explain the difference in the analysis that they did and the finance department. Mr. Speaker, they were identical in all respects, except a couple. And here's one that'll blow your socks off, Mr. Speaker. The first one is that the finance minister's calculations failed over the 6 years, the $3 billion calculation, failed to take into account legislative tax changes that this Parliament already passed. He just left them out and assumed that they weren't going to happen, even though they were law. They made a mistake. The minister did not agree. He did not defend his position. He did not acknowledge that he made a mistake. Why not? Why not, Mr. Speaker? Another item. HDL came back and said, do you know what, Mr. Speaker? If you are an income trust investor through an RRSP, we assume that you pay no taxes because RRSPs don't pay taxes. You only pay it when it comes out. But it assumes that for all time, this analysis assumes that anybody who buys income trusts through registered retirement savings plans never paid tax ever. Nobody in Canada ever, for all time. Obviously, that's not a tax leakage. It comes out, and in fact, look at the public accounts. You'll see how much tax revenue people pay on deregistration of RRSPs or conversion to RIFs and taking the money out in the prescribed fashion, Mr. Speaker. That was an error in the computation of the tax leakage of the finance minister and the finance department, Mr. Speaker. Now, the effective corporate tax rate for energy trusts. History shows what it is. The big charts that the finance minister trundled in before the finance committee were totally wrong. Totally wrong. Did not tie in with the actual historic corporate tax rate, okay, for the energy trusts. And there was problems with the proportion of income trust units held in the tax-exempt units, and the value of deferred taxes was handled wrong. Mr. Speaker, I could go on, but the bottom line of the HDR-HBL Decision Economics, Inc. analysis, which was applauded by all, Mr. Speaker, was that instead of having a $500 million tax leakage in estimated leakage for 2006, in fact, it actually was $164 million. And in 2010, instead of being another $500 million, it was actually only $32 million. Quite a difference, Mr. Speaker, just by correcting the errors that the finance minister made before the finance committee. Did he challenge, did he personally, or did any of his officials in the subsequent hearing days ever challenge any of the testimony of the expert witnesses, Mr. Speaker? The answer is no. There was no rebuttal. There was no explanation of the criticisms of the computation of tax leakage. That tax leakage calculation was the only reason, Mr. Speaker, the only reason that they moved forward. They made a mistake. They made a mistake, Mr. Speaker. And they're not prepared to admit it. But the impact on Canadians, unbelievable. So, Mr. Speaker, what does the Finance Committee in their 14th report to the House of Commons do? And it recommends 3 recommendations. The first is that the government has to be transparent as possible, and they recommend that the government release the data and methodology it used in estimating the amount of the federal tax leakage. Mr. Speaker, the committee was satisfied that it did not receive the information, the methodology, and in fact, in a response to an access to information request that was given, all of the rows and columns of the analysis were blacked out, and all that was delivered were the titles across the top and down the side. It was effectively a blank piece of paper, Mr. Speaker. That was the response to an access to information request by the finance minister to a legitimate request. The committee wanted it, Mr. Speaker. Did the committee, the finance committee, standing committee of finance of the Parliament of Canada, did they get the information that they asked for? The answer, Mr. Speaker, no. No. The finance minister refuses. The recommendation, 2, was that rather than dealing with these income trusts together with a few other items in a Ways and Means motion, the committee said maybe the House of Commons ought to look at income trusts and this terrible broken promise that destroyed pension nest egg of so many seniors across Canada, Mr. Speaker, should be handled as a separate item, rather than burying in a whole bunch of other things. Give Parliament an opportunity to express itself in a clear vote of what they think about the income trust decision, Mr. Speaker. And the third recommendation, Mr. Speaker, was that given that overwhelming evidence indicates that superior and far less damaging alternatives were available to the federal government, the committee urges the government to consider implementing one of two such alternative strategies. What were those strategies, Mr. Speaker? Well, I know what one of them was. It was a Bloc Québécois, and it basically said, instead of deferring the implementation of this 31.5% tax by 4 years, let's do it by 10 years, and so that we're just going to delay certain deaths. I don't agree with that one, Mr. Speaker. But there was another one. There was another one. It was proposed by the Liberal members of the committee in consultation with the Liberal caucus. And, Mr. Speaker, that was to change or to wipe out the 31.5% tax on income trusts and replace it with a 10% tax, Mr. Speaker. But that 10% tax would only apply to those who weren't Canadian residents. In other words, there would be a rebate to Canadians so that the Canadian investors in income trusts would not be hit. It means that Canadian seniors, Mr. Speaker, would not have lost their nest egg. It means, Mr. Speaker, in fact, experts have indicated that up to about 2/3 of the lost market value of their investments in income trusts would, in fact, be recovered by going to a less draconian fashion. Mr. Speaker, members who have talked on this budget have talked about this budget being divisive. It's pitting some Canadians against others. And this is an example of where the government has put a lot of seniors at a disadvantage. A lot of seniors, Mr. Speaker. There were better ways to do it. And if the Finance Department is not prepared to provide the Standing Committee on Finance with the detailed calculations on which it based this decision, it shows, Mr. Speaker, that there's something wrong. And in fact, the expert witnesses showed that it was wrong. But the government's not prepared to open up to that. It's not prepared to admit it. It's not prepared to defend its position. It's not prepared to show where the analysis of the expert witnesses was wrong. Because they can't, Mr. Speaker. That's the issue. They can't defend the indefensible. It was a bad decision, the way it was handled, right back to the promise not to tax income trust. Why interfere with the markets, Mr. Speaker? Why interfere? Now, I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, they decided to throw out, why don't we offer pension income splitting? Okay, and maybe that will help to appease. Well, the fact is, when you look at the numbers, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that you're going to find is that pension income splitting, after you adjust for the number of people who have no one to split with, after you adjust for those who are already at the lowest possible rate or have a partner who's making already at the lowest rate at brackets, all those factors taken into, according to Yves Fortin, who appeared before the committee, the Finance Committee, and is an economist, that only 12 to 14% of all seniors will benefit at all from pension income splitting. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not enough. This is smoke and mirrors that suggests that they even, in some of the documents the government has, they refer to it as income splitting, not pension income splitting. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because, again, it's part of the rhetoric strategy of the government to suggest that something exists that, in fact, does not. And if you repeat it often enough, Mr. Speaker, there's somehow this belief that if you say it often enough, people will start to believe it, and it must be so because I heard it so many times. Well, let them understand one thing, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister was right when he put in this document that I referred to earlier that there is no greater fraud than a promise not kept. Mr. Speaker, the income trust decision was a fraud and a broken promise.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I was at the Finance Committee hearings that the member speaks of. He obviously was at a different committee because the preponderance of witnesses before that committee supported the government's move to change the arrangement whereby Canada's business sector was rushing headlong into the trust mode. And Mr. Speaker, in fact, the Finance Minister appeared and was provided full and complete accounting for the numbers that he based his decision on. In fact, the member will know, because he's been in government before, that departments do not release advice to Cabinet. That's why there was a blacked out document. But the minister did release the figures that he based his decision on to the committee. No one suggested that those numbers were in any way incomplete, Mr. Speaker. But more to the point, Mr. Speaker, the whole decision was taken because unexpectedly something changed very massively in Canada, and that was a huge move to the trust mode by Canada's business sector. We saw the telecommunication sector going that way. We knew one of the major banks was talking about that. The biggest oil and gas company was going that way, and others would surely have followed. And so, Mr. Speaker, we would have had a business sector that was effectively not paying tax, becoming disconnected from the whole social construct of our country. And, Mr. Speaker, this had to be stopped. No other country has allowed that. And, Mr. Speaker, the member's own finance critic said after the announcement it was absolutely the right thing to do. And so I asked the member, would he want a country where all the corporations, all the businesses in a country were not paying tax, Mr. Speaker? We're disconnected from what has to be done in providing social programs. And, Mr. Speaker, the member says, well, we could only tax them 10% then, not the same as other businesses. Well, that just means this trusts at a much lower tax rate are going to swallow up other businesses and have the same result, where unfair taxation will take place. Is that the kind of unfairness the member's talking about? I know he had fun railing against this decision. The government obviously didn't take it for political points because we knew that we were going to get this kind of rhetoric in return, but we did it for the good of the country. Will the member not at least admit that we cannot have a business sector in an entire country that is not paying tax, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what I will admit is that the member has totally misled the House. Okay? Mr. Speaker, when she refers to, I didn't say deliberately, I said misled, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, with regard to the fact that some people came before committee and said they agreed with the government's position, Mr. Speaker, they relied on the government's calculation that the leakage was $500 million a year. Even the governor of the Bank of Canada came there and embarrassed himself after the other experts came forward and discredited the computations. Now, Mr. Speaker, the member, says, don't they want corporations and income trusts to pay the same amount of tax? Well, the member's the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Finance. She's on the Finance Committee. Surely she must know that taxes are paid by either the corporation and or the investor, and that corporations have some corporate tax element and they have some personal dividend tax element, whereas income trusts have no equivalent corporate, but all of the tax is paid by the individual. Why does she separate it? Why does she try to compare company to company rather than looking at the full loop? Now, Mr. Speaker, let me conclude my answer with saying that, well, the member somehow doesn't this member want good things to happen in Canada? Well, I have to tell you, there have been, because of the decision of this government to tax income trusts, has made our energy sector vulnerable. There have been no less than 15 takeover attempts in the last 5 months that could threaten Canadian economic sovereignty, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives, they claim that their policies are about Main Street, but, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that the benefits are going to accrue to Wall Street, Mr. Speaker, not to Main Street.
The honourable member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And he had talked about the broken promises of this government. Well, we'll start off with the broken promise of not using patronage. And the first thing they did, of course, is bring one of their conservative bagmen into the Public Works Ministry as a minister, make him into the Senate. Then they accepted a floor crosser, something they said they wouldn't have done before. Then they broke their promise on the income trust. Then they broke their promise on the Atlantic Offshore Accords. But, Mr. Speaker, the promise that offends me the most, if they're going to deliberately mislead a widow of a veteran, that is something that should never be allowed in this House of Commons. This Prime Minister, when he was in opposition on the 20th of June of 2005, wrote a letter himself to Joyce Carter of St. Peter's, Cape Breton, and promised her that if the Conservatives form a government, we would immediately invoke the VIP service for all widows and widowers of all veterans, regardless of application or time of death. The Conservatives even went so far to put that in their policy platform in their last convention. Mr. Speaker, the member from Kamloops said, "You're talking to the converted, Mrs. Carter. We will do this immediately upon forming government." Mr. Speaker, they've had 2 budgets, $21 billion of surpluses, and not a thing to extend the VIP services for widows and widowers of veterans. I just spoke to an Elizabeth Hamilton of North Bay, Ontario, who herself is very, very angry at these Conservatives for breaking that promise to that widow. Now, my question to the honourable member, if they can break a promise and deliberately mislead a widow of our beloved veterans, what makes you think that breaking the income trust and everything else is part of the program? This is what the Conservatives do. They become the vicars of Vaseline is what they become. They have no time in this House of Commons, and the sooner they call the election, the better it will be, because then we can get rid of them once and for all.
Before I recognize the honourable member for Mississauga South, I'm not as experienced in this House as he is or as the honourable member for Sackville Eastern Shore is, but they'll both know, and all members will know, that the use of judicious language is more conducive to open discourse and more order in the House. So I would appreciate a more judicious choice of language. Thank you very much. The honourable member for Mississauga South has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, the member, I think, summarized it very nicely in his question, at the end of his question, basically to say that this is actually what you're getting. This is a government who says one thing and does another. They don't. They make promises that they don't keep, Mr. Speaker. Or they make a promise, they do something else, and then they tell you that they kept it. Here's a perfect example. Health wait times guarantee. Mr. Speaker, that was in the budget. That was in the platform of the Conservatives in their last election. And they said that in 5 priority areas, we will have a wait times guarantee. If you can't get it in your hospital, we will pay. We will pay to transfer you to another hospital or even out of province or even to the United States. So, Mr. Speaker, and here, you know, the health minister, what has the health minister said? He said, you know what, that was all covered initially he said it was all covered in the $42 billion health care accord that a previous government had done it. You know, Mr. Speaker, then the health minister admitted that Mr. Speaker, I will finish. In February 2007, the health minister finally admitted that the wait times guarantee will not be delivered before the next election. Promise broken, Mr. Speaker. Promise broken.
I recognize the honourable member for Lac Saint-Louis for a short question.
Yes, my question to the honourable member is the following. It seems to me that in terms of the government's promise on income trusts, one of two possibilities exists. A, at the time when the government made the promise, it fully intended not to keep it, or B, it did not understand the situation and only woke up to it, the situation that income trusts might be problematic, and woke up to it much later. In other words, that the government was in fact incompetent. So either A, it was misleading the Canadian people, knowingly misleading the Canadian people, or B, it was incompetent. And these are mutually exclusive possibilities, so it has to be one or the other, and I'd like to hear the honourable member's comments about that.
I had asked the honourable member for Lac Saint-Louis to give a short question. I'm not sure that I got what I asked, but I'm asking the honourable member for Mississauga South for a short reply.
Mr. Speaker, all I can say is that if standing committees of Parliament do not accept the testimony of expert witnesses who said unanimously, those who had done the work after that the calculation of the finance minister was just erroneous and wrong, he relied on information that was incorrect and couldn't get out of the problem, he went forward using bad information. That was a bad mistake politically and a bad mistake for Canadians.
The honourable member for Peterborough has 30 seconds for his question.
Well, I'll summarize very quickly, Mr. Speaker. S&P TSX Income Trust today, 151. October 1st, 154. The market has rebounded. And you know what? I'll stand up for a government that stands up for tax fairness and make sure that the corporations pay their fair share of tax. Why won't he?
The honourable member for Mississauga South, 30 seconds response.
Mr. Speaker, we had the market data come before the Finance Committee. I don't know where the member gets his numbers, but in fact, they have recovered from a 12% loss down to only an 11% loss. Mr. Speaker, it's still over $25 billion lost to Canadian investors, their nest eggs for retirement. That's shameful.
Resuming debate, I recognize the honourable member for Bonavista, Vista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Bravo. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All this applause, I'm beginning to think I should run in politics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate you giving me this time. I appreciate the fact that I can voice my opinion on some very important issues. One in particular, of course, to me and to my home province, that is Newfoundland and Labrador. And, of course, it concerns the recent debacle, of course, about equalization. Within the budget itself, I'd like to quote the Minister of Finance, who said in his speech, he says, quote, "We are keeping our commitments on equalization." He says, quote, "We are returning equalization to a principled formula-based program. As we promised, every province will be better off under the new plan. Under the new plan, provinces will get the greater of." Now, notice he says, as we promise, every province will be better off under the new plan. And therein lies a very good point, because what has happened recently in Newfoundland and Labrador is we have received the opinion of an independent economist who states quite clearly that we are not in Newfoundland and Labrador. And I'll illustrate those points in just a few moments. But before I do, I want to bring up the issue of equalization and the imposing of a cap. And of course, in 2005, February 14th, 2005, we signed the Atlantic Accord Agreements, which provides offset payments for Newfoundland and Labrador, allowing them to be the principal beneficiaries of our resources, particularly when it comes to oil and gas. And I would like to quote from November 4th, 2004, and this is from the then leader of the Conservative Party, now Prime Minister, and he states, "Unfortunately, the solemn word of this Prime Minister turned out to be not good enough. The Prime Minister ignored letters from Premier Williams on June 10th, August 5th, and August 24th, urging him to confirm his promise. Suddenly, the Prime Minister and his Minister of Natural Resources fell silent." Now, there is an eerie similarity between what was then and what is now. Let me just go on to also say what the Prime Minister brought to this House in 2004. He says, "Additional annual payments that will ensure the province effectively retains 100% of its offshore revenue." So therefore, he endorses the fact that Newfoundland and Labrador should keep 100% of its royalties. Now, then he quotes the minister, for an 8-year period covering 04-05 through 2011 and 2012, subject to the provision that no such additional payments result in the fiscal capacity of the province exceeding that of the province of Ontario in any given year. Now, he goes on to say the 8-year time limit and the Ontario clause, which effectively is the cap, gutted the commitment made to the people of Newfoundland and Labrador during the election campaign. Very interesting, because then leader of the Conservative Party, now Prime Minister, has stated unequivocally in 2004 he does not agree with the idea of a cap. And he goes on to give several examples from his own experiences. He says, "Why should Newfoundland's possibility of achieving levels of prosperity comparable to the rest of Canada be limited to an artificial 8-year period? Remember in particular that these are in any case non-renewable resources that will run out. Now, why is the government so eager to ensure that Newfoundland and Labrador always remain below the economic level of Ontario? So why," he says, should Newfoundland and Labrador be subject to a cap, when in fact they should be principal beneficiaries of their own resources? However, all that I've said in the past little while, and all the evidence that's been given here in this House on November 4th, 2004, suggests unequivocally that the current Prime Minister did not believe in a cap. Fast forward 3 years later, 2007, the budget states, and the Minister of Finance said this to the House: a fiscal capacity cap will provide fairness by ensuring that equalization payments do not result in a receiving province ending up with a fiscal capacity higher than a non-receiving province. In other words, not to go above the level of Ontario currently in that situation. Now, what happens between 2004 and 2007 to change his mind? What has happened since then? What has happened since then? A couple campaigns. And in that campaign, again, they stated non-renewables out of the equation, no caps, no hindrances whatsoever. For it is Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia should be the principal beneficiaries of their own resources. Let me go on to say what he also said. And I'm quoting the Prime Minister because I thought he made a good argument why we shouldn't have a cap. Certainly for Nova Scotia, whether it be the natural gas projects such as Deep Panou, or in Newfoundland and Labrador, Hibernia, White Rose, Terra Nova. He said this: this is what happened in the case of my province of Alberta. Alberta discovered oil and gas in the 1940s and the 1950s. Alberta was a have-not province. From 1957 until 1965, Alberta received transfers from the equalization program. Alberta, and here's the key, this is good stuff. Alberta was allowed to keep 100% of its oil royalties, and there was no federal clawback, no cap. So in other words, Alberta was allowed to punch through any idea of a cap. And what has happened since then? As the Prime Minister points out, that is what allowed Alberta to kickstart its economy, to expand and diversify, to build universities, to advance social services, and to become one of the powerhouses of the 21st century Canadian economy. A very good point for being a principal beneficiary of your own resources. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at the financial circumstances by which Alberta today is under, it is quite astonishing, quite successful. But why? Because they were allowed to be the principal beneficiaries of their own resources. And here we find ourselves today in this situation where Newfoundland is not allowed to receive that privilege. The Prime Minister, before he was here, and this is when he was Leader of the Opposition, says he was president of a company that should have understood. Well, I would think that the current Prime Minister would understand as well, given the fact that he speaks so eloquently of it. He says, instead, when the Atlantic provinces rejected the latest federal offers, the caps, the limits, and the exclusion, the government engaged in a clumsy divide-and-conquer tactic, a tactic which gave away its obvious objective of holding back the development of the Atlantic provinces. Divide and conquer. The current government set out to fix this fiscal imbalance, but they've created a brand new one. A fiscal imbalance between provinces, between those that are rich and those that are poor. But those are relative terms. Newfoundland and Labrador, believe it or not, perhaps many members in this House do not realize, but based on a per capita GDP export, Newfoundland and Labrador is the highest in the country. Not particularly poor, but particularly in debt. And when we set out to do the Atlantic Accords, we knew that by 2020, we would become that economic powerhouse that the current Prime Minister bragged about Alberta being. we would be that place. We would be, as a colleague of mine addressed, we would be the economic jewel of the North Atlantic. But we do that by taking ownership of our own resources and being that principal beneficiary. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned a while ago about an independent economist who had several things to say about the situation going on now in the 2007 budget and the Implementation Act. And he ran some numbers through. He got all of his information, and he looked at it. And he originally came out with a number that stated that if Newfoundland and Labrador went to the new equalization formula touted by the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister, Newfoundland and Labrador would gain $5 billion into 2020. However, and here's the catch, several days later, after several inquisitions, Dr. Wade Locke come to realize that the new formula didn't work that way. Interestingly enough, prior to that, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, the Regional Minister of Newfoundland and Labrador, even praised Dr. Wade Locke by saying, you see, we do gain. However, when new information was brought forward, last Friday, Dr. Wade Locke had a look at those numbers again. And he put out a release talking about what he had to look at. And he said, the equalization changes contained 2007 budget gave the government of Newfoundland and Labrador an option of which equalization formula would apply. However, Section 84 of the Budget Implementation Act, or C-52, makes a significant change to the 2005 Implementation Act of the Atlantic Accord deal reached when we were in government. Now, 84 says, Section 84, the definition fiscal equalization payment in Section 18 of the Act is replaced by the following. Fiscal equalization payment means, A, for the purpose of Section 22, the fiscal equalization payment that will be received by the province for a fiscal year if the amount of that payment were determined in accordance with Section 3.2 of the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act, without regard to Section 3.4 of the Act. That's a very key point. That information was not available when he first ran his numbers. So looking at between now and 2020, because when you have the Atlantic Accord, we did it in two sections, up until 2012, and then to be renewed, if still in equalization, up until 2020. And if those accords were left alone today, here's what would follow. Dr. Locke looked at three revenue streams coming into the provincial treasury in Newfoundland and Labrador. Oil revenue was one, the accord payments was the other, or the offsets, and equalization. The total number came to $18.53 billion in that period over the Atlantic Accord. And I congratulate some of my colleagues here who made that happen, particularly my member from Halifax West. So what he did was he took these numbers, the $18.53 billion, took those three revenue streams and put them into the new formula under the old assumptions. He came out with $22.76 billion. Yes, indeed, over $5 billion extra from this new formula. However, after talking to finance officials, he brought forward several questions, and he put them in his release. He asked them, in calculating the accord under the new arrangement, is my interpretation that the province is entitled to receive the accord payments so long as it qualifies for equalization before the cap is imposed rather than after. Is that correct, he asked. Federal officials recently, just last week, said the legislation before the House proposes that under the new arrangement, the test for determining whether or not Newfoundland and Labrador qualifies for the 2005 accord is whether or not it would receive equalization payments under the base O'Brien formula. That is 50% of inclusion plus the cap. Plus the cap. Oh, it's back. Effectively, the cap on our accords. If it received equalization under that formula, then the next steps are taken to determine how much, in this case, the offsets are determined before the cap is applied. So the cap is applied when they calculate equalization. This is a pre-cap issue. Now, lo and behold, a new twist. So instead of $22.76 billion, after clarifying with federal finance what this is all about, they're actually now going to receive $17.5 billion. That is $1 billion less than what we would have received under the Atlantic Accord. Now, let me just remind the House what was said by the Minister of Finance during his budget speech. He said, as we promised, every province will be better off under the new plan, and under the new plan, provinces will get the greater of. But they weren't. We're actually losing money under the new. And don't say no, because the member from Peterborough would like to think he says no, but doesn't understand it. I would suggest that he go downtown Peterborough, talk to the people of Hazelton's coffee shop, and find out just how this budget is not selling to the people of Southern Ontario, as well as Newfoundland and Labrador. Oh, every province is supposed to be greater off, but yet an independent assessment by Dr. Wade Locke proves that it is not. Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that in this run-up right now, we also had a quote from the Minister of Finance during his budget speech, and he said that the era of bickering between provinces is now over. Now, of course, our Premier, Danny Williams, I wouldn't say he's bickering. I wouldn't say he's troubled. He's downright angry. And as I've just pointed out, he has every right to be angry. Twice, in 2 campaigns, it was promised to him there'll be a total exclusion of non-renewable resources. No caps. Nothing of that sort. No hindrances. If he had followed through on his promise, then he would have given the province of Newfoundland $11 billion more than what they were to receive under the Accord. And let me just illustrate just how angry that the province of Newfoundland and Labrador is in light of us now being in an era of no bickering. And he's not the only Premier. He just happens to be mine. A recent release, April 13th, federal government misled province on impact of new equalization program. This comes from the Minister of Finance, Tom Marshall. And he says, quote, we identified this problem more than a week ago and immediately wrote the federal government seeking clarification, Minister Marshall said. We have yet to hear back from them. It's funny that. They seem to be quite chatty when back in 2004 and 2005. The fact that they don't bother to respond to us but manage to find the time to speak with and offer clarification to independent economists is insulting to the elected government and people of Newfoundland and Labrador. The Government of Canada has an obligation to explain themselves, which they tried to, but yet it didn't work out. The federal budget legislation contradicts everything we have been told by Ottawa. The minister said it increasingly clear that the cost of the Prime Minister's broken promise is significant. And Minister Marshall quotes, Dr. Locke's numbers suggest that the shortfall from the Prime Minister's commitment is now $11 billion. What's more, it appears to be more financially advantageous for the province to opt to stay with the existing equalization program, as it provides $1 billion more than the new equalization program. But for all, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans has said unequivocally Newfoundland and Labrador would not be worse off. As a matter of fact, the Minister of Fisheries put out a press release complimenting Dr. Locke on his findings before he ran those numbers again, before receiving all the information and clarification from the Finance Department of the Government of Canada. He was quite pleased to see that we were getting an additional $5 billion. But yet, not much has been said since we truly found out that we're receiving $1 billion less. So, did the Minister of Fisheries know? Or did he not know? Was he not properly briefed? This is a question that Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, and certainly a question from his own riding of St. John South, Mount Pearl. Those numbers contradict everything in the federal government, Fisheries and Oceans Minister Loyola Hearn in particular, have said since Budget Day. They also go on to say, despite assurances from the Federal Minister of Finance that the Accords would be protected, fundamental amendments to the legislation implementing the 2005 Atlantic Accord Agreement have been proposed without any consultation with the Government of Newfoundland and Labrador. These amendments can be found in the Consequential Amendments section of 2007 Federal Budget Implementation Act. Consequential amendments are normally reserved for housekeeping items in the back to fix technical issues. It is not a place to shroud fundamental changes of this magnitude, continue Minister Marshall. In other words, the second half, up to 2020, is now in jeopardy and hidden somewhere in the back of C-52, this so-called Implementation Act. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this time, and I'd like to thank the people of Newfoundland and Labrador for standing behind us 100%. 100%.
Excellent job.
The Honourable the Government House Leader and Minister of Democratic Reform is rising at a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I did wish to raise a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I want to give notice at this time with respect to the consideration of Government Business number 15, being a procedural motion regarding disposition of the bill on resumption of railway operations, that at the next sitting, a Minister of the Crown shall move, pursuant to Standing Order 57, that debate be not further adjourned. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Peterborough.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened to what was quite a technical speech by the member, and I actually, several things just keep on coming back as being obvious to me, which is if the Atlantic Accord is better, well, the budget allows the Government of Newfoundland to keep the Atlantic Accord. Keep it exactly the way it was. And we will continue to honour that accord. But what it also does is it instills some fairness in the equalization program. It's a principled equalization process. Thankfully, thank God we got back to principles on equalization. Because equalization is a redistribution of federal tax dollars. These are not dollars that are taken from any given provincial government. These are federal revenues that are redistributed. And why should any province receive additional money over and above the fiscal capacity of Ontario, my home province? Well, I mean, why should federal tax dollars go to make one region wealthier than another region? It absolutely should not. And the federal government has brought forward a principled approach in equalization, one that we can stand behind. And I believe the government of Newfoundland should take whatever deal is best for it. It's the Atlantic Accord. Wonderful. Take it 100%, and we will gladly honour that accord. But we will also stand up for all Canadians in all other parts of the country that deserve a federal government that deals with equalization on the basis of principles.
Yes, here. I'd like the attention of all members. We're having a question and comments period, and I will recognize all members. But the rule of thumb should be that if I can hear the speaker, then everything is okay. But if I can't hear, that's because too many people are speaking. I recognize the honourable member for Buena Vista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Well done, Mr. Speaker. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I would like to address this to two members in the House. To the Member of Parliament for South Shore St. Margaret's and to the Member of Parliament for Avalon, who are present here. Now, did they hear what was just said? How dare us actually go beyond the level of prosperity of Ontario? How, my goodness. Really? I mean, let's look at the situation that we have here. The fiscal capacity cap, which they illustrated so eloquently during the campaign that this was not an issue that they would never impose, but yet here we have it right in our laps. This particular Member of Parliament, I don't think, really understands the true nature of the Atlantic Accord and the whole nature of being principal beneficiaries, of which his leader preached for years, not just Newfoundland and Labrador, not just Nova Scotia, Saskatchewan as well, British Columbia, the whole country. And yet they've created this fiscal imbalance that exists between provinces. That's what they're doing, juxtaposing one province against the other. This is not the way that this federation is supposed to work. But yet, they turn it around. I would suggest to the honourable member, in this particular situation, that the Atlantic Accord is not protected. And as my honourable colleague pointed out a few weeks back, he probably doesn't know the difference between the Atlantic Accord and the Honda Accord, for goodness sake. But yet he seems to think it's protected, but yet the independent economist says it is not. And there is caps implied within it. So I suggest at this point that the honourable colleague touch base with his honourable colleagues from Atlantic Canada who do understand what this is about.
Order, please. Order, please. Before I recognize another member, I'd like to point out to the honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, to look at page 522 of Marleau and Montpetit on mentioning the presence or absence of other members. And I hope this is the last time I have to mention this. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure with those comments from the member from Peterborough, it's going to cost a few votes for his colleagues from Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia. But I do want to ask the member from Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, as I listened very carefully to how eloquently he presented the statistics. And I simply want to ask him a question, Mr. Speaker, because he knows very well, and he sat in this honourable chamber, that when the Liberal government brought forth the Atlantic Accord, we all supported it, and the then opposition Conservative Party voted against it. Why did the Premier, Danny Williams, not stand up and speak then? I mean, what was promised? He knew he had an accord. How did they sell it to the voters of that region to vote against the Liberal government that said, we believe in fairness? And now we have the Premier coming out saying that you can't trust, and they lied. I mean, what happened? Can he just elaborate? Because my constituents in Scarborough Centre are really very confused. They're very upset. They believe that the provinces, and he mentioned Alberta, and I'm glad, should have the right to build on their resources and build their economies, and that the region of the Atlantic should also have the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, through you, to prosper and provide for their seniors, their people, and their youth especially. Can you elaborate on that for me?
The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for reminding me of the rules, and I would like to say my apologies to all members in this House. They may be. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. And indeed, it has been, over the last 3 years, a tumultuous event, to say the least. What we have seen here is that we have seen a situation by which, when it started, that basically when the whole idea of being principal beneficiaries, we talked about the fact that under the Atlantic Accords that we are able to prosper much like Alberta did back in the 50s and in the 60s and become this economic powerhouse that they are, as the Prime Minister pointed out. As a matter of fact, currently the current Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs pointed out the same facts, and she was quite right. I'd be disappointed I was living in Saskatchewan, being next door, because Saskatchewan, with its oil resources now, faced the cap. Certainly it was not faced by Albertans at the time, way back when. I think there's a question of fairness to be resolved there. But in the case of Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia, the deals were signed, the offsets were agreed right out to 2020, which covers a substantial part of development, certainly for the oil and gas sector off Newfoundland and Labrador. And the second part of that also helped in the case of Nova Scotia, which would be particularly disconcerting for them, given that we're now in jeopardy. But buried within the details, as the economists point out, is the implementing these accords, which they say they are protecting. But in fact, Even the Minister of Finance has said in a CBC interview that after 2012, we're done. That's it. Whatever happened in 2020, and as I pointed out, even if it goes out to 2020 under the new formula, we're getting $1 billion less. Despite the fact that, A, there were no caps, there were no hindrances whatsoever, 100% beneficiaries. And now we find that they even said that you will not be worse off, but yet $1 billion less. $1 billion sounds like quite a bit of money. I'm sure my colleague from Cape Breton would agree.
A lot of money.
It is a lot of money. So in this situation, of course nobody on that side would agree, because the thing is you have to sell what it is that you've put out there, which is perhaps the politics of deception at its best. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for that time.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview, Dieppe, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I should, after the comments from the member from Peterborough, suppose meekly get up and say on behalf of Atlantic Canada that we're proud to be part of Canada. We're proud to be part of a Canada Social Transfer Program, CST, that was developed in 1977 that transferred tax points to the provinces, that has been very favourable to all provinces. And I wonder what the honourable member, my Newfoundland colleague, thinks about keeping the Canada Social Transfer.
Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, 30 seconds to respond.
Well, therein lies the crux of one of the problems, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that, equalization and the fair principle of it during the Constitution states that, equal services provided across the country based on a needs basis. Certainly, the measures taken in 1977 with tax points now, or as they called it, backdoor equalization, well, it certainly wasn't backdoor for us. It was.
Du débat, l'honorable député d'Argenteuil.
The Honourable Member for Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to participate in this debate on Bill C-52, which is an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 19, 2007. It's the Budget Implementation Act, Mr. Speaker. For those Quebecers who are listening to us, we will have to vote on this bill once again. Once again, the Conservative Party needs the bloc in order to get this bill through, particularly the Budget Implementation Act. So it always makes me smile when members and colleagues ask us questions, because the evidence is there. We all can see that if bloc members didn't support this budget bill, well, it wouldn't go through. So, Mr. Speaker, when the federal government asks for our opinion, because one of the reasons why the bloc, in fact, did support this budget was primarily because the government wanted to resolve the fiscal imbalance. And I would like to provide a bit of background on this issue, because people will recall that Quebecers remember the excessive spending incurred by the previous governments that put Canada in debt, and then there were drastic cutbacks in the transfers to the provinces. This was all done by the Liberal government, and this jeopardized the fiscal balance in Quebec. One of the first witnesses who talked about this came from the municipal sector, and this witness in particular talked about the fact that there was so much offloading done now by the provinces. Then there was this Ryan reform, where there was offloading from the provincial government to the municipal sector. So the bill was passed on from Quebec to the municipalities, and this is still going on, because when you look at the municipal taxes paid by Quebecers, you can see that the bill is still very high. And I would like to remind my colleagues the Atlantic Accord and all that. Oh, that's all well and good. There's been agreements signed between the federal government and various provinces. That's all well and good. But when we go back to the cutbacks in 1994, when the federal government cut back for the final time, well, there was a lot of problems that occurred. But I'd like to paint a portrait of what happened in 2007-2008, the budget that we're discussing today. Well, the increases and transfers to the provinces from the federal government compared to 1993-1994, when we had all these drastic cutbacks and when all these responsibilities were being offloaded, Quebec got back 58% of what it had lost. So you can imagine it got back 58%, but for the rest of Quebec, well, the other provinces recovered some of this money as well. So today, Conservatives and Liberals are arguing over this fiscal imbalance. They're arguing over the Atlantic Accord and over natural resources. But I hope that my colleagues will not forget, whether they're Liberal, NDP, or Conservatives, that Quebec has always paid for subsidizing the oil and gas sector, but not one red cent went into financing the hydroelectric sector in Quebec. So we paid for this energy sector, that we funded the other provinces. But in addition to that, there's all this talk about sharing the cost of all these resources. And today, now, we're blaming the fiscal imbalance for creating a lot of problems. But I'm telling you, there is still a lot of work to be done, because Quebec is asking for what it is entitled. There were many drastic cutbacks made back in the early 1990s, and now, and these drastic cutbacks were a result of the Conservative governments having put Canada in such a position of indebtedness that the Liberal government in turn had to cut back on social programs. So today, the Bloc Québécois has always said that this fiscal imbalance has to be resolved. It's not the Liberals or the Conservatives that invented the problem. It has always been around. And we recall there was a commission that was struck, the Sagan Commission in Quebec in 2001. It reported on its results. It said that, yes, in fact, there was a fiscal balance. There was too much money in Quebec and not enough, too much money in Ottawa and not enough going out to the provinces. The federal government doesn't look after education, health, transportation. What does it do? Because if you take away health, transportation, education, well, that is really what goes into the everyday costs of living. So the federal government looks after security, and when you look at the shortcomings in security throughout the country, you can understand that the federal government doesn't always do its job properly. But as far as the everyday living of citizens is concerned, it's the provinces that deal with the matters that are most important. And that is why it was so necessary that we resolve the fiscal imbalance. So now this 58% of these transfer payments are now going back to Quebec, which is a good thing. But this is only a percentage of the amount that we need. What the Bloc Québécois was asking for was that were issues that were dealt to some extent by the federal government. We wanted amendments made to the equalization policy. This was very clear. The equalization formula takes into account the revenues of the 10 provinces. Equalization has to be done in a fair and effective manner. And this was set forth in the Constitution, a Constitution that Quebec never signed on to, by the way. But we had to make sure that equalization was done fairly. You can understand, we wanted Quebec to get its fair share, and we we didn't want to have all the aluminum and products mined in Quebec and simply processed in Ontario, so all the jobs would leave Quebec and go to other provinces. Often we offered competitive rates, but nothing comes from the from the federal government to encourage investment in Quebec. It's in Quebec that we've been able to create jobs. But I would invite you just to go look at what's happening with Boeing, for instance. We represent almost 60% of the aerospace sector. Boeing negotiated a contract, but only 30% of the spin-offs will go to Quebec. But when you consider that we have 60% of the industry, well, that's a problem. Some of this industry is located right in my riding in Mirabel and in other areas of Montreal. And once again, when we negotiated contracts, the Conservative ministers from Quebec said that we had to leave it up to the private sector. Private sector was happy because they didn't have to give as much as what we thought we should get. But Boeing decided that it would give us perhaps 30%. Once again, Mr. Speaker, this is just an example of things happened. This is why we are saying that Quebecers are constantly being penalized, and that investments need to be made in the aerospace sector, because it creates jobs, it creates a better balance, a better economic balance throughout the country. That's why the members of the Bloc Québécois wanted to separate so that we can be a country in our own right, and instead of constantly being pushed along by other provinces or the federal government. We want to make sure that our resources are processed in our territory. So this is why today, the fact that in this particular budget, the Bloc Québécois will support the bill because it has done some work to improve the fiscal imbalance. Remember the famous Léonard report, which said that Quebec was actually owed $3.9 billion, and it was recognized by former governments that this figure was in fact accurate, this $3.9 billion. And we're going to give the Prime Minister an opportunity to make good on his promise with this budget. We're hoping that this fiscal imbalance will be resolved. I know that the premiers had a conference on the matter, but it was not so successful. But we have analyzed the situation, and we do know that we need billions of dollars over 3 years. And the Bloc was open, and we said yes, it's difficult to push this file along. But we gave ourselves a 3-year deadline. We asked for $3.9 billion. We were given $3.1. We included indexation and all that as well in making our calculations. And we felt this was a fair way of dealing with this fiscal imbalance. It's a good amount of money, and that's why the Bloc was supporting this budget, because under Bernard Landry, there was the Séguin Commission, there was the Léonard Commission, which had used the figures produced by the federal government. So no other party wanted to look into the matter, because it was a very difficult task. We had to take a look at the way the federal government operated. We had to get all of the data involved. We had to be able to justify the figures we came up with. And to date, these figures have never been contested. And when we resolve the fiscal imbalance for Quebec, well, you understand we are resolving the problem for the other provinces at the same time. Other provinces received additional revenues and they will continue getting the same equalization that they received, but they will be getting, in addition, more money because of other kinds of agreements that were struck between the federal government and the other provinces. It's a very complicated issue. It's very complicated. When you look at the way Canada is run, we need for us the ideal solution would obviously be sovereignty, so that there won't be this ongoing bickering between Quebec and the other and the federal government. We don't want to see our natural resources leaving Quebec to be processed somewhere else, and then we have to buy them back again. That's when we leave, you will understand that with our natural resources, we will have a very flourishing economy. So this is why, when we see that the Bloc Québécois is always here in the House to defend the interests of Quebecers. We're not embarrassed to this. We're not embarrassed to support measures that go in the right directions. And one of these measures, was to resolve, in part, the whole issue of the fiscal imbalance. And now, as far as the income trusts are concerned, there were $8 million that was at stake. Once again, it's not an easy issue, but at the same time, it's not complicated either, meaning that Quebec is prepared, Quebecers are prepared to meet the Kyoto objectives. That's not difficult to understand. Why? Because we have already done what was required with wind power, with hydroelectric power. Quebec is prepared to meet the Kyoto objectives, whereas the rest of Canada is mired in the whole oil sands issue and nuclear energy. So it's a problem that really is facing the rest of Canada. But we in Quebec, we have really done what's required to meet our objectives, and it's not. We paid for this ourselves. We're not charging anyone else. We paid for this through our provincial taxes. And you didn't put, the rest of Canada didn't put any money into hydroelectricity. And over the past few years, the federal government finally decided to invest a few $1 million into the wind sector. But it's 25% of the $600 million that was already invested over the past 10 years by the Quebec government. So we're prepared, Quebec. So Quebec is simply saying, give us our fair share, because we're prepared to meet the Kyoto objectives. We want our fair share, and we fought for this, and now it's in the budget today, and we're pleased about that. That's why we're supporting the measures. We've always defended the interests of Quebec, and these measures are on the budget, and that's why we're voting in favor of it. If we weren't here, there would have been all kinds of other issues involved. But one day we're actually tracing the way for you to follow. You can see what we do. We'll do this for Kyoto, and we'll do this for a lot of other issues. You'll simply have to follow us. It's not difficult. That's why we're asking that we have full control over our taxes, our resources, so we can develop our resources as we see fit. We're good neighbors. The only problem is that we're different.
We're prepared to achieve Kyoto. We speak French. We're proud of ourselves, and of course, and we remember. I repeat the slogan of Quebec, the motto, we remember. We remember the savage cutbacks and transfers to the provinces that completely caused upheaval in healthcare, municipalities, education, and we remember, too, that every time we ask you something so that you give back something we're entitled to, well, it's always a long story, it's complicated, and somewhere the federal government has to give the same agreement to another province. It's quite simple. 6 provinces have fewer inhabitants than the city of Montreal. These are good people, and we're good neighbors. That's not a problem. But There are provinces that don't have sufficient population to have services, and I can understand that they'd like to have the federal government look after daycare, that the federal government look after education. But we in Quebec have solved that a long time ago, and all we're asking for is that when you create something, give us back the money without any kind of questions or accounts to be rendered. We just want the money, and we'll look after it ourselves. So we want the revenue to come in an autonomous way. We don't want to have to account to anybody. So what's needed here is the transfer of the tax base. Quebec has to get its money. It has to receive tax points. Either the federal government can withdraw from a certain field, but we have to stop having these debates where we look like we're begging all the time, whereas part of our economy is transferred to other Canadian provinces. We see aerospace right now. We're the leaders, but now you're undermining that, and doesn't suit you, and Quebec can't get everything, and so on. Someday you'll understand. Leave Quebec alone. We will develop ourselves with our own natural resources. We will achieve Kyoto objectives. We will be the most beautiful French land in the Americas, and we will achieve Kyoto objectives more rapidly than anywhere else in North America. That is a choice Quebecers are making. That's a choice they've always made. We want to respect the planet. The rest of the country seems to be in the pockets of multinationals. Well, that's your choice, and someday you'll understand. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the member from Argentine Pepino Maribel said, and if I may quote him, wanted Quebec to get its fair share. And I think that's a very wonderful statement that he made. So my question is predicated by his quote. If he believes in that, does he not believe then that the rest of Canada, other Canadians living in Newfoundland and Labrador, for example, other Canadians living in Ontario, other Canadians living in Saskatchewan, does he not believe that they too should be treated fair? Because, Mr. Speaker, what I'm referring to is the commitments that were made to my province of Ontario under the Canada-Ontario Infrastructure Program of $6.9 billion. They got $1.4 billion. He said Quebec asked for 3.9. They got 3.1. What happened to the Atlantic Accord, Mr. Speaker? What happened to the, Kelowna Accord? Does he not believe that a Canadian, wherever they live, in the beautiful province of Quebec, Ontario, Newfoundland, does he not believe that they should be treated fair? And this budget, Mr. Speaker, as earlier we heard from the member from Newfoundland and Labrador, was not a fair for all of them. So doesn't he believe in fairness right across the country is my question.
The honourable member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Personally, Mr. Speaker, I have absolutely nothing against other Canadian provinces finding fairness where they can. I have no trouble with that. My problem is that the Canadian Constitution gives us equalization as the way to solve the inequalities. And then when you solve this, if you have equalization the way it should be done with the revenue of all 10 provinces, well, the technicality means that at some point, Quebec is always at a disadvantage. So, if they have a problem with what's written in the Constitution, well, let them open up the Constitution and change that. I have no trouble with that either. We'll sit down. The premiers will sit down and discuss that. But for the time being, we're playing with the cards we were handed, and the cards are the Constitution. What we're saying is there some way to get our fair share through equalization, to get some balance? There are all kinds of gifts done by prime ministers and agreements. There are royalties on resources and what have you. I have no trouble with that at all. We're not jealous about that. The only thing is that the transfers to the provinces is all that's left for Quebec, and we want that to be fair, because right now there are billions of federal surpluses, and Quebec has a deficit, and that is fiscal imbalance. There's too much cash in Ottawa, not enough in the provinces, and in the 90s, late 80s, early 90s, there were cutbacks in the transfers in order to pay for that debt that the Conservatives had created. Now, today, they have to give back money. They don't want to. There's some reluctance. They want to keep the money. They want to give gifts to this one and that one. Quebec just wants its share. It's no more complicated than that. If others can benefit, so much the better. We voted for Kelowna. We voted for other agreements for other provinces. But all we want is that what is due to us should come back to us. That's no more difficult than that. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the Bloc Québécois voted for the Conservative budget. If you look at that budget, it is true that there is money that was given to Quebec for the transfers to provinces, and I heard the member, I think he's saying that it's still not enough, more should have gone to Quebec. A couple of questions that come to mind. Is the Bloc sure that Quebec's deficit, if you look at the hospitals, let's say, I know that's a matter of Quebec jurisdiction, it's not federal, but when you have transfers to a province, it's certainly in order to have that money go into programs that the province manages under the Constitution. Under the Constitution, provinces are responsible for education and health care, among other things. But when you see that the Charest government turns around and cuts taxes rather than spend the money on programs that should have been of interest. $700 million in tax cuts when you have a health care system that is as sick in Canada, in Quebec as anywhere else, including New Brunswick. You go to the hospitals, you see people in the hallways rather than in a hospital room. When you see the privatization that's going on, especially with the new leader, Mario Dumont, who says we should have more privatization. Don't you think that money should have gone into programs like that, and that would have been under the Constitution, rather than vote for a budget that really gave money for a tax cut? The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel should know he has less than 1 minute to answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do recognize my NDP colleague, who is a very centralizing ideology. If the federal government had continued to pay 50% of healthcare costs as it used to, we wouldn't have any problems with healthcare anywhere in Canada. And that was a choice of Quebec. Then saying that we're not paying our share and siphoning the money from the provinces to pay off the debt, and then telling the provinces where to put the money, that's a choice we made. Order, please. Order. Order.
À l'ordre.
Order.
À ce moment-ci, conformément à la...
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been put and seconded. The motion is that this House do now adjourn. I'd simply like to point out that because of there will be 4 minutes left for the Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel when this bill next comes up. The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I put a question in the House to the Minister of Human Resources. And my question was this. In northeastern New Brunswick, there was an Alberta company that recruited people for jobs, came to see whether there were people who wanted to live in Alberta and work there, where the unemployment rate is at least 16%. It's all fine if people get an opportunity to get a job. But my question was, what is the government doing to put programs in place to help the provinces, to help regions with high unemployment rates, and make sure that young people don't leave the province and instead have jobs created in their own region? Make sure that these are not just, I'm nothing against this, but I hope that we won't have a province full of just nothing but retirees. I have nothing against retirees, but what are we going to do if that's all that's left? What is the government doing to either create jobs, help plants have tertiary and secondary processing? Nothing's happening. Absolutely nothing. If you look at the budget, you can look at it till you're blue in the face. There's nothing in this budget to say that the government is going to implement something to create jobs. Even in the minister's answer, he said he gave money to New Brunswick, but when you look at the program, we didn't get it. So I'd like to hear the government. I hope they had time to think about this and see what they could do to help rural regions and create some jobs there. I'd like to hear the government's reply to that.
For Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that the budget has been very helpful to the people of New Brunswick. The member of the opposition, a member of his party, obviously want to vote against the budget. They're trying to find reasons to do that. It's clear they haven't actually read the budget. And what the member from Acadie Bathurst has missed is that all the government has done, this government has done for working families in New Brunswick. And I would point the honourable member to page 226 of the budget plan, where it outlines the measures in this government's new Working Families Tax Plan. Budget 2007 proposes several measures that help working families to be better off and more secure. Together, the measures in this plan will benefit over 3 million taxpayers, removing 230,000 low-income Canadians from the tax rolls. More than 75% of the tax relief will go to those with annual incomes below $75,000. First, there is the $2,000 tax credit, child tax credit that will provide up to $310 in tax relief for each child under 18 to more than 3 million Canadian families. More than 90% of families will receive maximum relief, and almost 180,000 taxpayers will be removed from the tax rolls. For New Brunswick parents, this amounts to an estimated $32 million in tax savings in 2007-2008. On top of that, Mr. Speaker, an increase in the basic spousal amount will provide up to $209 of tax relief to a supporting spouse or single taxpayer supporting a child or relative. This measure will save New Brunswick residents an estimated $6 million in 2008. And for New Brunswickers saving for their retirement, increasing the age limit to 71 from 69 for registered retirement savings plans and registered pensions will save them an additional $700,000 in 2007-2008. In light of the honourable member's concern for working families, I would also suggest that he read the section on page 78 of the budget plan that fulfills the government's commitment to introduce the working income tax benefit. This will help people get over what is often referred to as the welfare wall, a situation that discourages many low-income Canadians from getting the jobs they and their family need. This initiative will help make work more rewarding and attractive for an additional 1.2 million Canadians already in the workforce, thereby strengthening their incentive to stay employed. This represents up to $500 for individuals and $1,000 for families to reward work and strengthen incentives to work. Benefits for New Brunswick workers are in the order of $13 million. So we have a working family tax plan, a working income tax benefit. It doesn't get much clearer than that, Mr. Speaker, contrary to what the member from Acadie Bathurst seems to think. Canada's new government has taken action to help working families, and that includes significant benefits to his own constituents, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Acadie Bathurst. If we read to page 226 of the budget, they don't explain how they're going to create jobs. If you read page 78, once again, they're not talking about how this will create jobs. I'm talking about people who've lost their jobs. I'm talking about the unemployment rate we have back home. Is the reduction of jobs or a tax cut for someone who's lost their jobs change much? If they pay $80 in taxes or zero, it won't change much. We asked for changes to employment insurance. There's a $51 billion surplus in the EI fund. There's nothing, absolutely nothing in this budget to change the EI system so that the people back home who work in the fisheries plants, the men and women who work in the fish processing plants, can stay in our region when the job ends. There's no program. I don't see a single program here. Even ECOA has been cut under the Conservatives.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that the member is under a misapprehension about the role of government. The role of government is not to make work. The role of government is to lighten the load for job creators, entrepreneurs, business people, investors, those who are the job creators in this country. And that's exactly what our government has done. It's cut taxes for investors. It's cut taxes for business. It's cut the red tape for business. It's increased the equalization money that goes into provinces so that they can create the services that will attract people to a province. We put $33 billion into infrastructure, which again helps the flow of goods and services, helps create jobs. Mr. Speaker, we have created enormous opportunity for job creation in this country. The member should be supporting the budgets that do that instead of voting against them because, Mr. Speaker, this is exactly what New Brunswickers need. It's job creation that we have supported with our budget measures, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In holding consultations throughout Northern Ontario on FedNor in particular and the budget in general, there was no mention in the last budget about this. And people in Thunder Bay are very worried, not only in my riding, but throughout the north. So, excuse me. And what they didn't see in the budget, I believe, Mr. Speaker, is that when they don't see mention of what is of concern to them, they don't need any more worries, and they do need the reassurance. So as we hold these hearings, the people have been, in very plain talk, telling us that now is the time for government to recognize the needs of the regions. And when we don't hear mention of these regional programs, whether it's FedNor or ECOA or the others, then all this talk that we have in government about the talk of diversification means that there is a role for government to play. And in the regions, a little can go a long way. And government must recognize that FedNor is already under-resourced and indeed needs more money. Last year's cuts of $4.6 million must be replaced and indeed upgraded. There is certainly enough demand, and I believe the Parliamentary Secretary would be well aware of this, that when we talk about the components through which FedNor administers the ComRIF program in the province of Ontario. Just the other day, the minister responsible for FedNor sent me a letter that talks of the $298 million over the next 5 years. Well, $298 million over 5 years may seem like a lot, but in the province of Ontario, that money is eligible for counties, regions, and municipalities under 250,000 people. So we're talking almost 375 jurisdictions of the 446 that exist in Ontario. And what's happened over the past 3 intakes for infrastructure was that the engineering and professional fees were not included as part of that allocation. So it becomes very costly for small communities. And there is no guarantee that they'll get in under any of those programs. There's no list. If you're successful in the first time, you can apply the second or third. So these municipalities don't get any advising of the validity of their case. They can apply 3 times and be out of pocket, and it essentially becomes a lottery to them. So these become, Mr. Speaker, very heavy hits for small communities. So what we need is a process, and it should have been in the budget, to tell them where they are. And if they're not going to be successful in the first round, then at least they should know that they're on the list somewhere. And also in the province of Ontario, there are roads boards which are composed of volunteers. And in the past 3 intakes, only one has been successful in its COMRIF application. So they are questioning in the budget if they're not going to be eligible, why does infrastructure include them? So, and why make them go through all these hoops, particularly when they are, it's so difficult for them to come up with this money in the first place. So the budget also should have addressed the distribution of the gas tax to these roads boards in Ontario. And as the Parliamentary Secretary is well aware...
The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think the important thing to note here is that there is a great attempt to support the regions, and particularly the smaller municipalities, the rural areas of Canada, because we know that the strength in these areas is very important, and not just to those areas directly, but to all of Canada, Mr. Speaker. We have delivered a great deal of assistance to these communities. We have, of course, the infrastructure program, the new long-term plan. That'll be $33 billion over the next 7 years, and that will help municipalities to meet their infrastructure needs. We have the other elements of the plan, including the new Building Canada Fund, and that will support large-scale products, but also small projects, but also small-scale municipal projects such as cultural and regional recreational facilities, other municipal projects. As a member mentioned, we have confirmed that the gas tax money will be rebated to the municipalities right until 2008, or 2012. We have safe funding for these projects that will be going on for the next number of years that municipalities can count on, Mr. Speaker. The fact of the matter is that for a lot of agricultural communities, we have invested enormously in our agriculture sector, which helps a number of these smaller communities, these regions. We have put into place better programs for saving for the input costs for agriculture. We've invested $1 billion in this budget, Mr. Speaker, and that's on top of about $1.5 billion in the last budget. In fact, with all the measures that will help agriculture and agriculture communities and municipalities that depend on agriculture, Mr. Speaker, we've made an investment of $4.5 billion, Mr. Speaker. We've also provided assistance for renewable fuels production, and that, again, is going to help these communities. Now, Mr. Speaker, the member mentioned some technical problems in applying for monies under these programs. Mr. Speaker, those problems can be worked out. I wonder if he has worked with the ministers involved and the people involved to try to address these issues. Mr. Speaker, in just a 30-second question in the House, he's not going to get to those technical details. The fact of the matter is that these basic supports for the communities he's talking about are hugely in place under the last budget and this budget of this government. And I ask the honourable member to read that budget plan again, to do it carefully. And he'll see that those supports are there, and that if he can suggest anything that needs to be tweaked to make sure that the issues that he's bringing forward are addressed, then, of course, the government is happy to hear that and work with that, because it is our intention, Mr. Speaker, to give strong and ongoing support to the communities, to the regions, with all of the programs that the government funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In summary, there is no mention anywhere in the budget of specific regional support for any of the programs across the country. And the North and all regions must be reassured. So I ask the Parliamentary Secretary to convey that. The second is that the budget clearly does not address the distribution of the gas tax to the roads and local service boards of Ontario. There is still $6 million yet waiting for a mechanism to distribute these funds. And thirdly, in summary, why wouldn't the budget follow the recommendations of the provincial and national municipal organizations such as the Association of Municipalities of Ontario and FCM to make this funding, these supports for municipalities, permanent? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, the member will know, Mr. Speaker, that people who live in rural communities are proud to live there. They have an enormous commitment to making their communities flourish and prosper, and so does this government, Mr. Speaker, as I said before. And so that we are providing significant funding to help secure economic benefits that Canada's coastal and rural communities derive from the programs of this government, Mr. Speaker. The member will also know that this government must negotiate, must have a plan together that is agreed to by all of the players, the federal government, the provincial governments, the municipal governments, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes that takes some time to accomplish, but, Mr. Speaker, the commitment is there, the money is there, and I know that the benefits will follow, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. La Chambre demeure donc.
The House accordingly is adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Actually, one of those things that get us together.
Whether we lose or whether we win, I am enjoying fine cricketing skills.
So what makes a match? Here's a cricket crash course from one of BC's best.
I grew up playing cricket from as early as the age of 5.
It's also one of the most confusing games ever created.
There are 3 dimensions to the game. The batting, in cricket you have bowling, and the third dimension is fielding.
For more, visit the Trinidad and Tobago Cultural Society at ttcsbc.com.
Global Village is brought to you by Westminster Savings Credit Union.
Jane, is that you?
Wednesday on The Jane Show.
All she did was compliment your hair.
You don't speak her language of evil.
Yeah. A rivalry begins anew.
Oh, dark circles.
When Jane's sister shows up.
Does this shirt make me look frumpy? Oh, no, the shirt doesn't make you look frumpy.
Stirring up some old...
Give her back. Oh, it's mine. It's mine.
Painful memories.
It's time to grow up.
Yeah.
She stole my favorite superstar Cindy doll. She thinks I've forgotten. Everyone thinks I've forgotten, but it's all up here.
An all-new episode of The Jane Show. Wednesday at 10, 9 Central on Global. Closed captioning is brought to you in part by Maple Leaf Prawn Chicken's new Fresh Sure packaging, a revolutionary new design that seals in the freshness for a better, fresher-tasting chicken.
I don't know what's going on with me right now.
Well, you missed Drew. I think that's understandable.
One minute, I feel like I want to take care of Neil, and then the next minute, I feel like being alone. I think I should apologize in advance for my mood
You
swings.
don't need to apologize for anything.
I used to enjoy the routine of my life. Take the kids to school, make dinner for my family. That kept me grounded. Now I don't know what to count on.
Me. You can count on me. I'm not going anywhere. Oh, Jill, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were here. I'll leave.
No. No, sit down, please.
If William sees us together, he's going to get the wrong idea.
Oh, don't worry about it. He's made it very clear that he wants nothing to do with me.
I'm sorry. Listen, why don't I talk to him? I'll explain that we're not involved.
Jimin, thank you for the offer, but it's too late.
It's not like you to give up so easily.
It's It's not as though we'd been together for years or something like that. As far as he's concerned, I have broken his trust. And there is nothing I can do about it.
Well, maybe there's something we can do. I'd like us to start all over.
William, please come in. Did you and Jill work everything out?
Nothing to work out. I broke it off with her.
I'm sorry.
Nah, I don't mean to burden you.
Oh, please. It's not a burden. How many times have I called you? I'm here for you, William.
Well, I may take you up on that later. But, actually, I have some good news for you.
Well, aren't you the resilient one? Seeing the bright side of this situation.
Well, this has as much to do with you as it does with Jill.
Well, why don't I get us some wine while you tell me all about it?
One of my, investigators just phoned.
Yeah?
He's been working on the Jabot product tampering case. He's found some new evidence.
Vaughn, I'm back.
Hey, sweetheart.
Oh, hey, Dad.
Hope you don't mind your old man staying with you tonight.
No, of course not. I thought you wanted to be alone. Hi.
Hi, baby.
Hi.
I should be here with you guys.
Oh.
Okay, sit down for a minute.
Okay.
Daniel and Devon said that you had a rough evening.
Oh, yeah, I'm fine now. I was just upset because I was cleaning and I broke the doll that Mom gave me, that porcelain one, Marie. So, anyway, I broke it and I can't fix it.
You want me to let you in on a little secret?
What?
Your mom broke that doll, too.
When?
Right before she gave it to you. See, I fixed it so you wouldn't find out. And darling, I will fix it for you again. Don't you worry about that, all right?
Hey, Dad. I set up the air mattress for you in my room. I hope it's comfortable.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that.
You know, guys, why don't we all play a game or something like that when Daniel gets back? You know he's out looking for you.
Oh, yeah, we can do that. I have to just put these groceries away and then I have to email Professor Saffer about an extension on my essay.
You know something? I should probably shower.
All right, you don't know what the towels are. Let me get one for you.
Thanks.
Hey, Kevin, have you seen Lily?
She left a little while ago.
She's probably home by now. I guess this is kind of a wasted trip, huh?
No, actually, it's a good thing you came here, dude. She's on to you.
What are you talking about?
I saw it was on your flash drive.
That's impossible because I threw it away.
Well, Lily must have found it. She came in here trying to open up some files, told me she was looking for family photos. Now, unless you have a hot blonde cousin who really
Wait a minute. Did she say anything? Because I really didn't want her to find out, especially with everything that's going on right now.
No. You did a good job of corrupting everything. She couldn't find anything except a bunch of code, but I figured it out. Don't worry, I erased everything, so you can relax.
Thank you, I think. Yes, thank you. That'd be big time.
Search strangers by night. Got it.
Next on The Young and the Restless.
Are you accusing Phyllis of causing that accident?
How could you bring Catherine into this?
She doesn't know anything, and you aren't about to tell anything.
You know, I am so sorry, and I swear to you that
Sharon,
I never...
it was you.
I was scared. I was scared all the time.
He hit me.
He's a criminal. He stole from me.
My brother went out with his girlfriend for his birthday. Drogas y armas. He didn't even know those guys. They started shooting inside the nightclub. Violencia.
Violence.
Los abucharon. And now he's dead.
Gang guys. What have they done for you lately?
They took my brother from me.
Call Crime Stoppers.
Join us again for The Young and the Restless.
Pascal Ribreau, chef. Evelyn Gutenzi, project manager. Luca Lazy Legs Potuelli, b-boy. Kay Leslie, human resources specialist. We are all able. Open your mind. Brought to you by Canada's private broadcasters.
It's a revolution in food. Maple Leaf Simply Fresh. Refrigerated entrees, never frozen, and ready in minutes.
A Boeing 767 jet. Normally it has 245 seats. So when you try to redeem your travel reward points, why does this happen? With an RBC Avion card, you can redeem for any seat on any airline. RBC uses your points to buy seats. So if the seat's available, you're flying.
Getting our seats. It's how RBC puts us first.